Just turned live on. Yep, bit delayed for getting our Cast of Games stream going, but we're finally here. And it should work without a hitch, right? I'm just checking Chrome. Yep, okay. I'm going to share the link with all the Discord servers and we can begin right away after that. So how was your holiday, everyone? Your Christmas or whatever you celebrate? Was it good? Was it bad? Was it okay? Medium? Medium rare? What was it exactly? Looking forward to hearing stories about that if possible. Otherwise, if it was that bad, don't share it, I guess. No, still share it anyways. I'm always curious seeing what you're all up to during the holidays. So, yep, just share all these links. And we got a lot of games to do today, I think. Because, obviously, a bit delayed with the stream schedule. So, yeah, we're going to be doing, I believe, 23 games today, if we can get through them all. So, yeah, sit down. We're going to have like a long, long day of streaming today. Or at least slightly longer than it usually is. Definitely. I don't think they're going to be quick games. If they are, I think the stream's still going to be pretty big. So, yeah, big time. Then put it there. Juanito en vivo. There we go. To the Wool server and the AWEAT server. Anywhere else here? Yep. UI is acting weird again, but that's alright. Where else can we go? Let me see. That one, definitely that server there. Now this one. Anywhere else? I think this might be the last one up here. Yep, okay. I think we're good now. I think we're good. Unless I'm missing one. I might be missing that one, actually. Let me do that one. There we go. I think we got them all, at least for now. Didn't take too long, did it? Yep. So, is there any chats I can check in the... Ooh, it looks like Sagawai Black is here. And looks like Willow Nick is here as well. So we already got a colorful cast of viewers today. Just one more thing left to do, which is to actually download the games. Yeah, got a pretty big laundry list of them to do. So I'm going to have to start from the top and work my way down. Let me see how many we got. Be exact. I remember where we started off from last week. Last week we did everything up to Cervantes, Mosquetas, y Flechas. So now we're going to do El Poloco Sape is the starting point. So we got 1. We got 2. We got, how many other ones we got here? We got 3. And we got 4. Some Central American games. That's cool. We don't usually see Civ a lot these days, so it's good to see a bit of a return to them again. I think Central America has always been a solid Civ all around. I haven't had any real issues with them before. They seem to, have different builds around them. I think that always seem to work pretty good. I think we're on 8, by the way, so we're on 9 in 10. Then we got 11, 11, and I don't believe we want to do that one, 12. And we got 13, 14, 14, and then we got 15, 16, 17, 18, and then we got 19. Yep. How many more we on? I think we got 20, and we 21, 22, 23. Alright, so about 23. I think I got that accurate in my head when I was counting last time. Alright, so I think we're good. I'll make sure the count is accurate when I'm looking at it in the downloads window. Just make sure we got everything we want. Alright, so how many do we got here in this big list? We got, how many items? 23 items selected. Alright, so I counted that pretty much perfectly to the T, which is great. Alright, we'll put it in the wool save game folder here. Alright, they're all loaded in now, so I guess I'll go back up on the channel so we know where to start from here. I think I said the name before, but I just want to check it again for reference. It is called El Poloco Sape. Uruguay and Mapuche versus Mexico and Chile. Alright, so that should be a good one to start with. Right, let's go into it. Recorded games. Let me see here. It should be easy to find. What? This one right here. El Poco Sape. Poloco Sape. I mean, I like all the civs that are here, so it should be a fun one. I don't know what map it's going to be, though. Can't recall if there was a map that was listed there. Doesn't matter, though. We should be able to determine it right away. Now, the question is, will the game load? Yes, it looks like it is. That's great. There we go. Alright. Oh, we're on parallel rivers. We don't usually see this map a whole lot. It's a pretty fun map, actually. You know why it's called parallel rivers? Because, surprise, surprise, there are rivers and they're all parallel to each other, right? They're not perpendicular to each other. They're perfectly parallel. Well, I don't think they're not parallel exactly, because look at this. This thing's sort of going squiggly, this one's squiggly. If this was a geometry class, whoever named the map would probably flunk the exam, but I get the point, though. I get the point that the rivers are kind of similar, and they sort of go in the same direction, I guess, yeah. As far as Mother Nature's concerned, I guess that's what parallel is in Mother Nature terms, but yeah, you get the point. Let's get started. So we got out of sync, is that right? Oh, good. Very good. That's a good start. It's a good start, Rommel, to the stream. Giving us a dud, huh? Oh, nah. Let's see if we can do the next one then. That's too unfortunate. Why would it auto-sync that quick, though? Like, why would you submit that thing if it's gonna do that? I have no idea. I hope everything's fine. I hope they didn't record that on the past version, because that would explain what's going on. Does anybody know if that game was like maybe recorded in the last patch, or I mean, I already deleted that directory anyways, but yeah, I just don't know what's up with that. So we'll go to the next one then, which would be Negros in Alaska. Yep, that's not a sight you see every day. Belgians versus Haitians. Let's see if this one works. I think it should. Let me look here. There we go. So I think we know what the map's going to be. It's going to be literal Alaska. It could be the Wars of Liberty variant of Alaska, or it could be the ESOC map version of Alaska. Yeah. Alright. So here we are in Alaska, folks. And it's going to be Haiti versus Belgium. Now, for this particular map, Belgium comes in with a very strong build in mind. Belgium is going to want to grab all of these nuka sites as quick as humanly possible here. Because as you know, Belgium is a very native-centric civ, and they're good on trade routes. They're good on any map that has trade sockets, you know. If there's only a trade route, they obviously have an easy time grabbing the trade route and taking advantage of that. There's natives. Native spam tends to be Belgium's specialty. So I think in this case we're just going to see a big giant native spam of some kind of these Nuka warriors. That's what I think, you know. We'll have to see if that's what happens exactly. And you'll see here that Belgium, regardless if they end up using the Nuka or not, are going to grab up the native sites because, well, that's a really good, valuable use of these frontier wagons. Because there's about 3 things we can create with these frontier wagons. We can make trading posts, we can make outposts, and we can make a tavern or saloon, right, to make mercenaries. On any map where you have a trade socket, the most valuable thing you can do is build the trading posts. Because even if you don't want to use those natives, you're going to deny your opponent the ability to use those natives. But I guess he changes his mind and gets a outpost instead right over here. Not a bad spot, you know. You can do outposts with these sometimes. It just depends on what the purpose is. If you're looking for map control or defense, sometimes going for the outposts will be a bit better than the trade socket. But that's mostly in the case where there's no trade route like this, you know. If there was a trade route going through Alaska, be it a very snowy and icy one, yeah, I would rather just do that. That's just my personal take on it. Because, well, you're dealing with the very strong civ here, and the Haitians, I consider them to be a lower S-tier civilization on the tier list because of their strong aggressive qualities, their good variety of different builds basically around different unit classes. Because, yeah, they're one of the only Juanito civs to not have some form of Lancero in their roster, right? They use these more coyote runner-like Zinglins on foot. But, yeah, they get a lot done. In particular, they can be great at raiding because their Zinglins have this wonderful property of having multipliers against villagers, which most early hand cavalry do not get that benefit. But the Zinglins, if you raid villagers from across the map, their base stats plus the additional stats from the far away from TC bonus that Haiti gets will allow them to do about 36 hand damage against villagers, which is quite big, you know. Of course, settlers have hand armor, making it a little bit more resistant, but if you're obviously using a villager like the French ones that have pierce armor instead of hack, yeah, that could actually be a serious problem. So what does Rommel do here? He skips the villagers and goes for the fighting of the chickens, basically. Yeah, the fighting of the chickens. And what it does is it gives you a chicken coop, and that chicken coop will start to produce chickens for you over time, so you can make some nice Cajun fried chicken from Popeyes, basically. Yeah, that's literally it, you know. It's literally it. Just endless fried chicken for the rest of the game. Chickens compared to cows, not as much food. They're only about worth 60 food, but that means they reach their full food capacity a lot quicker, which means you can eat them a lot faster without feeling guilty that they're not full yet, basically. So really is fried chicken throughout the game, basically, for Haiti. Just about. And what are they aging up with? The first German wave, jawohl. German wave seems to be a very popular pick for Haiti. I personally think Arabs are the best pick, but that's just me. Maybe Rommel's thinking about some of their technologies, what they offer, because there's different aspects to Germany that makes them very attractive to most players. Namely, they have some really good economic technologies. Early on, you can get a shipment of like a combination of food and coin. In Age 3, you can get about 3 coin works, and then in Age 4, you can get about 4 woodworks. And if you stick with Germans the whole game and get their ultimatum power, you can even get 2 factory wagons in Age 5, which is a really big bonus for a Latin American culture that doesn't get factories by default, you know. That's actually a substantial thing to get. So yeah, I get why people do Germany all the time. I would just consider about more the early game and maybe again the Arab Gallegos, because they get their own sort of economic bonuses. Their villagers trickle all 3 standard resources while they work, which is pretty nice. Also, there's a tech in Age 3 to allow their houses to trickle coin, almost like little mini banks. And then in Age 4, there's even a technology that doubles the effectiveness of market technologies, which in particular for the wood effect is going to be very substantial. Very substantial. But even hunting and mining, if you can find a few sources of coin and food on the map towards the mid to late game, that can still be a really good boost for you, and just mopping those up and keeping the fight going. But we'll see. Yep, you get a outpost wagon from the German immigrants first stage up, so he's going to enjoy a bit of defense with that. Looks like Willalow Nick does indeed pick up one of the Nuka sites on his age up, because every time you age up as the Belgians, you get another one of those frontier wagons that you can use. He looks like he's going to be doing a hybrid between Nuka warriors and barracks infantry. Question is, which infantry does he go for? He does not have the card that changes the volunteers' cost to only food, so I don't know if he's going to go for that. Maybe he's going to go musketeer line infantry. He could also go grenadier, The Belgians have 3 options in Age 2 with the barracks. The line infantry musket, the grenadier, and then the volunteer, which is, like a crossbowman. Goes for the volunteer for probably its anti-infantry properties. And for the anti-cavalry, yeah, you can just spam out the Nukas, which looks like he's doing out of the native site for some reason. Why don't you use the native embassy you literally just constructed over here, kid? Like, what's the point of having this thing if you're not even going to use it? Really? The reason why you build native embassies is, number 1, to put it closer to the action, and number 2, reduce the likelihood of your native warriors running through the native site and getting trapped inside of the gates and stuff, which it does happen a lot. It happens a whole lot to me. And then you sadly have to delete those units, and yeah, it's a good way to lose macro. It's a really easy way to lose macro. So always use a native embassy if you're afforded one, and you can afford to put one down just so you don't end up potentially losing some units for free inside the native site, which, it's totally messed up because that's like their home, so they should be able to navigate through their home, but nah, they can't. Sometimes they can't. Yeah. Again, hunting dogs and now gang saw, it looks like. Again, those early market techs going. Mushateros start by Haiti. Some assault units. I think this is probably the best start you could do as Haiti right here from the get-go anyways. Because, see, what sets the Mushateros apart from the Zinglins is, while they're both shock units, the Mushateros are considered assault units, which means they have some hand armor, about 40% to be exact, which is quite a lot to withstand these Nuka attacks. And they got some splash as well, about 1 area of effect damage, which, it's 20. Right now is about 21 damage when they're far away from the base, and will get stronger over time as they get more upgrades. Yeah. Also, as Haiti, it's really important to keep the enemy away from your base, because if you can keep the enemy away from your base, essentially what happens is your your own attack actually goes up. Haiti gets this cool civ bonus where when you're far away from the town center, I think, I think it's more than the Moors area. It's a little bit bigger than that. Once you get out of that circle, your units actually gain a bit of an attack buff, which is pretty strong, actually, because you can see right here, that little gray ring around the units, that disappears once you get to about here, I think, or this area. And then your units will actually gain more attack than they normally do, which will definitely help you out in a lot of battles. So, Rommel should probably try to fight a bit more offensively, but I don't think he can. I think Belgium has done a great job at securing the center map with this outpost, as well as having 2 production buildings right there. So, even if Rommel wanted to gain that civ bonus advantage that Haiti is so well known for, he's going to have to fight for it, and he's definitely going to want to get some of these buildings out of here. I see right now he's going full Escopetero because he realizes what he's going up against. He does have some Mushateros as well, so he's thinking, you know what, we're going to go for sort of an anti-infantry splash sort of setup, where I'm putting Mushateros in the front because they deal splash damage and they're good against infantry, and then in the back make a bunch of Escopeteros as the range support because they also have an area of effect attack where they shoot multiple bullets out like a shotgun. Only problem is, yeah, you got some Hussars there, some Husares, and that could be a bit of an issue. These things are like big giant tanks. They will tank all the bullets out of these Escopeteros, man, so I mean, you gotta get rid of those, and then hopefully you can get these Nuka Warriors, because if you can't, I don't know what you're going to do. Rommel is shipping in some more Mushateros. Try to get them right over here somewhere, I think. Get some of those volunteers out of there. Oh, he gets them stuck right behind his infantry, and now they're going to... I mean, they can fight the Nukas, but I would prefer you get rid of some of the skirmish units first before you worry about the Nuka Warriors. That's at least my opinion there. Looks like Nick puts him into cover mode as well, which is definitely going to make him a bit tankier from these range attacks. If you didn't know, cover mode essentially gives your units 50% pierce armor and 50% crush armor. So basically these Nukas are only taking about half the damage from these Escopetero shots when they're in that covered mode. The only downside is slower movement speed, and the attack speed is... I don't think it's the attack. It's rather the damage is cut in half, I believe. That's the way covered mode works most of the time. Yeah. And it looks like here, Willow Nick adds in some Grenadiers as well. This is a good unit to finish off somebody's infantry with, usually with their charged grenade throw, typically. Has a bit of splash, has crush damage, has some multipliers against infantry. It's just all around going to be good for wiping out little groups of infantry, I think. Yeah, definitely. And here comes in the 700 coin. That will definitely help Rommel maybe make some more food coin units like Inscriptos, maybe some of the Zinglins. I don't think you really should age up now because Willow Nick could pressure you with any time with the timing attack that basically destroys your base. That's why I think could happen, so you gotta be a little bit careful with that. Just a wee bit careful. Does some pickets. Pickets are probably the last unit that I would want. These pickets are basically just pikemen with extra line of sight and the ability to detect stealth. There's no more cavalry on the field, though. I think maybe Willow Nick maybe fooled him a bit, thinking that he was making hussars, but no, that was only a 3 hussar shipment. He's just going to keep going full infantry, and now you're wasting your food and wood on stuff that will get completely cooked and smoked by everything in this army. I mean, hey, even the Nam-Nams, even the Belgian African native spearmen, I think can handle your pickets no problem. Especially when they're up in the base like this. They're about even, I think. I think they're about even. But you get the idea, though. You really don't want to be making pikemen right now. You need more anti-infantry. Escopeteros, Mushateros, Zinglins of some combination would be your best bet here, I think. And that is if you can catch up. I mean, look at the score difference. It's 104 versus 82 right now. Rommel has a lot of catch-up work to do here if he wants to survive. Especially with all this melee again right up in his face now. I mean, even the anti-cavalry is countering his range units just because of the numbers advantage. It's kind of brutal to watch here, actually. And now can start to siege away at the outpost, and then make a siege at the barracks, the house. Yeah, I think we're looking at the end here of poor Juanito Rommel. I think that's the end of his defenses there. Yeah, really is. Yep, GG, well played on that one, I think. Good attempt, though. I mean, I will say that. I mean, Rommel's going to try and make some of his emergency units and target the Grenadiers, I'm assuming. Yeah, I mean, I think some people still think that those Sereno Spearmen have multipliers against Cav still, but they actually have multipliers against siege units instead. So you really should be rushing those Spearmen at the Grenadiers and not at any sort of mounted units. Just so you know, if you ever get caught in that defensive pickle. Yeah. Alright, well, that was fun. That was a fun one. It's a good demonstration of why you got to be smart with Haiti. They are probably the higher tier 1v1 civ, I would say, but depending on the map RNG, Belgians can really gain a leg up on them by that trade route control as well as that native control. Just something you need to keep in mind is, hey, I think if Rommel maybe, well, what could be done in that case? I think maybe Escopetero Conscripto, or maybe just keeping a more of a mass at his base could have helped. Honestly, going with the Gallego Arab immigrants probably would have been a bit stronger there. Because the Gallegos will be your best friend in that matchup because they will tank those melee fights with the Nukas. They'll be able to make better engagements with the infantry. So I think he just went with the wrong immigrant unit, perhaps. At least from my understanding of Haiti and how I would use it. But what do you think? You think Rommel could have done a bit better there, perhaps? Yeah, every time you play on Alaska, whether it's in the Legacy game or the Definitive Edition game, you will always see the Nuka natives being used 99% of the time. It's just a good unit for combat, and it's a good unit for sieging. You should always go with Nuka if you're on Alaska. And I'm saying that because some of you might just do Definitive Edition, and that applies on Definitive Edition as well. Just look at some of the House of the Trading Post streams I've casted for where Nukas have been used. It's a phenomenal unit on that map. Just about, yeah. Yeah, exactly right. Always take the trade route over the natives, Unless you're doing some sort of a native rush or something. Using the, what is it, that card that gives you a bit of native units from each ally. Which I call it like the darkest build. But, yeah, in general, trade route's always going to be better. But if you're on Alaska, you obviously don't have that choice, so you sort of have to play with the cards you got in your hand at that point, yeah. Discord closed for some reason, so I have to look at that. Alright. So now we got Yuzo Mexico. So Rommel is using Mexico. Estuvo buena la partida F. Oh, Rommel was probably very upset with the outcome of that game. Yeah. Poor Juanito was muy triste with the outcome of that. Maybe this time he'll come around, though. Mexico is a very solid civ all around, I would say. Mexico is more or less considered to be an upper A-tier civ in most matchups, just because it's a really strong turtle civ that is hard to beat by a lot of other civs. The only record game is invalid. Is that true? I'll just restart the game again, and this is not good, Rommel. What is going on with your recordings? We had one out of sync. The other one doesn't even work. What are we doing here? I don't know. Well, we'll try the next one then. What's the next one called? It is called Palo Palijo. Palo Palijo. Let's try that one. Palo Palijo. It's kind of funny because I thought only Definitive Edition had these sort of glitches with the record games, I never see any problems with Wars of Liberty, but today we seem to be hitting the jackpot in the motherload, I think. Might just be internet or whatever when you're playing it, I don't know. Or maybe somebody paused us. That's what it probably is. Just so you're aware, if you pause during a record game, it will cause an out of sync. So do not pause your games for any circumstance if you're playing a tournament game for Chorizo or Jeff or me or anyone. Just do not pause the game. It will cause an out of sync. That's what I think happened to the first one. So I don't think it was anything wrong with the record file. I think it was just somebody had paused the game. That caused it. So yeah, let's get the record straight on that one. So I guess we're on Wadmallow now. This cool map. It looks like a fish's fin. Yeah, it really looks like a fish's fin. I think that's exactly what it's supposed to be, right? You got it is a fish's fin. And then you have the fish's body developed there. Yeah. So what are the civs? We got Mapuche versus a Central America, is that right? Yeah, that's a pretty good matchup, I'm not gonna lie, that is a good duel to watch. I think in this matchup, it really depends on what your build is, It depends on what your build is. Because, see, The thing that both Mapuche and Central Americans can really owe homage to is the fact that they have really flexible unit strategies that can do a bunch of different things. For the Mapuche, it's the fact that they have access to all their home city cards in every single game. So, they can basically ship whatever they want at any time, as long as they set themselves up for it, obviously. Whereas Central America literally has 6 different unit rosters, right? You got Honduras, you got Guatemala, you got Costa Rica, you got El Salvador, you got... Oh yeah, you got Los Altos, you got all the unit rosters, and basically that determines what units you'll be able to train, and then what your Royal Guard unit will be. It's actually possible to get up to 6 Royal Guard units in Central America. The only civ that really beats them in that regard is probably the French, where all their units are Royal Guard. So, good job, Central America, to almost be in France at something, other than their ability to fight wars, obviously, which they obviously surrender a lot at. Yeah, but I think in general, in this battle, Central America might want to, I guess maybe, I don't know. They might want to go more the Machetero route. They might end up going more the Yanet route. It really depends on what Mapuche is cooking here. It really does. The one thing you gotta be aware of, though, with Central America is they really prefer their natural resources over the agricultural ones. They do get enough upgrade cards to do agriculture effectively, like the other Lamb civs do, but for Central America, they can stay on the natural resources the whole entire game and build their deck that way. And why don't we check that deck out and see what sort of... See, it looks like this will be a natural resources based deck. So I think in general, Multigo is going to try to avoid doing haciendas and plantations the whole game. We see these really essential natural resource cards here in Virgin Forests. The forest you visit when you're a virgin, obviously, which is most Americans. And counter marking, basically similar to Established Ironmonger, helps you with your mining rate. We all know what Furrier does. You got bimetallism here. This is similar to Silversmith. So yeah, a lot of natural resource friendly cards here. Even the extractivism. This is eco theory, so this will help you with your natural reds too, as will Refridge and Casa de Moneda, which is a clone of Royal Mint. The only sort of nod to agricultural buildings is the United Fruit Company card here. Basically, this will give you 1 agricultural wagon for every 5 minutes of game length, up to 30 minutes. So if you wait all the way to half an hour, you'll be able to build like 6 agricultural buildings from this card. Pretty good. Pretty good if you need in a pinch, I think. I don't expect Multigo to rely on this real early. I see him maybe doing this in the late game if he feels like, he wants to have a more secure agricultural eco at that point. But yeah, my only problem with that would be, you only got Casa de Moneda, Refridge, and Eco Theory really boosting that, so it's not going to be the best. But I think for the case of 1v1, yeah, I think you could afford to do agricultural later on if you had to. Yeah. Other than that, we got like a lot of resource crates here. We do have 2 of the Carreteros. This is a really important unit for the Central American Civ, and you best not let them die. What they do basically is they boost the gather rates of your nearby villages here, the Jornaleros, essentially. What makes the Jornaleros different than other villagers is the fact that they take less resources while they gather. So what does that mean, essentially? So that basically means while the wood gather rate of the villager is the same as other vills, how much resources it actually grabs off of the tree is actually less. So what does that mean? Well, basically the tree lasts longer, but you end up getting more resources out of the same thing, really, which is pretty cool. It means, well, the Jornaleros are good conservationists, really. They destroy the environment a lot less than other villagers do, but get the same value out of those things. And if you ever do run out of natural resources, the carretero can also construct gold mines, can construct banana plants for food, and can construct tropical trees that you can gather for wood. So, yeah. Basically, as long as you have one of these carreteros available, you will actually be able to essentially have natural resources for the rest of the game to really play into your Civ's strengths, which is great. I see they finally gave the guys some unique textures. Back about, I believe, a patch or two ago, these carreteros still had settler wagon decals and textures and stuff. They finally look more Juanito-like and Esglingo-like, which is good. Starts out with the Confederates, it looks like. The first Confederate age up will give you a town hall, as well as, of course, your Confederate colony. Now, the interesting thing about going with Confederate immigrants early is the fact that they get a technology that actually lets you have a build limit of 2 Confederate colonies. Normally, you can only have 1 immigrant colony throughout the game, but with the Confederates, you can have a build limit of 2, and it actually gives you that wagon so you can go build that second one, which means it's a lot harder to stamp out the Confederate immigrants in a Civ than it is the other ones, And more likely, you'll actually be able to use them more offensively because you can keep 1 Confederate immigrant colony in your base. You can have another one out onto the map, being more offensive. Yeah. So, what Civ are we here? It looks like we belong to a Civ that has Mushateros, I think. That's pretty good. Can't recall which one this is. I don't usually see this option used a lot for Central America. I'm used to, I believe, Guatemala being used a lot, as well as Honduras. I think this is one of the other ones, though. I can't recall which one, though. Gotta study my Juanito flags a bit better. Fun with flags. Oh, Rama goes for the Matrero shipment of the Mapuche. These were essentially outlaw Lasadores, which, if you haven't played Wars of Liberty in, the past, when would Lasadores last in the mod? I think it was probably 3-4 years ago or something. Basically, they were these Argentinian cowboys that threw lances through their lassos at enemies, and they dealt splash damage, and were basically skirmisher units. The only reference to them left in the game is through these outlaws, the Matreros. And Mapuche can thankfully ship some of these guys. So what are they good at? Well, they have a multiplier against heavy infantry. It's a very slight one, about the same as a crossbowman, but it has about 2 area of effect. And yeah, that's basically it. It's really good for attacking multiple musketeers at the same time. It's a grenadier without a bomb, basically. Instead of throwing a bomb at you, he throws a big rope at you and tries to trip you up with it. And they also have snare, I believe, as well as a property, which means if you get hit with the lasso, your units will get slowed down, which makes it easier to chase them down. Now we see the Matreros start to siege away at the barracks. I don't know if Central American can deal with this. I guess he's trying to go the assault unit route. I would prefer Lanceros if it was me. But here comes the heavy infantry, though, so I mean, that's not going to be such an easy determination, is it? Nah. These Wakelaps are spearmen, so they're anti-cav, which means they shred Musketeros and melee. And then you even got some of the emergency units, the Mawadanches. The Mawadanches are a hybrid between Musketeer and Skirmisher, but both their ranged and melee mode are hack damage, which means they cut through pierce armor. An absolutely insane unit to have to deal with, usually. Yeah. Very insane unit to deal with. And they actually shadow tech as well, so you don't even have to upgrade them. Like, if you go to, H3 and you have a bunch of these guys on the field through your shipments or your big buns, yeah, you'll be able to upgrade them basically for free and get even more stats on them. Looks like Mapuche has a lot of tempo on the field right now. I don't think Central American can do a lot. They did take my advice, though, on the Lanceros. It's just a question now if you can even do it anymore, because there's now anti-cav on the field. So I don't know if those Lanceros can even reach their intended targets at the end of the day. It's a really tough question, I think. Putting up another barracks, it looks like, too. So what are you going to do exactly? You're going to do Musketeer with Lancero, something like that. I mean, you can do that, but you're going to need numbers. That's the only way it's going to work. It's going to be numbers. I mean, the artisanal cans will help out a bit, but you just need, like, maybe 3 or 4 queues of those to even go up against that army. And I just don't know if you can put that together in the time needed before Rommel decides to do a wonderful timing attack and start stomping you. Musketeros, yep, just keep doing that. He's got about 5 lancers here and about 2 cans. Not looking too good right now. I mean, I think that initial Rommel attack on the barracks kind of really shook him, I think. It's going to be hard to come back from this. He'll try, though. He'll try to get at least, like, some units down. Do you have any coin for Lancero? Yeah, you should be queuing up a Lancero, too. Whenever you get the opportunity, just get some more Lanceros, and you're going to... Yep, good. Start training those Lanceros as well. You're going to need some sort of wombo combo with Assault and Scout here, I think, to make it out of this alive. It's the only way I see this with what roster you picked. I mean, obviously, if you don't like the roster you picked, you do have this card, too, here. Unionist Conference, which basically allows you to change your so-called civilization a bit quicker. So if you don't like that civilization's roster, you can just pick another one, right? So if you don't like Honduras's, you can go to Nicaragua. If you don't like El Salvador's, you can go to Costa Rica. If you don't like Guatemala's, you can go to Los Altos, and so forth and so forth. So you're not blocked in for the entire game with one Central American roster. You can go with some of the other nations if you feel like they're going to help you out. It just takes a bit of time and costs a bit of coin to do. That card there, the Unionist Conference, though, is usually a must if you plan on doing that, because otherwise it's a really slow and arduous process, and, you know, if you're in an emergency and you need a particular unit, you're going to have a real problem. It's going to be really tough to deal with. Yeah, it's just getting way too overpowered here. I mean, even the spearmen are able to rush the artillery. That's how bad it is. So now he's going to... He didn't get Unionist Conference, but he's trying to disband. He's trying to rejoin the Union again, so he can pick another Central American country to get his roster from. I mean, look at this guy. This guy in the big bun, he's literally face-palming right now. Just like probably Multigo is. He's probably face-palming himself right now, wondering what happened this match. Like, what happened? What happened? This Juanito Mapuche completely destroyed me, you know? He's probably face-palming really hard right now. I can't blame him. Like, yeah, look at this pobre Juanito here, face-palming so hard. It's like, oi, what happened? Yeah, yep, you're right. The Lasadores were removed in the lamb patch. Yeah, I was just trying to recall how long ago that was. I think it was about 3 to 4 years ago that the lamb patch was officially released, and yeah, that's when we last saw the Lasadores. Good unit, you know, really good unit. I think they nerfed it over the years though, because people are getting so salty over them. They're like, "Oh, this unit's too OP. They're destroying my cavalry. They're destroying my infantry." You know, because there was a card named Hogtie that essentially gave the Lasadores a multiplier against cavalry, which means they were able to shred hussars as well. So they took out musketeers, they took out hussars, they were considered skirmish units, so they didn't have any multipliers. They suffered from skirmishers or stuff. The only thing you could hope to do is just take like 20 falconets and just spray them with cannonballs, or with like flamethrowers or something. It's the only way you could deal with those Argentos Malos, basically. Looks like the red coat is here as well. Yep, hello there, red coat. Got a lot of good matches planned for today. Just hoping that none of them out sinks or fails again, because we already lost 2 wonderful recordings today. Hopefully we don't lose any more to the paper shredder. That'd be very bad. Alright, now he's aging up. What are you doing, lad? What are you doing? What do you plan on doing? Second Confederate wave, like, okay. What is the plan, though? Doesn't even get his firemen out in time. Kind of didn't know what he was doing, I think, here. He really just didn't know how to handle this. So now he's going with Los Altos. That's one of the ones I'm a little bit more familiar with. But you lose the production building, though, at least the barracks. He's going to do some conscriptos now. So yeah, he's going to do a bit of musketeer there. If you did conscripto from the start of the game with those artisanal cannons, a lot like the way Cerbero, I believe, the way Sog plays Central America, I think he probably would have done better here. I just think going with shock units in this manner probably screwed up the game for him. Yeah. I would have just, went more of the conscripto artisanal cannon route like Sog does usually with the Civ. That's at least me anyways. You can obviously try whatever builds you think are going to work out, but rest assured, Sog's Central America build is usually pretty tough, I think. I prefer to go more the Escopetero Dragon Rojo route, so I can use the Escopeteros to spray the infantry and use the Dragon Rojos to attack the scout units. And then if you need anti-assault, then you just go with one of the rosters that has the Dragon Rojo, Escopetero, and the Yanet, which, I think there's at least one that does. What's the next game we're doing now? What's the title here? The title will be Otro vez Romanisimo. So we got Romania versus Central America. Let's see right here. Alright, let's see. It's going to be Otra vez Romanisimo. Another game with Central America, it looks like. I like that. I like Central America. We haven't seen the Civ being used a lot in more recent times, so it's good to finally see them sort of be picked up again by players. Looks like the map is Manchuria, Zalatea. Yep. Basically, it's a coastal map along the Manchurian coast here in the Sea of Japan. There's a bit of fishing there. But obviously got a lot of hunts too, though they are sort of more spread out. It is sort of like a steppe/desert type map, so you do need to be careful of getting raided here. There is a bit of a trade route here with 3 TPs if you want that. Also, you got some natives here too in the form of the Zen. Looks like 2 Zen this time, but I believe you can sometimes get the Shaolin here as well. So it's a really cool map. It's a really cool competitive map. Both good for 1v1s as well as team games. In general, all the ESOC maps tend to be very competitive friendly. That's why they're the most often used maps, I find. Yeah. So yeah. I don't know what's going to happen in this matchup. Because I think in essence, Central America should be able to deal with Romania pretty easily. I know from like the tier list standpoint, we had Romania down as like a C tier, like an upper C tier Civ, because of their lack of flexibility in the early game. Yeah, I think that might be a huge factor here. Because see, last game we knew that Mapuche were sort of like either like in a high, like a mid A tier Civ, and some people would say they're an S tier Civ. It really depends on personal use of that. Whereas Romania is going to be tougher in 1v1. Romania's best strength is when they're in a team game and they have allies that can help them. Because Romania has some really powerful builds that are astronomically strong thanks to their modernization bonus, but they don't get to do most of them unless, they have a few minutes to sit there and get the right crates and gather right cards and technologies in order. If it's a 1v1, you're trying to play the normal way. Romania has a lot of stuff that lacklusters for them, Their musketeers aren't that great, the Dorabante. Dorabante used to be really great, and then the devs ended up taking their property and giving it to the standard Balkan or nation-state musket instead. Leaving the poor Dorabante to just be a normal musketeer with extra hand armor but less HP, which... that's garbage. That's our garbage. That's never going to help you out. The only time it helps you out is maybe when you're fighting assault units or scout units. But if you're fighting other enemy musketeers or skirms, your good is gone. Unless you have double or triple the units. And that's just speaking facts right there. Yeah, definitely. So he is going to be sending some of those gypsy wagons here, the Verdans, it looks like. Basically, these gypsy villagers have this nice property of being able to trickle XP while they work, which is actually the same property that Mapuche villagers have too. It's kind of strange because Rama was using a XP trickle villager civ the last time with the Mapuche, and now he's doing the same thing again. This time with the Romanian gypsy villagers now. So it's kind of like Rama likes this whole extra XP setup thing, which is great. Now, one thing you need to keep in mind though, you gotta take that wonderful little gypsy wagon with the little gypsies inside and take it off into the countryside over here, away from the town center, because I believe if the Romanian gypsy villagers are within the Moors area of the town center, the gather rate is actually nerfed and weakened by some negative aura. So you gotta keep them away from the main TC there and keep them all the way over here to do their job. Now, with this Verdun wagon, not only is it a good way to protect your gypsy villagers, but it can also train additional ones as well. And there's this weird setup with the Civ where every time you ship one of these gypsy wagons with the workers inside of it, it actually reduces your settler's bill limit, but it increases the bill limit of the gypsies. So if you want to have these villagers like 20 feet away from all the town centers, you could conceivably eliminate all your peasants and just go with them. Though it would be very risky since, raiding would be a lot easier without the town center's protection, I think. So yeah, you definitely got to consider that. In terms of cards, what we're looking at with Romania here, we got some unit shipments, we got a couple of basic crates, I see a lot of eco gather rate upgrades here. You got eco theory, you got time honey, which is a extra sort of cigar roller card that Romania gets, because they get like the standard nation state cigar roller type card, but they also get time honey, which is like an extra one. And then you got Poporonism. Basically, it improves both food gathering and coin gathering from agricultural sources at the same time. Only 10% though. So yeah, a lot of eco cards here. We even got Isla's proclamation. Late game food and coin sources are cheaper by about 20%. Yeah, not bad. So he's really playing heavy on Farmville here, getting his wheat and his strawberries, because these nation state civs like the Romanians and so forth, for their food will eat wheat, and for their coin they'll get strawberries. Yeah, no cotton, just strawberries. Perfect recipe for a strawberry shortcake. Wheat to make the cake, and the strawberries to put the strawberries in there. Yeah. I don't know where they get the milk, though. I mean, I think Bulgaria is like the only civ that has a reference to cows and milk. So, yeah, no whipped cream going on their strawberry shortcakes, I guess. Alright, so we got about 7 Dorbante being shipped in. We got bloodhounds. This is basically a clone of hunting dogs from the hunting lodge. Hunting dogs, hunting lodge. Oh boy, does that go together nicely. Now, what is Central America going to do? So, do we know what their roster is yet? We'll have to see what that's going to be. Hasn't even gone the barracks up yet. Let's pay attention to that, actually. He's doing double barracks, but he doesn't have any units yet. That's a little dangerous, don't you think? Yeah, it could be. It could be very dangerous, especially if he already has Dorabante on the field. So what is he going to make? He is going Las Altos. So probably got traumatized from last game, and he thinks Las Altos is going to do him some wonders today. Probably because it seems like the Civ does have the Conscriptos in their roster that he can actually use to combat the Dorabante. I think in general, Conscriptos beats Dorabante pretty easily because they have some more HP. They're just generally going to be better musketeers all around. So just make sure you get some Conscriptos going, and I think you should have an easy time, at least in H2, dealing with the Romanians. But be aware, Romania gets the modernization bonus, which means for only as cheap as like 400 wood and 400 coin, Romania could actually research a tech at their barracks to unlock the Venatori skirmishers an age early and get their veteran shadow tech enabled. Yeah. Yeah, that's sort of what the modernization bonus entails for Romania. They can basically get units early, but for really insane prices to do so. You know, and it really depends on how the tempo game is going. If you think an age up would be good for you as Romania to get some of those better shipments, it's better just age up earlier. If you feel like you don't need those shipments, maybe stick around H2 a bit longer and get some H3 units like either the Carbonire Dragoons or the Venatori Skirms, I think. Or even one of the later game artillery units too, like the Mound Artilleries, yeah. Uh-oh, looks like Romania's going to be adding in some Hajuks, some of these skirmishers. This could be a bit of an issue here. We'll have to see if this works out or not. You're going to have to get some more units there, I think, to deal with the Hajuks. Yeah, the Hajuks are a very solid early skirm compared to most. See, most of the early skirms, like the crossbowmen and stuff, only deals about 1.25 multipliers against heavy inf. The Hajuks deal a total of 2x against heavy infantry, which, 16 times 2, 32. That's going to be a lot of damage to their HP, just about, yeah. A lot of damage. Quite a lot of damage, really. Yeah. What is he going to add in there? Is he going to, ship a, Escobateros in? He shipped his artisanals in, so he has some artillery here. He might actually be able to engage now, I think. You just want to make sure that the cannons are targeting the skirmish, let the conscriptos deal with the Dorobanti, or really anything it comes in from, but definitely make sure that the artillery are targeting the skirmish. They are getting butt heads right now, it looks like. Cannons getting the... Yep. Took out one infantry there, one Hajuk. Got some more Hajuks. Some more Hajuks. Another Hajuk. Or that Dorobanti. Overall, Central America's doing pretty good with their artillery there. You just gotta make sure they guard them well enough and make sure that the infantry don't get any time that... Or that the Kalaras get them. Yeah, the Kalaras. You gotta watch out for those things. These are Romanian hand cavalry, so they're variant of the Hussar. It's basically a low HP Hussar. That, I wouldn't even call it a Hussar. It's more or less like a Cossack. But they get some really cool cards and, of course, a special Royal Guard upgrade that makes them really powerful later on. So, at the start of the game, they're more or less like a Paraguayan cavalry with just a bit more generic damage, I would say. But as the game goes on, yeah, they can become a really good support unit, I think. They really aren't good by themselves. You really just want to support them with, infantry or artillery or something. They can become a real beast. Right now, they're just trying to make some inroads against the artillery, which looks like they're going to get one out. Looks like the conscriptos do manage to deal with most of the Kalaras there. Cannon takes out... oh, there you go. There you go. So much for Central America's defenses there. Where's the other barracks coming from? What happened to the other barracks? I only see one barracks here. Oh, he's got one over here. Okay. I was like, wait a minute. Is he spawn things in? What's going on? It's a conspiracy. Escobatero, yeah, that's probably what you're going to want to group in, I think. Escobatero should do pretty good here. They are a shotgunner, they deal some area of effect damage with their shots, so they should be able to hit multiple Dorobantis. The Dorobanti compared to other muskets, not that tanky. I mean, look at the Conscripto, 140 HP versus a mere 115. Who do you think's going to do better in a ranged unit fight? Obviously, the Conscripto is. Conscripto's just always going to do quite well in that. And of course, they have their bayonet as well, which they can use against any Kalaras that come out. Has a couple of Kalaras left. The Conscriptos again shot so quick they can't even do any damage to them, which is keeping them alive way longer than they probably should be. It's gonna keep being a recurrent problem for Multigo, I think, since they'll keep pressuring his arty or his skirms, depending on what he's making. Ships in about 700 comida. Juanita comida. Get a bit more food. Make some more infanteria. Oh, Bloodhounds is cheaper than Hunting Dog. Oh, that's right. Bloodhounds is cheaper. Because Hunting Dogs is 50 wood and 50 coin. Bloodhounds is only 25 wood and 25 coin. That is exactly right, actually. I kind of forgot that fact there. But it's more or less like the same tech in general. It helps you with hunting. So that's pretty much the same. It's just the fact that nation states apparently have a much cheaper... At least it seems like earlier the nation-state market techs and the hunting lodge techs are a lot cheaper than their European counterparts. Is that right? Because Bloodhounds is 25 wood and coin, and then baiting is, 65 wood and 65 coin, which is like half that of steel traps for Europe. Yeah. And then obviously the first wood chopping thing for the nation-states is 50 food instead of 100. Does that mean that they're half effective, though? Or what? Or do they just get it cheaper? I'm going to have to look at those numbers, actually, because I'm kind of curious. Like, when I'm setting up, like, a market or hunting lodge, when is it most appropriate to actually seek those technologies, and how powerful of a weight is it to actually choose to get those techs, you know? Yeah. We'll see, though. So, doing some more Escopater Bros, right? Escopater Bros. And what we got here, starting to get some more of those techs, carpentry, and Maddox here. I think this is another situation where Rommel has the upper taco again against Multigo. At least it seems like it from the score difference and the continual good performance from Rommel overall with his fights with them. So we'll see. We'll see how this turns out. Definitely think in Central America you're going to have to smarten your game up a bit and maybe start mixing units a bit better and keeping your army alive a bit better too. Instead of letting the multiple stuff the Rommels do and throw you off. Also, don't lose your Carotero. Please do not lose this thing. If you lose that thing, you're not in great shape at all. Yeah, definitely not. Definitely don't want to lose that. So you're shipping about 5 Honoros in. I think in like a H2 pickle like this, you might actually invest in, again, your Infinite 4 Villagers shipment, which I believe Central America gets, right? Does Central America get an Infinite 4 Honaro shipment in H2? I think most of the Lamb Civs get, like, Villager cards like that. I like to get that card instead of 5 Villagers, just in case I'm in H2 a bit longer and I can keep up booming a bit. It's obviously less effective than having 2 or 3 TCs, but if you're stuck in H2... you gotta get your score up a bit faster than just like one Vil queue at a time, depending on what the situation is. And then you might still be in trouble, but at least there you'll have a bit more villagers to back you up, I think. What will the age up be, though? Second Confederate wave, I'm guessing? Yeah, second Confederate wave. I find a lot of these Juanitos have this really strange habit where they like to stick with one immigrant in multiple ages and not branch out into other ones. I mean, do we... here's my question. I don't see any sort of cards here that would make me think that Montego would want to go with Outlaws. Because that's basically what Age 3 Confederates really emphasize on, is boosting up your caudillos, basically your colonels, which train your Outlaw units. So, I mean, I don't know why he wouldn't maybe switch over to either Scandinavians, get some ski trooper skirms, or perhaps go to the Polish and get their grenadiers. You need a bit of, a bit of variety of the spices of life here, I think. And I think in general, either the Polish or Scandinavians probably have slightly more useful text to you, I think, even in minor ways. Yeah. I mean, in particular, the nitro petard tech for the Polish and H3 can be very powerful. It'll give you a nice petard that you can take out a fort with, town centers with. It's really something to behold, really. Escobateros. Going into a fight, even without the veteran upgrade, not a good idea. But I guess he feels confident because the Durabanti have such low HP, which is fair. Until, of course, he stands his ground and then he gets his Hajuks involved. See, I think Rommel's just going to try and micro this really well, keep his Durabanti out of the front lines and let the Hajuks tank the bullets, I think. Ooh, yeah, I mean, these Escobateros are doing quite well here. Also has some filibusters from the age up. See, the interesting thing is these filibusters are actually an immigrant consulate version of these units, the Hajuks. So, even though they get considered to be like early game skirmishers with like special resource costs, they have that wonderful 2x multiplier against heavy infantry that makes them pretty notorious, actually. So it's almost as if Central America almost has a bit of nation-state units in their roster just because they're running filibusters. Catrachos, Catrachos. I don't know why you're making that. Those are actually anti-mercenary, native warrior, and spy units, and explorer units. So they're basically good against special stuff. I don't know why he's making these things, though. I mean, like, it's anti-spy, anti-native, anti-hero, anti-mercenary. So does he really think he's going to be dealing with a lot of those there? I don't think you are, mainly because Romania doesn't have the ability to build a tavern at all, so I just don't know where he's getting that sort of logic from, that he might want that unit, you know? Just can't think of it. I guess the one good thing about them, though, is the fact that they don't have any like additional tags beyond just the base infantry one, which means Lanceros, Skirms don't deal any additional damage to them. It's like the only sort of general benefit I can think of making those units. They are also the Central American Ultimate unit, by the way, so yeah. Yeah, see, now he's going to get shredded by the Calarasi cavalry. Absolutely insane. Kind of went to 8-3 and really didn't make anything too tough. At the very least, make the filibusters instead of those. The filibusters at least will deal with the infantry real nicely. Whatever you're doing now just isn't going to be great against anything, you know. Though I will say Romania did end up grabbing one of the Zen sites, so maybe Catrachos would have been great against that. But definitely not against the main units, no. Also spamming up on the infinite shipment of 6 Venatori, I see. Not a bad move. These are basically the Romanian skirmishers. I think they have less range than a standard skirm, but you can actually get them up to the standard range, I believe, by researching flint holsters at the Tower House Arsenal Tech, yeah. Because, see, the way the nation-states work is they get this sort of outpost building called a Tower House, which does 3 things at the same time. It functions as a house, so it provides you housing space for your units. It acts as a tower, and it also acts as an arsenal, so it has arsenal techs there. Quite a wacky building that does like 3 different things at the same time. Looks like we got some Dorobanti here now. Upgrades the Kalaras, but not the Dorobanti, I see. I guess that look at all the food he's got. Rommel. Wow. Look at what this poor Juanito has. And like, zilch nada. He's gonna try to get his Paletneka for it up, though. His Paletneka, yeah. So where's he gonna put this thing? It's basically a fort that trains units faster. So yeah, basically afford the train stuff at like I think the same rate if you had like fencing school or riding school, basically. So it's pretty good building, pretty good building. You can put it right there. It looks like. I remember back in the old days they painted it pink so it looked like Barbie's dream house, which Fenris was a big fan of because he loves Barbie's dream house, basically. So yeah, he really was into that. Looks like Rommel's here to watch his own gameplay. That's good. Watch himself winning. Yeah, Lassadors were very spooky. That is true. Very spooky. Can't be trying to get people to join his lobby, it looks like. Hay room por quien quiera venir. Basically a room for those who want to come. A jugar. Bloodhounds, sheep of the... I think Central America is kind of underwhelming in some aspects. Well, like their ultimate unit is an old Ultramarino, and their ultimate building is basically just a 4. Yeah, that's the thing. Because when Central America was first released, this fort used to be their military building. They didn't actually have the ability to construct barracks and stables at all. They had like a build limit of like 5 of these that they could make, 5 or 6 of these, and that was it. And back in those days, you know, it was kind of hard to really stamp out a Central American base because they had like 5 forts hidden. Like, yeah, you could have like up to 5 forts in your town center like in Age 2. But the problem back then was their age-up mechanics were really busted and wonky. Some of them were really just OP, and then other ones were not, you know. Yeah, like that card that let you basically age up and age... You remember the days of aging up and down as the Confederates? Those wonderful days? Yeah, you gotta remember those days, right? The times you could age up as Central America and age down. Age up, age down, and get the same age up bonus again and again and again. Including that one that gave you a dynamite cannon and some filibusters. That was just... I don't even know what to call that. That was abuse. That was abuse, basically. Those were in the days before we had immigrant age-ups as Latin America, and you still had some of the old normal politicians, I guess you could call them. Yeah, and that was actually really disturbing, actually. It's really disturbing. I wonder if we'll ever see the age-up, age-down mechanic ever used again, but in a more clean fashion other than the way Hoopy did it. But it's in... Yeah, they got rid of age up and age down because it was too OP. It was like really unbalanced, and it made Varingo cry. It actually made Varingo cry, and I'm not kidding. There was a time Varingo was so angry with me using Central America with the age up and age down feature that he literally paused the game for like 10 to 20 minutes, and he screamed a bunch of obscenities into the Discord server out of pure rage. It was like unbelievable. Ringo just did not want to play that game anymore. He's like, "Oh, you're making mochateros, malo, gringo, malo." They're like, "Oh, you're using the age up, age down mechanic again. Muy malo." I think I also did the blockade on too, the early blockade, because the thing is, if you did age ups and age downs in Central America, you could also get extra resources doing that, because when you did the age down in Central America, you actually got all your resources back that you used to age up with. And because certain Latin American age ups were cheaper and more expensive than others, you could actually profit off of aging up and aging down, to the point that you could actually get an early blockade with the Confederates, I believe, the Confederate immigrants, and then, you know, Ringo was like, "Oh, no, no, no," and then I think he resigned after that. Like, he had enough. I was making Bushateros, and I was using early blockade on with the age up, age down. He was like, "Oh, you can't make that. That's broken." Just couldn't deal with it. And that was back when the dynamite cannons were OP as well. He'd even like to see that either. Two Falcon. Yeah, basically. Two Falcons. Yep, two Falcons on the white angel dust, basically. Yeah, just about. That's about it. I'm gonna go put the light on the dining room if you don't mind, where I do my streaming. It's getting a bit dark in there. I don't think anything's gonna happen yet, so let me do that quickly and let the thing keep rolling. Get for free dynamites with Egypt. Yeah, that was truly a hoop thrower, hoopy cat moment in terms of Civ design. I remember watching that back during the coding stream that Hoop Thrower was doing like a year prior, and thinking, oh god, this is going to be horrible. Like, Hoopy, what are you doing? This is going to be really bad. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this, Hoopy? Why? And it went exactly as I predicted. I didn't say anything about it. I just wanted to see it happen and see how bad, things would go. And it was like, I think it was even worse than I thought it was going to be, because sure enough, I was pumping out like 50, 60, 70 filibusters with like 20 dynamite cannons. It was like really, really bad. Really bad. Really bad. Astronomically bad, because if you left Central America alone for too long, they could literally just have like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 units on the field, with one being an OP artillery unit and the other one being like, I think the filibuster was either a skirmisher or a musketeer of some kind at that point. So you had like a skirm and you had an OP cannon like working in tandem. And then you could obviously do some other age up and age downs to get some other Central American units in too, like some like Yanets and Lanceros, some Mosquiteros and Pardos or whatever as well. So you could like mix and match like multiple things and go for them all. That there's actually. So you want to play the version with Malta, right? So to do that, you have to download. You have to go to the ModDB page of Wars Liberty and download version 1.1.112b on there. It's an old download that the devs never seem to delete from the site. And basically, just go to the ModDB page and find the installer for 1.1. No, it's 1.0.12b, I believe. That's what it is. And you'll be able to play Malta, play the old Bulgaria Civ, the old Colombia Civ, and everything sort of before not only the LAM rework, but even before the Maori Civ was released. And thus, the days when Malta was effective. Yeah, do that. If you want to see what Wars of Liberty was like 3 or 4 years ago, yeah, definitely do that. Well, actually, I think it would be more or less like 4.5 years, because I remember I was a college student in 2019 when the Nordic patch came out. That's around the time that version on the ModDB site is dated to. So it'd be like 4.5 years ago what Wars of Liberty gameplay was like, when I was still at the university, basically as a senior, after my first semester, I believe, yeah. Or towards the end of it, I should say. So I remember the last few weeks when I was done with my night classes and I was hanging around the university, I'd literally just play Wars of Liberty FFAs with people on my PC. And that was really neat. As the Finns and the... Not the Finns, but the Swedes and the Danish. I really liked the Swedish back then. I remember I used to play in 1.0.9, man. I'm getting old. I remember playing in 1.0.0 You know how long ago that was? That's almost a decade ago. I was still in high school back then. That was a long time ago. I was a senior in high school when I played Wars of Liberty when it came out, like fall of 2015. Yeah, that's how old Wars of Liberty is. We're almost into 2015, right? 2025 actually, 2025. So like in a number of months, will be like the 10-year anniversary of Wars of Liberty being released to the public. So that's pretty big, really big. And that's just counting Wars of Liberty. Like if you want to count the War of the Triple Alliance period before that, yeah, WOTA and Wars of Liberty have been around for a very long time in some shape or form, you know. It's just one of those things. Software engineer. So yeah, I guess I sort of am an engineer, yeah. Basically, the way my university worked was they have a computer science program, but because computer science didn't get enough funding, they decided, you know what? We're going to force the computer science students to take night classes because we don't have enough classrooms during the day to put them in. So instead of like having a normal school day, I'd have like half of my courses in college during the day. And then like once or twice a week, I'd have to take like a 4-hour night class because the school was too lazy and didn't want to use their state funding to help us out to have normal class hours, basically. It was really messed up. I think even my professor said that too. He was like my advisor. We were in class and some of the students were like, hey, why is it only the computer science department has to like take whole entire courses at night? And he's like, we just don't have the funding to get you additional classrooms to do it during the normal hours that everyone else does. Somebody basically said like, so they basically don't care about us. They care about biology, chemistry, English, and yeah, they basically care about the lab sciences and the liberal farts, as they call them, you know, the farts in humanities, the ones that you get a degree in and you can't do anything after 4 years once you get out with them. So usually can, sometimes you do, but it really depends on who you know and who you blow. Yeah, sounds like a struggle, LOL, but well done on making it. Is that, yep, United States State University, yeah. It wasn't Harvard, it wasn't Yale, it was just a state university, and that's what I got, basically. Oh, you study in the UK. I imagine in some ways it's a lot better there. You go to Oxford or something? Yeah, Oxford's a nice school. Which one's the next one, by the way? I'm just looking. Oh, we're doing... Oh, shit. Here we go again. Oh no, what's Ringo gonna do to Rommel? Is Rommel gonna be bent over backwards or something by Ringo? What's happening here? Can't be good if he's naming the file that. Let's see though. Let's see what happens. I really want to see what happens here. Yeah. Basically, if you're an American, you're a gringo. If you can, afford the nicer school, definitely do it. But if you want to take the budget option and go to a state university, just be aware, depending on what degree you're in, that your school might not care about you as much because they don't get the funding for it, and you might have to take night classes when everybody else is going during the day and can act like normal, Because here's the thing, like, I had to go from class from, like, when it was the night, when I would be in class, I think starting around, like, 6:30 p.m., and the class would end around either 10, sometimes 11 p.m., depending on what the professor had to go over for the project or something. Because these were, like, not just classes, these were, like, upper classes, basically, including the capstone ones. So you can imagine how bad that is to have to do that at night like that. It's absolutely brutal. Okay, after your explanation, it is the U.S., LOL. No, in Birmingham Medical. Oh, that's cool. You're becoming an actual doctor? Well, definitely Sagawai Black would be probably a really good surgeon for you, I'm assuming. That's what I'm guessing anyways, but yeah. Yeah, definitely. So what map are we on? We're on Adirondack? Yeah, I think I did this map today. Yeah, with some of the Juanitos Bonitos. I think we even won a game today. I think I'll publish the game probably tomorrow or something. It was Australia and Chile versus Peru and Argentina. Yeah. So let's get started with this one right now and see how it turns out. I don't know. I think in this case, it's going to be pretty interesting because I did list both Peru and Romania as C-tier civilizations, just because I think at times they do quite well and other times they just really are very ill-equipped in certain situations, right? The problem with Romania is obviously, like I said before, their musketeers are just not overall that great in most situations. The Calras, if they're, Calras can be great sometimes they can be bad. If you're looking for reliable stats, the Calras are kind of poop. But if you can afford to get the macro to mass them up and get some of their good upgrade cards and techs going, they're very good. They can be game changers, actually. So I'm not saying the Romania and Peru are bad civs. It's just they're not reliable civs, The problem with Peru is the fact that they lack some essential key roles in their roster. Namely, they lack access to primary musketeer units, They got the Legion Peruana, which is a grenadier, but they don't have like a normal musketeer unit. That's essentially where Peru sort of falls apart. The closest they got is the ability to train Colorados with one of their cards out of their ships. That's really all they get. It's really all they get, really. So if you need more than like 20 or so musketeers in your army, you're probably in deep trouble as Peru if that's the sort of comp that you normally like. Because basically we'll never see Cappy ever play Peru in our lifetime, probably because there's no musketeers in the roster that don't have a build limit on them, really. I mean, even Bolivia has the native musketeers too. So you get the Colorados and you get the native musketeers. So it's not as much of a glaring problem. And then, of course, you can add in the native musketeers as well, the Macaets from the home city. So for Bolivia, it's not really a big deal. For Peru, it's a huge deal. And that's why they're sort of on the lower tier of C tier, in my opinion. Yeah, definitely. Also, I think that some of their civ bonuses, like the military improvements, they're not that big of a help all the time. Sometimes they're a big help, sometimes they're not. Main problem is their trade-off techs. They're not just giving us stuff. They're giving us stuff, but they're also taking stuff from us. That's why I don't like them. I mean, there's some good ones that generally work good, like the ones I think for the artisanal cannons from the Foundry. And I think there's a few other okay ones, but in general, most of those military improvements are like, why would I ever do these ones? Like, why am I doing this myself? Why would I ever research these things? Definitely don't like spending resources on, but the trade-offs themselves are just bad. They're overall bad. They're not going to be rewarding. Like, oh yeah, getting rid of stats off our musketeers so they run faster. That's a great idea. Who thought of that one? Like, no, the reason we use musketeers is because of their stats, because they have the hand armor and the splash. We don't want to make them any more glass cannon-like than they already are. I mean, you're just asking for trouble, man. If you need speed, Sanic speed, just do Lanceros. Don't make musketeers. That's all I can say. That's all I can say with that one. I wonder if they are Scytheman-focused builds for Balkans out there. I have a hint they're a very strong unit, but might be hard to use. If you want to use Scytheman, I suggest you pick up on some of the Bulgaria builds. Bulgaria has a strong way of doing a really powerful Scytheman Samara banner rush, where essentially, depending on what the situation is on the field, you either can send the Hajduk Samara banner first or the Scytheman one. And that basically gives you a really powerful push that can knock out a lot of civs, so even some upper tier civs. That's why I have Bulgaria as a B tier civ instead, and Romania as a C tier one, because Bulgaria, I think, can take out some stronger civs because of their Samara banners. And in the event that they do get to late game, they do have some tough units. They get like a really beefy convoy real guard to their honor guards, which really makes them into a monster tank unit. So yeah, I think Bulgaria is just stronger than Romania, I think, in 1v1 competitive play. Because Bulgaria, if you let them do what they want to do, if you're not very quick on wiping out their units, the more units they get, the more threatening they become. And I did a match today of Bulgaria versus Dutch, and even though Dutch did defeat them, I'm probably going to put that one up tomorrow just because of how intense the competition was. Basically, let's just say Bulgaria got very close to wiping out Dutch at times, like razor thin. And I'm like, wow. And we consider Dutch to be like the third level S tier civ. Like, that is very big. If a B tier, like a civ on a lower bracket like that, can actually threaten them that bad, that's pretty significant. Like, if it was like a 2v2 and the other player was like meh, yeah, they'd be looking at GG there. Really. Yeah. It's kind of fun, It's kind of fun rating all these civs and figuring out what they're good at. But yeah, in general, the Scythemen are a great unit. Best civs for Scythemen are probably, Bulgaria because of their Samara banners. But you can also do some pretty good Scythemen with Romania in late game. Romania can get the guard and Imperial upgrades on the Scythemen, so it's actually a viable late game unit for them too. Even then, though, you can use Scythemen with Greece and Serbia. Still a reliable civ for those. But I will say, though, in general for Serbs, you're probably going to want to use the recruits a bit more than the Scythemen. Just saying. But you can use them. I think some... Yeah, definitely. Definitely. It really depends on your situation. Yeah, because sometimes I end up using Scythemen as Greece and it goes really well. Sometimes I prefer recruits. Sometimes Clapes. It really depends. Scythemen are probably one of the better polearm units in the mod, I would say, because they have splash attack and they have strong multipliers too for what they do, and it gives them a lot of value. The nation-state hand infantry has always been good, ever since they were macemen back in the day. Because if you recall, back in the old days, they used to be macemen, Instead of using the war scythe, they used the natural mace to hit enemies over the head with them, and they still had that splash attack. And then when they were changed to scythemen, still a powerful unit, Still a powerful unit that I would always use. Probably like the best days were back when you could make macemen with the guard and Imperial upgrades, regardless of the civ. And that made, macemen attacks really powerful. Really powerful. We'd have to go, back to an old patch, I think, to see, macemen being used in good fashion. Yeah, I think so. I think that would be required for that. Bulgaria, they FI or die is still a way you can perceive them. They just have some really good timing attacks now that makes it not as FI or die as it used to be. There are some really good timing attacks Bulgaria can do every game that does take away the need for the FI. Yeah. I think unfortunately now, because of the way they messed up with the upgrades and the civ bonuses and stuff, I think now Bulgaria has to go to Imperial Age to even get their guard upgrades now, which is totally whack. You're always totally behind with Bulgaria. So if you're trying to purely play them for their material stats and macro, I think Bulgaria is probably one of the worst civs. But if you play them the right way with their timing attacks with the Samara banner cards, that's when they become a real serious problem for people. And if you do a team game and you're pretty fast, then yeah, you can kind of negate all those issues, I think. And that's sort of what you usually try to do if you're in a team game. Because if you can get across the finish line to Imperial Age, now you're in good shape, you know. Got all your good units, you got the good honor guards, you got the border guard skirmishers, and you can just take advantage of it, really. Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. So this is something we've been seeing Senor Verlingo doing a lot these days. Combines the Brineros with the Pardos. Mass early skirm with mass spearmen. Literal pike and shot stuff. And I've found it sometimes to be very effective, like I've really suffered due to this strat from Verlingo, and other times it feels like if I can get the right unit comp down, I can really deal with it, you know, in a very strong way, and I don't have to worry as much. It's like problem solved, basically, yeah. So it really depends. It really depends on what you're trying to do, I think. Yeah, in general, this sort of like Pardo, Bernero build by Verlingo has been pretty troublesome for a lot of players for a pretty long time now. It used to not be possible because the Pardo's costs were just too ridiculously high. Now that they're reworked into a pikeman unit that has a pretty cheap cost, yeah, you can combine Pardos with the Berneros, I think, in a really good way, you know. Because, see, the thing that sets Berneros apart from normal sort of like crossbowman style units is it costs wood instead of food and wood. So it costs about 65 wood. So you don't even need control of hunts or mines to even be able to field these things, which is pretty neat. Always gives you one unit you can always do in a pinch. I just don't know in this case what's going to happen here. Because I think what Verlingo's doing is probably better than what Romania's at right now. Because, you know, the Pardos will be able to basically deal with the Romanian infantry and cavalry, I think, in the right way. Alright, so Berneros will take out some peasants there. Because they're nothing but pure peasants. Yep, and then just get the Pardos in there to build some sort of a defense. There. Yep, just thrust your way through all that cavalry. Yep, wiped out the cavalry. Now using the keep enough Pardos alive to deal with the cav, though. No, I mean, I think he's doing alright. The thing Peru can do that no other civs can do is they can retreat when their allies basically get killed off. Because you see those little graves in the ground, those little crosses? Basically, for a period of time, your units will gain a line of sight and speed bonus within the aura of that cross. So you can either retreat out of an area very quickly, or you can use it to chase your enemies down if they're trying to kite you and stuff. It's like really powerful. I mean, wow, look at this. I'm actually pretty impressed right here. After seeing what Verlingo's been doing with Peru lately, I might be more apt to actually stick them higher in the C tier than Romania now. Maybe. Just maybe, I don't know. Because the thing I'm also concerned is team games. I think in team games, Romania can do some stronger stuff than Peru can. At least in some situations, so I don't know. I don't know exactly. Yep, now Verlingo's going to have to retreat. Now we'll see how good they are when they're going up against the Venatori now. The stronger skirmish unit here. Peru still has decoys, yes. Yeah, Peru still uses the decoys, but I never see people use them anymore, though. That's the thing. I never see people use decoys anymore. I don't know why. I just feel like maybe, I don't know. Maybe people just don't find them appealing as much. I don't know. Why do people not use the decoys anymore? That's a good question, actually. That was like one of the big gimmicks of the Perusive back in the day, was the use of their decoys. Because basically what decoys are is a clone of a normal unit that Peru can make. But they're not the real unit. They have less... I think they have the same amount of HP as a normal unit, but they have like 0 attack. So basically disguises, they're disguises you can put on the map to look like armies attacking them. But really, they're not the real deal. So your enemy will actually try to attack the decoys, and then they're not attacking your real army, which is wiping them from the other side, I should try to do something with the decoys at some point and see if they're, actually playable. Because I, never use the decoys. Ever. I can't remember if Peru even has decoys because I never paid attention to it enough in the UI. But yeah, they can make a wide variety of decoys. They can make decoys of, I believe, the Yanettes, the Juanitas, Bonitas, Vivanderas, of the Lanceros, of the Legion Piranhas, the Berneros, and of their unique cannon, the White Cannon as well. So... yeah, basically Peru can make 6 different decoy units, I believe, which, when you add them up, can be look like a whole entire army attacking them. It's like, oh no, Juanito Malo's attacking me! And they go after the decoys, but the real Juanito Malo army is coming from the other side, and it's game over for you. Legion Piranhas are grenadiers. So if you like grenadiers, then the Legion Piranhas typically perform pretty well, I think. So yeah, that's the only problem, is Peru just doesn't have musketeers. They kind of rely on grenadiers instead. Yeah, that would be cool if the decoys actually triggered the death bonus. That'd be pretty good, actually. Because that would mean that you'd actually want to put decoys in all your armies then, just to, do that. And maybe even tank some of the shots of the enemy, too. It's only possible. Definitely. So where are we at now? So basically, Venatori with some Calras from the Romanian side. Peru is trying to get to H3 with the first Irish wave. Varingo does like the Irish immigrants quite a bit, I remember. He likes their, I believe he likes their cannons, he likes their skirmishers, the Zamoritos, and he likes their mercenaries too, the Fenians, since they're basically like a beefed up, dismounted dragoon, really. Let's go set up the Irish immigrants now, looks like. I believe their house is trickle XP too, right? Yeah. Doing mass Mushatero. This is the other thing Faringo does. He either goes pike and shot or he goes Mushatero, usually with Peru these days. He used to go Grenadiers a lot in the old days and he just sort of stopped, I think. Probably when they nerfed the grenade throws to have a mouse against cavalry now. I think that was the tipping point for Senior Faringo, honestly, with using that unit. Now we see artillery trying to take some firing onto the Venatori. Just make sure you protect them, though. He doesn't even have enough powers to protect them, so he's might not want to tempt him too much right now. See, what is that going to do? He's got a couple of... what has this been doing? Now they're doing something. Look at this. He barely even has any defense here. He's going to, lose all his artillery for free. Obviously, well, Rommel wasn't paying attention. Rommel could have gone up there and actually did that. Oh, Varinga using the multitasking quite well there to protect, basically save 2 of his cannons' hides there. Wow. Save their behinds, yeah. Now, that's a good massive Mushatero there. I mean, he's beating all the Venatori to a pulp. I don't know. I mean, I think maybe Peru should be buffed up a bit on the tier list, maybe. I think they maybe earned a better spot, Slightly better spot anyways, I mean. Yeah, let's look at this reliable Mushatero play here. Quite good. Quite good. And then there's the shipment of 5 horse grenadiers that Peru can get. So, like an additional scout unit, add to the mix. Oh, going on the Royal Carbineers here to counter the Mosquiteros. Because believe it or not, these Dragoons actually have multipliers against the Mosquiteros because these are cavalry. These are considered shock units, assault units. And you can tell from like the little explosion icon here that this is a multiplier against assault class. So multiplier against Mosquiteros, pretty much. The difference between scout cavalry and assault cavalry is the fact that assault cavalry is better against heavy infantry and scout cavalry is better against skirmish infantry, you know. Yeah, so basically assault units are better versus muskets, and then the scout units like the hussar and stuff will be better against like skirms and artillery typically. But it's not always like that. Sometimes it's a bit more gray, depending on what the unit is. But in general, assault units will have hack armor and the scout units will have pierce armor. That tends to be a much more consistent marker between the two classes. But it's not just assault cavalry that can have hand armor. Usually, like mounted pikemen like the Infernales of Argentina will have that as well. Looks like, yeah, trying to chase down the Carbineers there. Oh, nice, nice. Muy bien. Muy bien. Gives the Scytheman there. Quite a reliable pike. Yeah, see, the Scytheman can be pretty good against the Mosquiteros because they have splash. And they can actually pretty much single-handedly damage multiple ones at the same time. And they're also really good against the Pardos because, yeah, the splash attack just generally does better versus them. Unfortunately, not enough of them right now to really seal the deal, and thus we'll actually lose to the Peruvians. Yep, so that's why Rommel was so upset in the video, the recording title, because he got destroyed by Peru of all civs, which, you know, is like a low tier, C tier civ. So Rommel was not too happy about that, I think. You know, it was a Juanito muy triste at the end of the day after that one. Oh yeah, pretty much. Yep, that's all I can say. Let's boot into the next one right now. Just load that up right here. Here we go. Aquí. See? So, what do we got? What's it called? They should have just stuck with Cavard, Imp, and Skirms. Keep life simple. Well, the world team isn't that simple. They're very complicated, so they did what they wanted to do, really. Now, too many types kills the fun. I mean... Well, the problem is you have to like get a PhD in Wars of Liberty to understand what's going on. You know, unless you're Streletsy playing Wars of Liberty like 8 hours a day or something for the next 50 years of your life, you might never learn all the tags and the way that they're used. Yeah, basically, just about. So, what match are we into now? It's gonna be a British and Russia versus Germany and Peru game. Turismo Europeo in Easter Island. So we're visiting Easter Island. Oh, that's a good map. It's a map we don't see a whole lot. Oh yeah, Abstract Pig Times. Those throw me back. Oh yeah, Abstract Pig. I remember that tag so much. Abstract Pig. Who knew the pig was a... Oh god. Yeah. Looking at Bulgaria, I'm starting to think they have switched the age ups with each building on the code. Yeah, I think so too. I think they did do that at some point. Sounds about right. So yeah, let's go to Eastern Island. It's T for Turismo, right? Here we go. Turismo Europeo in Easter Island. Basically European tourism to Easter Island. Hopefully it doesn't auto sync. This is a fun map. Ah, so we got Wololonik again with Rommel going up against Juan and Verlingo. Yeah, Senor Verlingo. Okay. I think, is this the first time I've ever casted this map before? I can't remember. I can't remember if I've ever casted this map before. I might want to explain it to people because people might not necessarily know right away how this map works because, well, you might be asking yourself a really important question right now, like where are the trees? Where are the trees? Where are the arboles? You know, where are the arboles? Where are they? Well, basically, if you know history of Easter Island a lot, pretty much the natives chopped all the trees down and they never grew back. They basically turned it into like a desert, like an island desert with no trees. Because they literally chopped all the trees to keep making boats since, you know, the Rapa Nui on the island were a Polynesian people, so they loved their navy. So they just built so many boats with all that wood and carved so many structures that, yeah, they lost all their trees from that. So how do you play on this map then if there's no trees? Well, there are these things called the Moai. You know what the Moai are, right? Any Koseki Bijou VTuber enjoyers here? If you're not, that's fine. Basically, the Moai are structures that the Rapa Nui built on the island. You know, part of their mythology. But for your purposes, they trickle wood over time. But the problem is, though, is that they don't work like normal things that you can just build in your base. These Moai are essentially like herdables. They can be captured. So you might be able to capture them, but your enemy can capture them from you. They don't go anywhere. They just stay right in place. So the best thing you can do is just get your explorer or some sort of scout unit like the Mongol scout and just run around this whole map and try to grab up all these Moai as much as possible. Yeah. You also get about 2 fishing boats at the start of the game as well, since, you know, you are on a sort of a little island there with a lot of fishing that takes place. So, yeah, you get a bit of fishing there, which is great. So, yeah, let's get started, see how this turns out. If we get a full Easter Island game, I'll be really impressed, you know. Because it's going to be a lot to cover here if that's the case, a lot to cover, because this can get really wild at times, how people try to, like, capture all these Moai on the maps, basically. It's, like, crazy. Really crazy. Yeah. Yep, just about. Alright, so, yeah. Okay, so what are the sits? We got British, and you got a Russian here, right? Or Peru, yeah. Got Peru. You got Peru. Oh, so they're on this side. So you got British and Russians on this side of the island. Then you got the Germans, Yavul, and the Peruvians here. That's good to know. Instead of like a normal mine at the start, you actually start with one of those sunken ships, basically, to get your coin. And then if you move out onto the map, I believe there's more mines out there. No, it looks like it's just more of the wrecked ships. Now, there are gold mines out there, too. So, yeah. One more thing to look out for, some of the Moai treasures on the map will actually contain some wood as well. So even if you can't get a lot of Moai on the map, sometimes just finding the right treasure will help you out. But not always. This one, for instance, is an XP treasure. The other one we looked at in the past was like a wood treasure. So a coin treasure, I should say. So yeah. Main way you're going to get wood and survive on this map is by capturing these Moais. Because Look at what happens when Senor Veringo walks by it. Now he controls the Moai, and it trickles about 0.5 wood per second. So as long as you can capture 2 of these Moai, you can trickle 1 wood per second. And if you can capture 4 of them, you get 2 wood per second. If you can get how many are on this map? Quite a bit. I mean, there's like clusters of them. There's like 5 of them over here. There's, you know, a cluster of like sort of like 4 of them over here and stuff. So yeah, you can easily get like 5-6 wood per second if you're real lucky. Yeah, quite interesting what you can do here with a lot of good scouting work. Yeah, for people who like to stay in their base and not look around for treasures too much, you're not going to do too good on this map. It's going to be really hard for you, really. Very hard for you. That's all I can say. Yeah. This map has been around for a long time, too. I believe Easter Island has been out since the first release of Wars of Liberty, if I recall correctly. So yeah, it's a really fun map, just about. Whoever gets the most wood wins, basically. Looks like everybody is making sure they get some Moai at least, except for Orange Naranjo. Naranja doesn't have any of the Moai, I believe. I think Veringo's got all the ones in his area. Yeah. Oh, his Explorer Otto von Bismarck is down, so that's unfortunate. It's going to want to get him up and start grabbing some of these Moai. Is there any Moai over here? Yeah, the distribution is not always that fair or clear. Because over here there's like none of them. But if you go to like the center of the map, they're like all over the place. All over this area here. It's kind of crazy actually. None on the exterior. They should have a few on the exterior just for players who can't really get into the center of the map to basically be able to survive. But it is what it is, basically. Yeah. Obviously, if you're playing a civ like Paraguayans or Canadians on this map, you're going to have a pretty easy time because you got sources of wood. One thing that definitely helps the British out, I think, is the fact that they have all 3 of the standard European trickle cards in their home city. So Rommel could conceivably go with distributivism wood trickle. Also, Russia has the wood trickle too, so even if they don't get a good lion's share of the Moai, they should still be pretty fine, I think, overall. Yeah. Didn't know you could walk down there into the... What is that exactly? Is that like a lake? What is this sort of like water thing there? It looks pretty neat. It'd be cool if they had something in there you could collect or something. It's like a cool texture. Grabbing some coin, it looks like, from that Rapa Nui warrior there. Right now, they just look like a bunch of angry Mayans, but I think in the future they might get a bit of better textures, honestly. I think Paraguay suffers a lot on this map, actually. Their Master Engineer can't do much. That is very true. I didn't even think of that. But actually, what your Master Engineer can do is... He actually has a really good siege attack with a dynamite throw. Yeah, so if the Master Engineer can't really chop anything, he can actually try to help siege enemy houses and stuff at the start too. So you gotta consider that aspect of it. It's one of the lesser known facts about the Master Engineers. He actually throws sticks of dynamite instead of like a normal siege attack. And he can do a pretty good amount of damage with it usually. If I recall correctly though. Alright, so Russia's going to go forward base over here with their blockhouse, making Plastunis and Cantonists, and they shipped about 5 Cossacks, it looks like. We're going to want to pay attention to that, I think. Oh, going Plastuni, not a bad move. Plastunis are pretty solid, you know. These are basically assault units, so kind of related to the Musketero, but a weaker version of it. Mainly because it does only a charge splash attack, and its regular melee attack is, you know, just regular melee stuff, really. The key, though, is the fact that the Plastuni are pretty cheap to mass. And unlike the Mushitero, they are non-archaic units, so you can get their guard and Imperial upgrade no matter what. And they're cheaper, you know. They don't cost any wood, that is, because obviously we're on Easter Island here. There's no wood on this map, so if this is going to be scary for Varingo, because most of the stuff that Varingo makes with Peru costs wood, whether it be the Pardo, the Bonero, or the Mushitero. So he's going to have a horrible time on this map. And if we remember last game, Bonero's only cost wood, so Varingo, what is Varingo even going to do here? Oh, did Juan steal Varingo's Moai? A strange monolith carved by a lost people. So yeah, I believe there's some Moai you can actually capture from treasures on here too, which will be another source of wood that you can trickle. Look at poor Varingo though, he has like no army because he's like, oh, this is a good mapa muy buena. And he's like, no, it's not a good mapa when you're Varingo because you make only stuff that costs wood. And you're building towers that cost wood. What are you doing, Varingo? Like some Legion Piranha or something. This is the time you probably want those units, you know, because they cost food and coin. You need that wood for like housing or something. Especially when your Juanito Amigo there steals your Moai. Oh, look at... Oh, no. Now he's got the Treasure Guardians on top of him, too. Helping him. Because of the splash attack of the Mushitero. That's brutal. Oh, no. That's not good. Not good at all. I don't even think Rommel has to do anything. I think Rommel's just playing like the Cappy style FF type gameplay, so he's not even going to get involved unless he really has to here. Going with the Royal Decree? That's not something we always see. Basically, you can get some veteran Pavlovsky Grenadiers, or you can get the Chevalier Guard Cuirassiers. So some pretty cool standard European units. Bit different than the Definitive Edition game, though. So, yeah, there's that. I think in Definitive Edition now, you can do like counter Dragoons from the Royal Decree. Which, you know, certainly a cool unit where the Dragoons will counter other Dragoons as well as being good against Cav and Artillery, I believe. So, yeah, got some pretty interesting builds there. How many Moidas? Oh, you got a good number of them there. So, yeah, I can see how you're able to actually take advantage of the fishing on the map. Is everybody using a dock, or is it just... No, you can see the better team is actually vesting in the water, and it doesn't seem like... Oh, yeah, well, at least... Yeah, Rommel did do a few fishing boats. Yeah. I want to see what, like... So, Varingo does have some Moai, so he's not completely toast, it looks like. Because he brought this Pardo up here to grab some of these. That's all it takes to recover your wood on this map. Just take like one scout unit around the map and just reclaim all the Moai that you lost, and maybe even steal some of your opponents as well. It's generally a pretty reliable thing to do, typically. Just going to want to stay there right now in case the British explorer tries to run through and grab some more of them. I think, yeah. Going for the second Japanese wave now. Maybe Varingo thinks he could use some of the Japanese immigrant shrines to, yeah, maybe. Because he could grab them and stick them onto some of these lizards over here. That could be a pretty good idea, I think. Yeah. That could definitely be done. Or even some of those sheep on the island, too. Engineer rush, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yep, yeah, Russian with the master engineer because he's the master engineer and he's the master of everything, including explosive combat. One of the advantages the British has on this map is the fact that they have a lot of infinite shipments in Age 3 and beyond. So, yeah, they can get a lot of additional units without a lot of struggle, really. You know, whether it's the Household Blues or the Artist Rifles or any of their other units, really. So, that's good. Yeah, British roster now, Moore's Libby is a fully unique unit roster. So, red coats, green jackets, and artist rifles at the barracks. Household Blues, Cherry Bums, and Scots Greys at the stable. So, if you like unique units, you'll definitely like the British. So a mixture of Household Blues with Russian units. That should be a pretty good mix. Yep, just start sieging away at those houses there. Now they're just going to move on to 1. What's 1 doing? What's 1 even doing here? He's just massing up line infantry in Age 3. It's Germany. Now that's going to be an annoying thing for Germany, you know. Their civic relies on their manor boom, and there's no wood here to basically keep the manor houses coming out. Look at that, only like 5 manor houses? The map completely ruined them, you know. He was like on a map and add trees and stuff. I bet he'd be like doing insane stuff here, but yeah, he could have been a little bit more active on the Moai though, I think, and he might have been able to get some more manors in there. Fortunately, he wasn't able to, and thus loses the match single-handedly there. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. There we go. Good match, though. Good one. I'd like to see more of these maps be used by the players. You know, Great Zimbabwe, Ecritique. As long as I don't get sued by Nintendo because of the music. Yeah, basically. That would be good. Alright, so let's go on to the next one now. Verlingo, por el Peru. Yeah, por el Peru, Verlingo. Let's see what the next match is going to be. So, what's this one going to be called? It's called Peruanos a las Puertas. So, Peruvian doors. But there's no Peruvians in the match. Oh, the Incas, the other type of Peruvians. Alright, let's see how that one turns out. I'm looking forward to that one, actually. Let's see it. Peruanos a las puertas. Andres Dominguez. Oh, we're on Wadmel again. That's cool. So it's the Team Rommel and Wilodnik again. I'm sure Senor Verdingo is going to come with a vengeance this time because you know what? He's not playing Peru anymore. He's playing their Pride Month cousin, the Incas, with their Pride flag, rainbow flag here. Look at how prideful that flag is with all the rainbow colors on it. It's super fruity, super duper fruity, just like the Civ. It's super duper fruity balance wise. They get some really whack units. They got the Huamaca, which is like one of the best polearm units in the game, and then they can spam in the Manco Horsemen from the Big Buns, basically a really beefy cavalry unit belonging to the assault class. Yeah. And the Inca Moors, too. You can't forget the Inca Moors and their insane ability to splash through units and buildings alike. Yeah. Yeah, basically. I think one time in one of the Wars of Liberty chats in the lobby, I mentioned the whole rainbow flag thing with Inca and Veringo, oh, this gringo doesn't understand culture and doesn't understand why it has those colors or something. So I guess there's a reason why it's rainbow colored beyond just, Veringo maybe going both ways or something. I don't know. Yeah, there's something behind the colors on that flag. Maybe you could explain it sometime in one of these stream chats. I don't know the history behind the Inca flag at all. I know the flag they use in the 5th edition is not this rainbow kind. It's like a bunch of a bunch of rectangles with red, white, and I believe orange or yellow or something. It's a bit different. Oh, it looks like Sagawai Black is probably going to study or something. I'm off now. See you next time. Oh, that's good to hear. See you next time indeed. We'll just keep continuing doing these matches until we're through with all of them. So, let's look at Veringo's deck. What is he even running here? So he's got... So he's got 3 fishing boats, so he did come prepared here for the water map. So maybe it's going 3 villas first, and then it'll pick up 3 fishing boats next, perhaps. Maybe. He has the 3 trading post Travwalk card. Which, that's pretty interesting. We don't always see that. There is a trade route on this map, by the way. It starts sort of at the end of the fish fin, and it goes all the way through sort of the spine of the fish, basically. Through the vertebrae of the fish, because if you recall, in biology class, the fish are some of the more basic vertebrate animals with their spines. So yeah, that's sort of how the trade route sort of transpires through the animal here, basically. And what else do we got? We got the Quella Sulu support. The Quella Sulu province sends about 10 Inca Moors and increases their range. Yeah, this is it gives them a 10 additional range. So this is usually a must card if you want to go as the Inca, because your Inca Moors are one of your most key units, typically. And then you usually want to have lots of shipments of these Manco Horsemen as well, particularly the 3 Manco and then the 4 and 5 in age. Yeah. Also has Cusco support to send more Manco Horsemen. I'm surprised he doesn't have the one for the Huambacas, though, that gives him an additional multiplier against cavalry. That would be, indeed, probably be a good addition as well. But we'll see. Juan is still playing Germany. Now we'll see if Juan really knows how to play Germany or not, because I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt that Easter Island is a hard map for those that don't practice it and don't know what it does. And maybe he'll perform a lot better with the Germany here. We'll see, though. And what is Rommel doing this time? So Rommel is doing Paraguay this time, and then while Nick is doing Mapuche. So two very melee-oriented civs at the start of the game. They're very melee-oriented. You know, Paraguay with their sort of like trash melee, as well as the Pardos, and then Mapuche with Trangalefs and Wakelefs, both their spearmen and their assault unit. So, yeah, we're probably going to see a lot of melee spam out of both of these players here, yeah. Wonder if Ringo's going to use any of the natives here, too, because you got Cherokee natives on this Fishfin map. So yeah, maybe Ringo adds in some native scarabs, perhaps. That could definitely be a possibility. The thing you gotta understand about the Inca Civ here is that they trickle coin while they work. So they actually don't get any market text to improve mining. But what they get instead is they get a bunch of technologies that improves their coin auto-gather rate while they're working. They get about, I believe, 4 in total, which, you know, gives Inca a really solid economy. And they have less villager build limit than other civs, so if you get those techs early, you could field potentially larger armies than other civs, but still have a decent enough economy to keep going. It's basically what you need to understand with all that. Yep, like I said, now he's going to do 3 fishing boats as card number 2. Max out his eco as much as possible. I don't know what he does for card 3 though. Does he get like a crate, or does he go with 5 villagers next? Should be an interesting to see though, I think, yeah. What does the Germany deck look like? So the Germany deck looks pretty close to a Cappy deck, except it's missing some of the mid-game crates, I believe. But he does have Strasbourg Neustadt. Basically, this will make your town centers stronger while giving you a covered wagon. So think of like a standard covered wagon card, but it actually makes your town centers durable as well. It's like a side bonus, really. Right now, Rommel's holding one of the trade sockets there. So Ringo would have to grab this, and one of the native sites, or possibly 2 of the native sites and this, I think, if he wants to use that 3 trading post travel card at all. By the way, Strelitzy, there's an upcoming match where I played Bolivia. I would just like to say I played really poorly, so if you're really confused about what I'm doing, I don't know either. Alright, we'll get confused together then. Alright, thanks for the heads up on that. I totally get it though. Bolivia is one of the most complex Latam civs to learn, I think. Yeah. Probably even more complex to learn than Brazil even, you know? Even more than Brazil even. Yeah. I mean, but the thing though is that Bolivia just gets so many great advantages that's what puts them over the edge of being like an A-tier civ. You know, whereas Brazil is down in like the toilet tier basically. At least for this patch. I know for the next patch, it's very likely Brazil is going to be astronomically better from some of the stuff that we've seen. For those, were you there for the little presentation on Friday in the Discord server by any chance? Because I remember Maston showing a bunch of cool stuff coming in the next cold fix for Brazil, where they're basically going to have like a more normal economy now that's going to basically be somewhat related to the Russian economy. Training blocks of slaves for, 210 coin in blocks of 3 now from the town center instead of having all this abolition stuff. So yeah, that's actually make Brazil function like a normal civ now, which is pretty good if they end up keeping that. Them actually could put them up to maybe even B tier or something, who knows. Because the thing is, Brazil gets a really good roster of units. They just were lacking the good macro for a while with the most recent reworks to them. Yeah, I think maybe the devs realized the whole abolition thing is, it really doesn't benefit the gameplay design that much. Just sort of detracts from it, at least in its current form. I didn't see if they I don't think Master made a town hall and had a abolition text, did he? No, so maybe they finally got that removed and just give them a more standardish macro finally, so they can behave a bit better like the other lamb civs. Because block training of villagers for Brazil, I think that's pretty good if it's going to be a standard cost. It's just the fact there was an escalating cost that was sort of, I don't know, putting them on the back wheel, I think. Now I think average people will be able to play Brazil now and be able to play into their more agricultural strengths now, which should be good. So where's Juan at in all this? So, I think Juan was just struggling with Easter Island. It seems like now he's got a fair amount of these manor houses and he's holding on pretty good here. So, yeah, I think we will get a really nice, beefy battle here, honestly. So it should be a good watch overall, honestly. Start sieging away at that TP. Just trying to pay attention to the age ups here to see what they end up doing. Yep, start getting those lizards there. Or large salamanders, I should say. Ah, siege the Rommel TP. Okay. Not bad. Aging up with the messenger. This will be a fast age up. Oh, Rommel. What's Rommel up to? Is he focusing on macro? Yeah, he's mostly doing macro here. Now, one thing I would say about Paraguay, you should try to group your works buildings closer together so that your explorer can basically boost up the gather rates of these works buildings with his aura. And you should try to rescue him too, because you're missing out on like a lot of resources by keeping him knocked out over there, grabbing his kneecap in pain, basically. So you might want to deal with that at some point. Oh, Senor Valingo is attacking with the Huamakas. Yeah, Huamakas and some line infantry too. This might be a serious issue. Might be a serious problema. I don't think Trangolabs can deal with this many Huamakas. I just don't think they can do it. Yeah, Huamakas are like on a whole different level because of their rate of attack. Trangolabs have nothing on them. Or very little on them, I should say. Like, look at this. Like, he's going to have to like pull out of there now. He can't deal with this. Can't deal with the massive Huamakas that big. I mean, Rommel's gonna try to basically just make enough Escopeteros to shoot them with, but I don't even think that's even gonna work. If the Huamakas go full throttle into them, they're gonna shred those Escopeteros. Yeah, look at the fast attacks on these things. At least it seems like they attack a bit faster, depending on what their thrusts are, and it's really a beefy spearman unit. Really beefy spearman unit. Oh, and then they're going to take out his French colony, too. Oh, God, that is bad. That's a really good building to lose. Yeah. Tell me about it. Not a good one to lose. I'll just say that. Then he's going to lose his town center. Yeah, once he loses the town center, I think he's... Well, he is an age 3, though, so it's not like he's too behind if he were to lose the TC, I guess. That's still not good. Alright, so it looks like they got enough units finally to force them out. I guess the Escopeteros as well as the Tralcatufe skirmishers were enough to force them away. Hussars will indeed try to take out a skirm, it looks like, and then they'll just retreat. Ooh. Yeah, we see this, like, big thing of Huamakas with these few Hussars here trying to just tempt them to come out and wipe them out. But I don't think they'll fall for it, though, that easily. Start sieging away at that stable. Start sieging away at that house over there. The musician. Yeah, he has the Violent Conquest card. That one basically improves the siege attack of the Incas by 50%, which is pretty massive, actually. Quite a massive boost. Turns these things into monster siege warriors, really. Making a Pucara, it looks like. These are basically the Incan forts, and instead of like shooting cannonballs, they shoot like big giant fiery spears at enemies that actually end up dealing multipliers against cavalry, much stronger than normal forts do. Also upgraded as Huamakas the Veteran, it looks like. Has to move out of the way to let the fort construct with the llama. The Pucaro llama. Yeah, the big bun technology at this fort will basically give it multipliers against cavalry too when it attacks. Vringa's also doing Navy, which is kind of interesting too. So he's actually going to have a bit of fish economy on this big giant water map as well. It's not a lot of water, but it's certainly enough to basically stay safe, I think, up to probably like this point at least, and maybe even up to here too. Yeah. You start the game with the canoe on this map as well, so you already have a bit of water scouting already. Picking up gill nets. It's got enough fishing boats to justify it now. Yep. And now gets the Violent Conquest card. Now, this is going to be really nasty if you can get some sieges in. Because look at what they're already sieges at. It's like 46. Once this gets involved, it's going to go up a lot more. Is he going to do what I think he's going to do? Is he going to... Wait a second. Wait a second. What is he going to do here? Germany's going to get the Cherokee natives. Oh, he's going to go along the coastline. He's using the canoe to navigate the coastline. Wow. What a brutal Juanito Malo. And I think he's even going to stick the Wamakas in the canoe and drop them off along the water there. Oh, God. If he puts that, like, right here, that could be a huge problem. Think of all of his production there. So all he has to do is just drop them into the canoe, plant them down in the back here, and almost works are all gone. Does he do that? He took out his. Oh, he took it out with the town center. Varingo's gonna have to retreat now. I don't think Varingo thought of that too well. He thought that the canoe was gonna last. Really? No, not against an anti-ship attack from a TC. No, it's not gonna last. He has a way of escape, right? I was going like, oh yeah, if this is a cliff right here, he's really gonna back himself into a corner. That's not gonna be good. Not good at all, actually. Yeah, he's going to get away pretty clean, I think. Now, what I think might happen... Oh, no, he's going to know about because of the Coigua, though. Because now they might actually retaliate and attack these German villagers right here trying to pick up that silver mine. That could be pretty bad. Oh, they're going to do it, too, because they know they have the advantage. Varingo's Wamakas are not going to be enough, I think, to do that. And that's why they're taking off. He doesn't care about his allies. He's just going to let him die over there. Go, I don't care, Juanito. You die there grabbing your coin. Your dinero. He's trying to make some Cherokee riflemen to back it up. I don't know if we'll get them out all in time. They're also still in industrial age, it looks like. No, they're still in age 3. The enemies are in industrial age. I think Varingo's going to want to get up to like age 3 very soon. Pick up the big bun from the Tombo for his mortars and try to start setting that up. If he doesn't do that, I don't think it's looking too good. I played there. What I played was absolutely too strong for the game. Hope they make it more expensive. 210 is so small. Although personally, I think Brazil's old abolition and slave system was much better than both. Yeah, that is it. You hit it on the nose there. You hit it on the nose with Brazil. The original slave trade and villager train system was the best part of Brazil. Something. Yeah, that's right. That's absolutely right. Because in the old days, you trained your African slaves for food, for the normal cost of a villager, so everything was fine. And the slave trades were like a side quest, you know. So if you had like enough coin, you could send in a slave trade and boom yourself up to like 60, 70 something villagers over the course of so many minutes. And it was, you know, it gave you options. You could either play like a normal Brazil game, or if you had the chance, you could go up to like 60, 70 villagers and really grow, you know. You had options, really. You weren't forced into one way or the other, really. No. Oh, this is the Mapuche Pukara here. It's gonna try to deny him with the, oh, God, with the boar. Oh, there you go. There you go. That was a good one. That was a good one, Senor Varingo. Problem is, though, I don't think he has enough help from the ally. Like, what's the ally doing? He's already got Totemkov RG Hussars. He's probably going to get Maykov or Linef at some point. I just don't know when he's going to come and save the day for Senor Varingo here. can't hold out forever with just his Moors. He's going to need, like, the allied help, I think. Yeah. Yeah, get those Royal Guard Husaris down here right now and help your friend out. Your Juanito amigo. You gotta help him. You gotta save your Juanita Bonita, your Juanita Peruana from certain peril. Yeah. Yep, well, he's busy taking out the fort. The Huamagans are gonna try to just slice through some of the Triangle Fs. Oh, Croup Factory, yep, free Falconets. That's good. Why don't you just shoot the... Yeah, just get them. That should be easy to deal with. He's gonna lose the can, though. Sad. Oh, then the bears start attacking him because of the splash. Here comes the totem cup for your sorrows. Jawohl, jawohl, verstanden. Bitte dit ist jawohl. Gelebt in den Kampf. Why are they moving so... Oh, here comes the Pattaya Royal Guard Esco. Now you're in trouble. Once Paraguay gets these, they can usually do really well. And he's got the Cohete rockets as well, right? He's already got his heavy works up. Yeah, Paraguay's all set. I think Paraguay is in a position to win this now, especially with a Mapuche ally of all things. Big time. It's looking quite good to be Paraguayan today. Like, where is the team? What is the team doing? There's like infantry here. There's cavalry. What is the team doing? It's like, is he looking at Ventanas with Juanitas muy bonitas or something? Is that what's going wrong? Because I'll say this to you, Juan. You might think that you're having the time of your life looking at Ventanas with Juanitas muy bonitas, but you letting your Juanita Peruana die before your very eyes, and it's like really sad, you know. You want to look at a bunch of fake Juanitas Bonitas with AI-generated imagery, but you won't save your Juanita Peruana Viringo, who will always be your best Juanita Bonita if you just want her to be. Yeah, basically. Gotta save your Juanitas Peruanas. It's the only way you win the game. Especially if they're running the Inca Civ. Yeah. Honestly, I don't know why they changed that system, because Bugston. Bugston. Never heard that name before, Bugston. Maston Bugston. I don't know. I think what they might have been trying to do was basically simplify the Brazil slave trade system, and it might have actually gone a bit haywire. That's what I think happened. Because in the old days, the abolition texts were locked away at the town hall, and I guess it felt like for a time, I guess they didn't want players to feel like they had to build a town hall to play as the Civ, or something like that. I don't know. Maybe they just want everything to be more centralized at the town center, so people wouldn't have to know what a town hall was and have to build it all the time. You know, when you have to have like a whole extra building into the macro of the Civ, it kind of gets a little bit obfuscated or whatever. So, yeah, maybe they were just trying to take away this functionality of the town hall for Brazil and just move it to the TC or something and make it look cool or something. I mean, it looked pretty neat. You know, it looked pretty neat. It looked pretty neat having like two big button techs in one building. I definitely give them credit for trying it, but I just don't think. I think there's just so much going on with that Brazil Civ, it's hard to really fathom what you're supposed to do if you're just coming in as a new player. And that's why I really don't grade them very well in their current state. If it was old Brazil, like Brazil from around the time the LAM patch first came out, I think we probably could have maybe given them a much better mark on there, I think we could have done that, you know. But where they are today, yeah, they're looking not so great, like lower C, upper D tier, depending on what your opinion is. I put them in D tier just for easiness sake, and just to emphasize how poor of shape they are. Just like you put Egypt in F tier, just to show you how weak they are on average. Outside of their weird use cases. Yeah, because I try not to use unique use cases too much of a factor when doing the tier list. I try to think of their generic use, and I felt like Brazil had good use cases, but their generic use was just really floundering. More than a flounder, really. If it were up to me, I'd just roll back the changes and integrate them better with the immigrant age ups and give them cards for it. What for the slave trades, like slave trade or abolition cards? Well, the thing is they are if you're talking immigrants, they will actually begin like an immigrant card, as well as most of the other 1.8 SIDs, except for Haiti, I think. Because now, basically, there's going to be some card where you'll be able to get a Spanish immigrant colony or something. I saw that, what was that, on like Friday when Maston was presenting. I like that idea. I like the idea of having Spanish immigrants be part of the Juanito Civs, because it's like, you got all these wacky immigrants, but you don't have the original immigrants, the Spaniards. Like, that's like the immigrants before the immigrants came. So yeah, the fact that they have a Spanish colony there is pretty fitting. In the early age, that is. Especially in the early age, it's like still age 1, maybe they're still part of Spain at that point, and yeah, having like a Spanish colony there to still ship into the land that early on is pretty fun. Definitely adds a bit more variety to the Juanito gameplay. I just don't know who's going to win the siege here. It looks like both sides are kind of evening out right now. Looks like Rommel is hanging some Juanitas muy bonitas, las vivenderas. It's a Juanita bonita. Right there. Field gun where? Yeah, I just charged at the put a live. I mean, Ringo has a lot of resources. I just wish you could get to like age 4, get the big button on the Inca Wars and really start maxing those out here. I think this whole army would get melted if he did that. Honestly, yeah, I think that army would be melted. Yeah. The Condon Cristiano, we don't always see this thing, so it's kind of a rare sight to see this cannon ever be used. It's basically a Paraguayan little bombard that's made out of molten church bells. And you can only ship one from the home city, basically. It's like a one-time deal, but it can do a lot of damage when it comes out, yeah. Oh, looks like a GG well played to that one. Yeah, Senior Verlingo resigns first. GG, well played on that one. Let's go on to the next one now. Musketeer for Peru when I think Hoopy back on didn't Hoopy on the Wars of Liberty Facebook page back in the day post an image of Peru with conscriptos at their fort back before the Lamb rework. I remember that. He actually did that, and people were like, no, don't do that to Peru. You're destroying them. Yeah, that might fix Peru, actually. Yeah, that might actually fix them having some sort of thing. I meant to give cards for the slave system, but yeah, I think the Spain immigrants are an addition. Interesting addition, yeah. Definitely. We'll see. Maybe this block training thing for the slave trade representation, though it is going to be a lot more dulled down to what the Russians do. Maybe it's going to be more functional. Maybe from there we can think about adding back in abolition and stuff in a more constructive manner, I guess you could say, that actually helps the civ out instead of detracting from it. Like it sort of did in the old days, where, you know, it served a functional purpose of giving you bigger bill limit abilities and stuff. Yeah. I think that's the route we're going to want to go, honestly. So what we got here? We got Volantes y Muchos. Volantes y Muchos. So let's see how this one works. From Boludo. Juanito Boludo. Alright, so what we got here? We got Kevin Arcade, Jeff, and Multigo versus Sog, Fufi, and Jesu Cristo. A very good team, you know. This is a really good team game. Some really good competitors here, so this should be very fun indeed. I got a call coming in. I'll check that real quick, and then we'll continue. I survived. So, let's continue. So the map is Indonesia. It's basically an island map where you got these little mini islands in the north and the south, basically. You got like a small island that has a little bit of a berry and mine there. And you got a bigger island that has a mine, but also a hunt on it. And also some spread out herdables of water buffalo as well. Another thing to note is you start the game with Marathon Catamaran to basically scout with, do a bit of fishing, and attack enemies with. You also start the game with a Poacher's Pub, which is basically your saloon building, so you can make some mercenaries. This basically allows civs that normally couldn't have a saloon to actually have it, like Africans, Latin Americans, and so forth, which is pretty cool, you know. Adds a bit of variety of the spice of life there, really. So we got a Sweden, a Bolivia, and a Paraguay going up against Australia, Canada, and Bulgaria. Kind of an interesting mix, actually. You know, Jeff is in all these sort of wacky Wars Liberty civs. You know, I think in particular, Bulgaria offers a lot of unique challenges to players because they sort of have to deal with not only missing a lot of units in ages they'd normally be in, but being behind in technologies as well and still winning using the Samara banner feature. Now, I think in the future, once we get to like the nation state rework and the addition of new nation states, I think they are going to start to add in some more bonuses to Bulgaria just to make them a little bit more let me say it, a little bit more flexible, you know. Feel a little bit less stiff and pulled back. But till then, at least you got some good Samara Bear plays. I like banana. Why am I thinking of banana? Samara Bear plays, basically. Yeah. I think in particular for team games, instead of the more standard Samara banner plays, Jeff will be able to instead gravitate towards more of the Honor Guard Samara banner cards, maybe even the Border Patrol ones. You know, either that skirmisher or that assault unit, which can be pretty good. You know, you can get up a bunch of Opalshenic cavalry, do a bunch of raiding, keep most of the herd alive, and then just turn them all into Honor Guards in like age 3 or 4. And that could be a pretty good setup, you know. Having that many Honor Guards even without all the upgrades can be pretty formidable to help your friends out, you know what I mean? And if you do get to Imperial Age, guess what? You're going to be able to turn them into convoys and then Imperial convoys, which are not only going to have really good stats, but they're going to have more armor as well. Instead of 30% pierce and hack armor, they're going to have 40% pierce and hack armor, which turns them into a really nifty, tanky monster unit, really. So it should be a real threat, really, to anyone who tries to oppose them, really. Yeah. As for the teammates, you got Canada, which should help you with team cards. Australia should be a good help as well in terms of controlling the water, potentially getting water eco and providing some really good units to help stabilize the team. So who is the Australia? It's Multico again. Did Multico finally fix his deck? I hope he did. Yeah, he did fix his deck. Great. This is a good deck. This is a good native deck. He's got warrior combat. He's got empowering. He's got Mare. He's got Maoraku. He could have added Dreamtime as well. Dreamtime is one of those cards he might be missing here. But other than that, it's fine. Might be an older deck. That's why he doesn't have Dreamtime. He's got the Message Stick and Korabori. These are basically allow you to mass out a lot of native warriors pretty much and make them cheaper and stuff. Yeah, it's a good combination of cards to synergize with, yeah. So I don't know. Well, maybe we'll see Australia do some insane stuff here with the Aboriginal faction. Already has some boomerangs here. These boomerangs, you know, they function a bit differently than most units do. They're classified as skirmishers. But instead of wielding a bow or a gun, they throw boomerangs at you. Unfortunately, they never seem to come back, though. You know, that would be pretty cool if they came back. I think the boomerang unit they did for Age of Empires 1, the ancient, I guess the ancient world or whatever, does show an animation of the boomerang coming back, but I know for these 3D games, I don't think they have the physics yet to show a projectile hitting an enemy and coming back to the thrower. That'd be cool one day if they could get that in the Definitive Edition with maybe the Age of Pirates mod with their boomerang hunters. Until then, I guess we're going to have to just see the boomerang going in one direction, not come back in the other way. Either way, though, what sets apart boomerangs from normal skirms is the fact that their attack does hack damage instead of pierce damage, which means boomerangs not only are good against muskets and dragoons, but they can be good against skirmishers as well. And they can be good against, well, not really scout because they have a malice against scout, but yeah, especially against skirmishers they're great. And they can be good against artillery too, in proper numbers, of course. Right now, they're just trying to pressure the Paraguayans, it looks like, who are simply trying to set up their works buildings around here. Here's the French colony as well. Oh, trying to fight the Coaguas, that's never a good idea. Well, Actually, it looks like they changed their armor to pierce, so maybe the boomerangs are actually the way to raid these villagers. The problem with Koig was they use shotguns instead of normal firearms, so they can actually hit multiple opponents and really bluntly damage one at the same time. Yeah. Look at he really got thrown off of his feet there, backwards into the grass. Yeah, that was a really... Oh, that one too. So right on... Yep, that was not good. So what's going to happen here, though? Oh, so it looks like Australia's went for a sort of a semi-FF, I think. Or did he go for a full FF? I think he went for a full FF because those boomerangs he got were from the age up. So he did not ship really any more units into his thing there. Yeah. So what's he going to do out of the gate when he gets Age 3? Is he going to get like a Ford? Is he going to get the wood? Is he going to get a TC? Is he going to maybe upgrade his fire sticks at all? We'll have to see, actually. And what about the other side? Like, how is Sweden going to play this out? So Sweden has already gotten their Northern logging, it looks like. They already have the wood trickle. They got their Riksbank card because I see the bank there, too. They got his Torp out. Did he get Advanced Torp? He does not have Advanced Torp. That's going to hurt a little bit. But if he wants to go for allotments, he surely can get that. Seems to be doing just Grenadier right now. And, of course, they're letting Bolivia grab all the native sites, because that's what you do with Bolivia, right? You grab native sites. Right now they got one Sufi native, and they got one Jesuit native. So they got a couple of maneuver units, and they got a couple of assault units in the form of elephants. And what you try to do with Bolivia is get up your Sociedad Folklorica ultimate building, get the build limit up, and just spam native warriors the whole game, you know. And of course you have other units Bolivia does well to support them with, and I think they could certainly add in some good assault units and mounted skirms in particular, but yeah. Bolivia is Bolivia. It's kind of like a really wacky civ. Maybe Wololonik, who was having problems learning them, will try to maybe see what Jesus Christos does and maybe use that as a reference. I think the best Bolivia teacher for you would probably be Eternity. Eternity, being a Juanita Boliviana himself, knows the civ really well. He actually masters it to a T, actually, and can win everything from 1v1s to team games with it. 2 FFAs with it. Because I think you saw it on last Saturday. Bolivia is like one of the best Great War 8 civs in a treaty game, because if you give them the time and you give them the native sites, they will basically have an unlimited stock of like natives to spam against you. And that can be used to basically let you get more of the Great War 8 units. Yeah, with all that pop, you know. I wonder what we're going to see here, though. It seems like right now Jesus Cristo is playing into that sort of native warrior emphasis by doing war elephants. And it's totally possible he could add in some conquistadores as well into the mix. Oh, we got a big treasure of 450 food. So they're doing Trupa Diamantine, elite fire sticks, and some Opel infantry, which could become Scythemen, Hajuks, or maybe even border guards a bit later. We'll see. I mean, I guess they call them Grenzers now, or Grenziri, but I still call them the border guards, because to me, in Wars of Liberty terms, the Grenziri is the old Habsburg mercenary skirmisher. I really don't consider the new guys to be Grenzers for real. I just think, yeah, basically. I think of them more as the border guards myself, personally. It's kind of a weird change, actually, when they decide, we're gonna, get rid of the Grenzer mercenary and we're just gonna name the nation-state skirms in the Grenziri. To me, was a bit strange, considering how many years I played Habsburgs for and seeing those skirms be used by them. So what we got? We got got them up to veteran, it looks like. So has Jeff been really teching into them? Yeah, he's got the partisan combat. He could also add in partisan attack and hit points. And he could add in Opel combat as well as Danubian combat as well to add additional stats to the Opal Shan infantry. So he might not even need a Samara banner for these. He might be fine just massing these out the way they are, really. Yeah. Does have the infinite Samara bannered Grenzers and Honor Guards though, so he can use those throughout the game as needed to really save a lot of resources on training, which will be great. And what do we have here? So 2 skirmish units, or rather a musket skirmisher hybrid, a naval skirmisher, and a assault unit. And some more skirmishers too, so big glaring weakness here is against scout units and artillery, I think. But mainly scout units, you know. I don't really see any sort of anti-cav in this group here. I think if they swoop in with like these siege elf, these war elephants, this could potentially be like a serious problem here. We'll see though. I mean, he's already got like 10 of them? And does he have his Sociedad Folklorica right now? He does not. Once he gets that, he will be able to actually start fielding a pretty large mass of these war elephants right away. What is he on in terms of his cards? So he's still in age 2. And he should be close to aging to age 3 very soon. Right now he's got Croat immigrants. I wonder if he's going Croats this game. He could potentially go for a Croatian revolution of some kind. It's the only sort of second revolution there is in the game beyond the one that the Haitians can do. The Croat immigrants have their own semi-sort of revolution they can perform. Pretty much, yeah. So, looks like he's going first Japanese wave, so he will start to get some of the Japanese stuff now. He can actually pick up a dojo now, which would be great. Get some free Japanese immigrant units out of that. Look at these war elephants here. Oh, wow, Kevin RK. Good way to drop the ball in terms of paying attention to your villagers. That is a big loss right there. That's an astronomical loss, so I don't know exactly how he's going to make up for that. His score's going to look... He's losing more villagers, too. And he's doing nothing about it. He's not putting them in the town center. Oh, he did put some in the town center, just not the right ones. Even lost that villager. I mean, how many villas is he on? Let's just look at that real briefly. He is on about 11... He's got about 11 villagers here. Does he have any villagers over here we can reference at all? I'm trying to see if he has any villas on the map. Oh, they're actually attacking right now. They got the Fire Stick Skirmisher Wombo combo right here. They're trying to wipe out, it looks like, the Swedes, which seems like they're doing fairly well. They're going to probably have to pull back and deal with these things. Looks like it's got some Minutemen there, as well as a couple volunteers to defend, it looks like. So, it looks like Team Jeff has 2 people in H3, and then Team Sog only has 1 person. So, I don't know exactly who's looking in better shape right now, but some Paraguayan cavalry coming, circling back around to deal with them. I don't think these little groups of Akayu Batais are going to help out too much. You're going to need something a little bit more substantial than that. We'll see if they can do that, though. Here comes the War Elephants. Coming in to trample them. See if they can get that splash attack working for them real quickly. Yep, get that splash attack in right there. Nice. Get that going. And what else? So, you get that. Ooh. Yep, there you go. That. Alright, start splash attacking through that infantry. Yep, just search. Okay. Alright. Looks like they were able to eventually defend that. They're all in age 3 now, so I guess my question is what does Sweden do? Does Sweden have, are they going to get the advanced Rus Hall next? If they get the advanced Rus Hall, they could potentially start spamming out allotments of these Hussetrupes, and that could actually, do quite a bit of damage, I think. Yeah, quite a bit of damage. Veteran Husares. So he's going to stick to Husares for now with cavalry combat. Yep, looks like they're defending quite well. These elite, yep, disciplined war elephants. It's going for pure stats right there. Oh yeah, I played a 1v1 against Eternity's Bolivia. He got me impressed with it. I was playing Belgium. He massed more K ruins than I thought and completely outperformed me in military numbers. It was quite a game that I recorded. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna enjoy seeing that one. I think definitely. Definitely. Looks like Fufi's here too, watching his own game. That's great. What we got here is some Husares going for the raid. They will actually snag a kill there. Phil kill. But here comes the real big heavy hitters, the war elephants. This is a cancerous civ to play with war elephants because the Bolivians get a card that gives native warriors like 40% hit point improvement, something like that. Yeah, it's really, really absurd amount of HP they could give them. Yeah, so also have a native warrior combat too to boot. So, yeah, Bolivian native warriors are a real tanky mess to deal with. Looks like though the fire sticks can handle them pretty appropriately though. Yeah. I mean the fire sticks. What the fire sticks cost? Yeah, a lot cheaper than those war elephants, and they seem to outperform them quite well there. The problem with fire sticks is they also double as siege troopers on top of being assault. So not only do dragoons snipe them, but also naval infantry will snipe them as well as Minutemen. So you gotta be careful with them really. But the good news is since they're a shock unit, that means artillery don't have multipliers against them. So that's at least working in their favor, I guess. Sog is up into the industrial age now. It's looking like he's going full French immigrants, right? Yeah, that's pretty popular to do with the Paraguayans because typically when you do that, you can just go up to a fast imperial age and pick up their ultimatum power for the French, which will basically remove all the coin costs from your military building upgrades. So no more coin costs on veteran guard or imperial upgrades for, really all their units. Even the cohetes from the heavy works too. Does not affect arsenal techs and does not affect heavy works techs beyond the upgrades for the rockets though. So just be aware of that when you're setting it up. A bit late in the game to get Large Cauldron, I think, but I think all the action that took place basically forced him to get it until now. Basically, this will make the works buildings cheaper to build, so if you lose any of them, you can rebuild them pretty easily. And of course, if you get your build limit up with the age ups, Yeah, it's gonna make the rest of the ones you build that much cheaper to get out, really. What about Bolivia? Is Bolivia... Here's the Sociedad Folklorica right here. Once that gets up, we're going to see the build limit of these elephants spike. So right now, their build limit is about Dias. Once this comes up, we'll see the build limit grow. So what's the build limit now once you get should be activating any moment at this point. Sometimes it takes a while for the build limit to apply, the build limit growth. But yeah, I don't know. Passively increases the native warrior build limit. Yeah. So does it improve the war elephants or just other natives? Yeah, maybe there's some stronger natives that it doesn't improve the build limit for, like those. Well, the Kairunas goes up to like a build limit of like 19 right now, and yeah. What else is he gonna send? Maybe the 1,000 coin age up. Heroes de Tambio, if you want to go Francatiro Dode. Yeah. Yeah, see, now it applies the build limit. There's like a lag. It takes like a minute or two to activate. Now his build limit is up to 14. And then the Kairunas goes up to 26. Yeah. Takes a while to activate, but eventually it does. And then the Roman conscription improves the build limit of the Kairunas as well, basically. So we'll see how that one improves it too. Yep. See, now basically his Kairunas have a build limit jump of another 5 instead of 10. It should say 5 on there if that's what it's going to do. If it's going to make the build limit go up by 10, yeah, they got to change that. But if it's only 5, they got to have to change that on the card, I think. Otherwise, they're kind of being dishonest with the functionality of the card. I probably should have included the Roman conscription in that treaty game. Would have definitely given me some more Kairunas to go up against Metal with, I think. Would have made a bit of a better difference there, honestly. And now we got some Conquistadores as well. He's really just massing out his native warriors. And I'm assuming at some point he's just going to start adding in some unit like the Francatiradore or something with all this. And it's going to be a really painful mess, really, to deal with. Jeff is now up to Industrial Age. Is he going for Imperial Age so we can get the Convoy upgrade on the R-Guards? That would be a pretty good move if he could pull it off, but we'll see. Right now he seems to be getting river monitors from his dock. These are the nation-state or Balkan siege ships. They got a nice long-range attack for attacking structures, basically. And they're good against heavy ships as well. You can have about 3 of them, which is pretty neat. I think most siege ships you can only have, what, like 2 of them or something? I don't know. I thought you can usually have only like 2 siege ships, but here you can have 3 of them. Getting refridged next, it looks like. Yep. Oh, look at the fencibles, yeah. Problem is, though, they'll get completely curb stomped by the siege elephants, though. Not the siege elephants, but the war elephants. Keep calling them siege elephants for some reason. Now, even these Senate infantry better watch out from these. One good thing they did to them in this most recent patch was giving them some hand armor so they can resist a bit better from the elephants. Yeah. It's at least a little bit better, I guess. Also some guard hussar troop bays. Those would be good against these infantry. Look at all the cavalry, though. This is like completely dominating the end of the team. All this mounted stuff. Yeah, they're gonna have to have an answer to all this mounted stuff, I think, if they want to keep continuing here. Too much skirmish from the Team Jeff. They need some more, like, anti-cav or something. I mean, at least Multigo is doing assault, I guess, but if one for the assault, I think they'd be completely out of steam at this point. Yeah. Pretty much. Looks like Sog is already in the Imperial Age. Is that right? Is he in the Imperial Age? Wow, he's already in the Imperial Age. Wow. Oh, look at this attack by Jeff here to try to attack the Paraguayan coast. It's basically forced to use his Volantes here to try to blast away those ships, it looks like. Yeah. Thankfully, Volantes have a multiplier against ships, so that should be a good defense. The thing that makes Volantes different than other artillery is they have a better rate of fire, so they can shoot a bit faster. So they'll really pound down on these boats pretty easily. I liked them in the old days when they also had a multiplier against infantry as well. It just made them more versatile, I think, of a unit. Something you saw a lot of, really. Yeah, I mean, I think these Dragoons should be able to deal with the fire sticks, no problem. Guard Dragoons, definitely. Yeah, these are maneuver units. They have multipliers at range against these assaults, so should be in pretty big trouble now. Yeah. Oh, Mounties. Yeah, that's a good maneuver unit. Wonder why he's gonna get these up to Imperial Akaikayas. Bolivia's still in H3 though. Maybe they should try to get to industrial age or maybe beef up these natives a bit. Does he have the He did send the Tokoyo Industry, so he does have that. He did get this. He should still add this. Alright. I think I wipe out one of these players and they can add even more elephants in, and then they'll have a real problem to deal with. Look at all the lost Minutemen to these Dragoons. Dragones. Is Jeff using the Samara bear, using the Kazarma card by any means? He is using Cruzada Kazarma. Basically what this does is it sets it up so each barracks provides you with 40 population, but you can only have a build limit of like 4 barracks. So potentially sieging these barracks could really hurt Jeff in a real way. Yeah. Oh, big time, yeah. Yeah, snipe these barracks and Jeff should not be as much of a threat anymore. Wait until he builds more of the... Yeah. That's why he's shipping in like the 700 wood right now, because he knows he might lose some of these buildings and he's going to have to put up another quick 3 of them to survive. Now he's going up to Imperial with Tsar Ferdinand the First. Then from there, he should be able to start getting his proper guard and Imperial upgrades on the R guards, I think. Then we'll see a real shift, I think, in Jeff's dynamic in the match. Sort of from going from sort of like a support, using these Opal Shunned units, to actually being able to field some real military, I think. They'll make a huge difference here. Like how he's keeping up with his navy as well, because he keeps wanting to apply naval pressure too, which is pretty neat. These little guys are torpedo boats. They're one of the few, they actually have an abysmal range. They only have a range of like 3. Which, you know, you wouldn't think of for most ships, but these guys, you know, I guess they shoot these super long torpedoes that they can only shoot barely much farther than 3, which is not that much, yeah. I think they need to put a little bit more range. Give them like 5 range or something. Something a little bit less disturbing. Why do they have such a low range of like 3 range? That's like crazy. Never quite figured that one out. Jeff grabbing all his crates. If we get a Great War Age, that would be a fun sight to see as well. But I'm not sure we will, because there's just so many players on the field. And as you know, with Great War Age, the cost of Great War Age goes up while more enemy units are on the field. So as players start to die off, your enemies, yeah, your Great War Age will become more cheaper. But as long as there's 3 people there constantly training armies, yeah, you're going to have to wait for probably at least until an hour in the game, maybe even longer, before Great War Age is something that you're all going to have to start thinking about planning for and prepping for and stuff, yeah. At that point, you know, there's probably going to be a lot less trees on the field too, even though, obviously you have to spend 500 wood a truck to get a truck out, yeah. It's pretty crazy, actually. And I believe the technology that you have to spend to make the trucks cheaper in wood ends up costing oil, so there you go, another you know, 1,000 or so wood to get 2 or so oil rigs down. That's a huge cost. Big cost, actually. Tsar's Zaposheny infantry. Honored boar elephants. Now, these are going to be a beefy contender here. But Jeff is doing a good job at kiting them, though. I will give him that credit. But I think once the Karunas start catching up a bit, he's going to have some problems there. He might be able to bore them into the the heavy ships here, I think. These battleships, what are these? I forget what these are called. Let me see what they're... Destroyers. Oh, they're destroyers. Like a star destroyer, but without the stars. Basically, water destroyer. Yeah, they're water destroyers, yeah. A Resurgence class water destroyer, yeah. Volantes to go after the destroyers with. That will surely destroyer them to death. Yep. Oh, but he's got the Maoris there, though, to deal melee against the Volantes. Yeah. Oh, that was a good maneuver by Canada to stop those Volantes from dealing with the ships. But unfortunately, I think the Mounties have mounted their last time. Now they'll be called Dismounties from now on, really. Dismounties, yeah. I can't remember, did they make a reference to the Mounties in Definitive Edition yet for the Canadian Revolt? If they didn't, they should really consider that. Took out one destroyer. One destroyer is destroyed. And here's another river monitor. Start sieging away at the tower houses, it looks like. Seeing a lot of melee cavalry from this Sweden team here. Also dragoons, you know, a lot of maneuver and a lot of scour and assault between them. Quite a difference of philosophies of combat here. Whereas the Jeff team, a lot more skirmish, I say, across the board. Where is Sog? Sog? Well, he's got a lot of food. Yeah. He's got a lot of comida. Wonder if he could hit Great Warriors at some point with that score. Totally possible. Now Jesus Cristo is in Imperial, so he's probably going to start thinking about adding in some Imperial natives now. Are these legendary yet? These should be legendary very soon, and once they become legendary, they will be truly legendary threats to the enemy. Yeah, he's gonna need a town hall to get that legendary upgrade from what's that? Reducciones? Yeah, Reducciones tech. Oh, but no, he's got Riflemen though. Riflemen will be a really serious threat to the elephants because of their anti-assault multiplier range. Getting clear cutting, getting land exploration, and then market monopoly. So basically the last plantation upgrade, the last hacienda one, the last wood cutting one. Oh, did some Showtime immigrants too. Basically a clone of the Shigumas. Those, basically dudes with anime girl wigs on, basically. I think Australia will be the first to fall just from the score there. It's looking more and more like Team Jesus Cristo Fufi might be able to pull this off. If they can take out Multigo, I think the rest of the two are going to have a bit of pressure to deal with. Yeah, that's the very least, yeah. Is Jeff getting stables at least and teching into like convoy honor guards? He has Alexander's. He does not have Alexander's. The Star of Alexander there. Oh, he's in a world of trouble and pain right now. You gotta include the Star of Alexander in your deck just so you can go with honor guards. If you don't get that, you're in big trouble. I think Jeff might have made a huge mistake by not including the possibility of assault here, just thinking infantry alone was going to handle it. Big mistake. Big mistake. He doesn't have riding school, does he? No, he doesn't have riding school. This is a non-cavalry deck. Good luck to you, man. Good luck to you fighting all these mountain units without convoy honor guards. It's just not going to go well at all. That's why you gotta have both paths open for Bulgaria always. You always gotta be able to go into Appelsand Infantry or Grenzer. You have to go into honor guard. You gotta have that flexibility with Bulgaria. If you just think, oh, I'm just gonna win in the barracks. No, you're not. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. You're not. It's not gonna work. Now these are up to legendary and exalted natives. Yeah, this is looking worse by the second. Oh, and then he's going to start getting free immigrant maneuver units from his Italian colony, too. Wow, 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 wow. This is not looking good. He got all three immigrants. Good for you, Jesus Cristo. We don't always see that. We don't always see the variety play of Croats, Japanese, and Italians all together like that. It's good when you see them all combined together. Because that's sort of the good thing about this new immigrant age-up system was the fact that you could actually mix multiple immigrants together as any civ, not just the Uruguayans. You know, really made immigrants feel really good as a game feature, instead of being sort of a backwire one. And hopefully with the Spanish immigrant card, you'll have like 4 immigrants that you can start fielding. And then you'll really feel, you know, you got some unit variety that you can use and such. Yeah. Start adding in the vineyards. This will help with the plantation gather rates. Wow, putting villagers onto the islands. Yeah, that's crazy. Surprised nobody's taken this island yet. That'd be kind of fun. Oh, you didn't post your game? You should post it so we can look at it. Swedish army destroyed me with those bombers. Swedish... Oh, yeah, yeah. Check the Sea Warfare. There's a lot on that game. Yeah. There's a lot of... Like, look at this. Look at this bombardment down here. Look at this stuff. Wow, look at this. He's like nuking his entire base with these siege ships. You know, That's why Navy sometimes I just get off put by war maps, because you could have all the progress on the land and then they could just come in with some siege boats like the floating batteries or the river monitors and just completely shred your base from the backside and completely blindside you. So now Australia is basically like stumped with all this stuff. Yeah. Oh, big time. Absolutely. Utterly insane. Yeah. I don't know. That's all I'll say. And the poor fort can't build anything because it's caught between a rock and a Canadian place. Oh no, you lost the fort wagon? Oh, that's bad. Should have put it like somewhere over here or something, because you need like the back end support from this Navy down here. You need that backwards protection from this stuff. Don't have it, I don't know what you're gonna do. It's not good. Akayobatai is basically countering the Opposend infantry here pretty well. Oh yeah, you can put them in a trample now without taking self-damage now. They changed that in Wars of Liberty, so cavalry no longer deals self-damage when they're in trample mode, so you can actually do some decent splash attack with these Akayobatais now, which is pretty cool. They have a different way to use them now, especially with big clumps of infantry like that. It's going to be very useful. I'm curious, how much res does Sog have? Seems like Jesus Christos has the most on the team. Fufi's just going to Imperial right now. Quite a big war over here. Oh yeah, big time. I mean, even if Jeff had the convoy R guards, you have to deal with the fact that they're all spamming dragoons out, and even Jesus Christos is getting free maneuver units too from the Italian colony, these Legion Agricola ones, which are reminiscent of the Basiglietis. I think Team Sog's gonna win this, just because of the naval back. Yeah. Good thing Multigo was able to point out this Navy thing to me, because I would have never thought of this. Like, look at how nasty this European Navy is. Does he have any cards on them? He does not. He's just running these things run of the mill. Oh wow, it's crazy. Actually insane. Actually insane when you think about it, yeah. And then he's got the steel mill now too. So he's gonna be pumping out Nordenfelt guns out of here. That's pretty brutal, actually, yeah. If you don't know what a Nordenfelt gun is, it's basically a Swedish organ gun that deals multipliers against cavalry. Yeah, most artillery that you think about in AoE3 is very weak to cavalry, but the Nordenfelts actually pretty much not only immune to them, they are very good at countering them. They got high melee armor, which makes them pretty immune to the effects of hussars and cuirasses. And then they have range multipliers to shred anything with the shock tag, which is pretty brutal actually. Because that affects the dismount cav too, like the Mosqueteros, the Paraguayan, Primero de Lines, wide variety of stuff really. Canada's getting a navy now just to try to defend their ally. It's getting completely cooked in the backside. Wow, look at that. Big time. Oh, the Blackwatch, yeah. This is like an elite unit of the past. Really tough unit. You don't want to mess with these things. These things are like deadly to deal with. They got like 14 range and they do 113 range attack. Yeah, these Brusketeers are brutal. They actually cost 3 pop. Back in the old days, they only cost 2 pop, and they had the same stats. I guess somebody got really sick of dying to them, but so they brought them up to like 3 pop. I'm like, yeah, you could have kept them at 2 pop, because the thing is, they're very expensive, so they're pretty easy to burn through your resources, so they really could have just allowed you to have, like, more of them, I guess. But I don't know, that's at least my opinion about it. I wish I record all the days when I used to spam Blackwatch and crush people's bases with them. I can still use them nowadays, they're just not as impactful as they used to be in the olden days. Maybe I'll review back on Wool 12.1b or whatever and see, hey, did they still have the 2-pot Blackwatch? Because maybe we could do a match with that or something. Would be pretty fun. Give it a try. I don't think that's for me, but if it is, I'll pick it up. Nah, that's not for me. Problem solved. Problem solved itself. Oh, Jeff! Look at Jeffy doing sailor raids in the back of the. Can't count out Jeffy ever. He's always got something he's doing. It's going full sailor in the back. That's insane. Just needs to get these up to like the Tsar's Imperial upgrade, and then he's gonna have totally fully upgraded sailors in the back. Yeah, brutal. Brutal. I mean, that is gonna cause him some problems, though, I will be honest. Because you can train the sailors out of these torpedo boats, you know, and just keep landing them on the coastline here to keep causing issues. But here comes Sweden, though, with their Navy. They're gonna, like... Oh, they took out one of the river monitors, and now they're gonna go after the torpedo boat. Yeah, just target the boats, and then you can try to wipe out the sailors next. It's the only way I think it's gonna work pretty well. Yep, there goes the Star Fort. It's a big key defensive structure there. Yeah, that sailor rush was definitely a last hurrah, though. I just think it's... Now, this is weird. Jeff has docks here to do a forward naval assault, but is totally unaware of Bolivia's presence in the back of the island that's been there for a big portion of the match. I mean, if we look at like the line of sight right now, can he like see he can't even that's totally black map to him. He can't even see any. Well, I think the TC is in Fog of War, but he can't. The rest is just black map. He can't even see that. It's totally unbelievable how he can't even see that. I mean, now what's going to happen is, if I stand correctly, Jesus Christos is going to make some sort of... Oh, he's going to do exploding carts. I was like, yeah, is he going to do like mortars here? No, he's going to do exploding carts and just ram them into those docks and completely cook them. Well, quite an interesting match, though. And then, well, for Potosi, yeah, may as well. Bit overkill, and maybe he's trying to get to Great War Age now. Is anyone trying to get to Great War Age or not? Zog could. He is. He made into Great War Age, folks. He did it. He made it. He has entered the Great War Age. Now is he going to be able to do anything in Great... Yep, he's going to start spamming out the trucks right now. But sadly, a little bit too late to actually do anything for us to see. Hats off to you, good sir, for doing the Great War Age, though, and making it. It's a goal we don't usually see people make here. If he could have made it like 10, 20 minutes early and started doing the bomber planes and everything, that would have been a really nice sight here. Probably would have cleaned things up a bit sooner, too. You know, one good way that you can clean up your opponents in these type of team games, be the first one to get to Great War Age and start doing aircraft, you know. You know how easy it is to just get a couple of bomber planes and a Zeppelin and start shelling their navy, first of all, and then start landing behind their base with the mustard gas and all that. There's nothing they can really do about that, you know. They're basically a sitting duck in their base if you can get those bombers, because there are no weapons in age 5 and below where they can actually counter aircraft. No anti-aircraft guns, they're done. It's not like mortars can magically shoot up their shells 20,000 feet in the air or whatever to hit them either, so good luck with that. Oh, he even gets the supply depot down. He tries to get a oil rig. Ah, very nice. And now he's going to try to, he's going to get a field barracks down. Is the oil rig going to finish before the match ends? And then he gets an assembly line. Is he going to build like an airfield? Let's see. Does he get an airfield down? Yep, there's the airfield right there in the front. And what else is he going to build? Is he going to put a bunker down too? Yep, field barracks is going up now. Is he going to start to queue up the soldiers or what? Let's see if he queues up some soldiers here for us. This match was almost an hour long. Absolutely crazy. You usually don't see games that go an hour long like this, but when you get them recorded and you can cast them for an hour, that's pretty cool actually. So good job, Jeff, in getting that saved, or whoever submitted that. I think it was Waludo that submitted that's really really phenomenal. We got to see that. It's very rare you get to watch matches that are that in depth and that lengthy. Quite good. Quite impressive. So now we're going to go into the next one. What is it going to be called now? Let me go into Rick Games. It is called Machete. So, Machete Wars between Rommel and, I'm assuming, Senor Veringo. Let's see what that one's all about. One of my most favorite units, actually. I love the Machetero. I've loved them since they were the old stats, too, like the original stats back in the old days. I mean, I've always considered the Machetero to be a really phenomenal, you know, pike unit that's always... Well, back in the old days, they were pike units. Now they're assault units. But back then, they were heavy infantry and pikemen. And then there was the little short period of time where they were still heavy infantry, but they were anti-infantry. And then they became cavalry. Macheteros are probably one of those LAM units that really stands out among the rest, I think. That and probably the Lanceros, Volantes, and what other ones? Oh, the Bacambatero, but they're now they're just a mercenary. You can't train them anymore. back then you could train Bacamateros with any Latum Civ and use them, and they were a pretty good unit, you know. Basically the strength of a skirmisher, but the splash attack to be able to shred down lines of stuff. Yeah, really good stuff. Looks like we're on the high plains this time, which is a really good map with a nice trade route, about 5 trade sockets. Also, you got Cheyenne and Comanche natives, which is pretty cool. A lot of flexibility with this map and a lot of resources. You know, there's a lot of mines here, a lot of huntables. You're never going to run out of food or coin here while you're here. Just make sure you don't get raided like the U.S. settlers did against the Native Americans, because your economy will not last very long if you get raided here. So it's Veringo is Peru as always. I mean, nobody really plays Peru except Senor Veringo. And then Rommel is using Haiti. Rommel runs a pretty solid Haiti, just not solid enough to be below Nick's Belgium, I guess. But we'll see. We'll see what he can do here. I mean, from my experience, going Haiti versus Veringo Peru is usually a 50-50 situation. Sometimes I have been his Haiti doing it. No, his Peru. Sometimes my Haiti is being his Peru, and sometimes his Peru is being my Haiti. It's about a 50-50 success rate. So, I don't know where that puts Rommel. I'm assuming he's probably 45-40, 60 or something, or 45-55. That would be my expectation. Yeah, basically. I just don't know in this particular matchup if Rommel's going to outperform my Haiti expectations against his Peru, or he's going to have it a bit weaker, you know. Because the main way Veringo handles Peru against Haiti is he tries to turtle up with towers, and then he tries to get a quick fort in H3 and just block you off from completely vanquishing his entire economy. And sometimes that works for him, sometimes it does not work. I think the main dilemma is going to be figuring out, is this sort of new Veringo age Machitero, Pardo, Bernero play going to be any stronger than his old school Legion Peruana Scolta play that he used to be pretty known for, you know? Because in the old day, Veringo preferred Machiteros, Legion Peruanas, and Escoltas. Nowadays, he goes much more the Pardo, Bernero, and Machitero route. Two very viable paths, but now a lot more infantry, which does give Haiti a bit of a chance to do a bit better, I think, you know. If Rommel can get out a lot of Escopateros against the Peruvian infantry mass and get some of their stronger upgrades with the Machiteros, this could be a very easy match here, you know. We'll have to see. So what does he start out with immigrants? He gets German wave. Still sticking with the German wave. I usually go Arab wave against Veringo. I don't know if that's going to make any difference. And what is Veringo going to do here? I'm assuming he's going to go up with either the Japanese wave or either the Irish wave or the Japanese wave. I think it really depends on what he thinks he's going to do here, pretty much. Yep. So I think if he's looking more in the situation of trying to defend with his skirms, I think he's probably going to try to, he's probably going to get the Zamarito immigrant skirmishers to deal with whatever heavy infantry that Rommel makes, pretty much. So we'll see if that ends up happening or not. Should be interesting either way, though. Yeah. So, is he aging up yet, or... He's got 900 food and he's not aging up yet. It's a little strange. And... Alright. I wonder if this ever becomes a problem for Veringo if he's behind in his age up. You know, it's totally possible for Rommel to just come in with a bunch of Zinglins and mop up his cholos or something and his chulas, muy bonitas, and that could be a serious issue. Yeah. Goes for Furrier after the 3 villagers. Now that's an interesting one. I've never thought of that before. Whereas Rommel goes for the 700 wood. Goes for that infrastructure. Not only the infrastructure, but the fact that most of Hades' barrack stuff costs food and wood. Not as much as the old days, but still a very large portion of it does. Like, let's say half of the Haitian barracks is food and wood units. You got the Mosquetero, the Picket, and the Escopetero costing the food and wood. And the Zingland, Vivandera, and the Conscripto are food and coin. In the old days, the Zingland was also a food and wood unit, but I guess I don't know if it was for balance reasons or it was for... It's gotta be balance reasons. They decided to make the Scout unit a food and coin one instead of a food and wood one. Because if you recall, back in the days of the Aztecs, Coyote runners were a food and wood unit. So I'm assuming at the start they decided, oh yeah, let's just copy what the Aztecs do. And then they decided, let's make them into a food and coin unit. Probably because there's a lot of maps like Sahara, Easter Island, where wood gathering isn't so obvious. Or not even there at all. So, yeah, you're kind of sticking them out to dry, basically, but not giving them, like, a balanced start. Because remember, Haiti, well, they'd have the stable, they lacked the Lancero, which means their stable is not useful for anything until age 3. Right, so I think the way they were thinking of it was, let's give Haiti one shock unit, one skirmish, and one heavy infantry that's food and coin, and then do another that's wood. So that way the food and wood identity is still there, but it's just a little bit more fair, I think, yeah. That's the way I think it basically was set up, yeah. Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. We'll see, though. So we got the pickets there, sieging at the barracks. Got the Mosqueteros looking for any vills that they can snipe at. Serenos are not going to be that substantial of a defense, I think. He could actually try and mop these up a bit with the Explorer there, which would be a good idea. Faustine Suloke. Yeah, see, the Explorer actually has some splash attack with his sword, so... Yeah, it's generally good to go in with him in some situations just to deal a lot of damage. And now the pickets are going to start picketing towards the market, yeah. Get the picket fence, yeah. I don't know why they call them pickets. Is that like a French word or something? Like, when I think of pickets, I either think of picketing like at a protest for like a union or something, or like a picket fence between two people's houses. I don't think of pickets as being some Haitian guy with a spear and a very nice tall hat, nice derby hat on, basically. Yeah, quite an interesting thing, isn't it? Looks like the pickets are picketing their way through the Pardos, though. Oh, got some Escobateros as well. That'll be pretty good here. I guess the difference is that the Berneros have more range, so they can potentially kite the Escos a bit. Whereas the Escobateros, if they do get their shot in, will deal splash attack and thus clean through things a lot easier, honestly. Yeah, basically. Ah, good defense. Yeah, good defense. Another attempt with the siege with the Pardos. He's kind of ignoring the Berneros a bit. He's going to get the barracks down at least. Yeah, barracks is down. Senor Verlingo has no production. And then the best thing you can do is just retreat out of there and just reamass and figure out some sort of another type of assault mode here, you know. What's Rommel going to do from here? So he's going to add Musketeers in with Escos and try to go for a more substantial push, I think. If he wants, he could use the German colony to add some Uhlans as well for 1 pop a piece. So yeah, that's the thing Wars of Liberty does different than Definitive Edition with Uhlans is Uhlan type units in Wars of Liberty are only 1 pop. And in Definitive Edition they're 2 pop. The reason is because the way the tag rework works in Wars of Liberty, Hussar style units have naturally lower hit points. And thus, essentially it ends up leading the Uhlans having such little HP that they fit more as a 1 pop unit than a 2 pop one at the end of the day. So closer to the Cossacks than anything. Like actually, I think even weaker than Cossacks in HP, so yeah. They're like really glass cannon like Coyote Runners in Wars of Liberty. Send the Musketeros in to wipe out the Boneros, it looks like. Doing pretty well, but of course they're going to speed up now that their compadres are dead. The villager actually saved them from getting snared again, which is pretty whack. Just because of the placement there. They got to retreat out again, yeah. Here's some of those Uhlans right now, actually. Because he doesn't have any anti-cav, they're going to be pretty good here. See how low their HP is? It's only like 209, which is not much stronger than the Musketeros is. But their attack, 48 damage. That's pretty big. Part of that is due to the fact that they have the Haitian bonus applied to them. Where when they're far away from their own town centers, they deal more damage. So normally I think it's around like 42 or something attack, and it just gets astronomically bigger for the Haitians when they have them far away from their base. Rommel is adding in some conscriptos as well, so a bit of musket in there. I like how he's keeping the Vil queue going though. He's like running really hardcore rush here where he barely has any scrap resources. But he is making sure he's keeping the Vil production going, so it's not falling behind at all. That's the key difference, I think. Whereas Ringo, look at all the food he has. He has enough food to open a Taco Bell. Enough to get some tortillas, some queso, some hamburguesa, and some tomate, yeah. To go make some tacos for some gringos gordos. Yeah. Not real tacos, but gringo tacos. Yeah. Blue bombed the other team with his navy too. Yeah, that was a big naval war in that game. I really liked it. It was a really fun one. Here we got the Musketeros going in for another sweeping maneuver again. Let's see what they can do here.
Señor.
Comes some pardos. Juanitos pardos. Finally a bit of anti-shock into the mix. Yep. So just spin around with some Musketeros, it looks like. Okay. Well, the thing is, Peru's villagers can actually garrison inside buildings. So they can hide inside the casa at any time to defend themselves, which is a bit different than other civs, you know. It's very hard to actually get kills against Peru for that reason. They're like the part of that class of Paraguayan, not Paraguayan, but Latin American civs that essentially are very hard to raid. I think the other ones that would be classified as the Mexicans, because if you do kill their villagers, they leave behind a grave that trickles them food, so they're making the food back and then some. If you have Dia de los Muertos research, the Paraguayan villagers use a shotgun. The African slaves have like the kung fu fighting, capoeira, like kung fu attack with their kicks and stuff. So there's a lot of Juanito villagers that are just really hard to raid against. And very immune to that type of thing, you know. At least if you're paying attention, you know. If you're a Juanito and you're looking at Las Ventanas de Juanitas Muy Bonitas and you don't notice that your village is being raided, yeah, it doesn't matter that they can garrison because, you know, you had the house right there, but you were busy watching Juanita Bonita do her stuff, and you didn't manage to save any of the villagers from the Uwans or the Macheteros or the other units that were raiding them, or the Hussars, yeah, basically. And now from here we got a very good mixture of units. We got Escos, Macheteros, some Pickets, some Ulans, and some Conscriptos. Who's doing Baron Res though? So Rommel barely has any res. Like he's like spending everything. He's spending his heart out in the military. This could be good if he can get the rush done, but if he fails, I'd sad to say I think Varingo's got the best of them, and this might be the thing that I fall into. I just think that my army can get through Peru, and it just can't. You know, I think if Varingo can get to like age 3, get the fort down, because he's got the fort here. He does not have the fort here. I'm very surprised. I thought he used to run a fort in his deck. Maybe he doesn't feel like he needs it. He does have Costrumbizimo, though, so he does have an extra town center. Like, see, this is just stupid. Like, why are you throwing Ulans into the Pardos like that? You don't want to throw him into Spearman like that. He's, like, wasting his army. If you're going to go nothing but army, you just need to make sure that you're not losing the units in the exchanges like that for free. Fringo didn't even lose one Pardo, and even if he did, I mean, look at how cheap they are. 50 food, 30 wood. You can make 1 million of these things. And that's probably why this whole Bernero Pardo setup by Varingo has pretty much been very successful lately. It's just because it doesn't cost a lot to really field, at least in the food department. Now, in terms of wood chopping, yeah, it can get a bit hard, and that's why he runs virgin forests, you know. Not just because Varingo's probably a virgin, but because he needs that better wood chopping to be able to afford the Berneros, yeah. Pretty much, yeah. Get the steel traps. Lots of Mushateros there. Yep. So where's he age up with this time? He's gotten the Japanese wave in too. You know, this can be pretty powerful at this stage because this is the age where, again, a Japanese immigrant choice can grant you a dojo. Then you can actually get some Japanese immigrant units for free over time with either the Shotais or the cavalry max. You can configure it to which one you want. And that might be a great way, since Ringo was turtling for so long, that he might actually be able to get some substantial units across to doing the flipperoo on Rommel. Yeah, now he gets 2 cherry orchards instead of just 1. So he's going to even have a nice source of food in his base and it can fall back on that's actually pretty decent, you know. Because until you start upgrading your mills or your haciendas, berry bush gathering is actually a pretty decent gather rate. So that'll keep him eating for a very long time. It's getting Costrumbizimo now for a town center wagon. And we'll also improve the movement speed and construction times of all wagons as well, so that'll be a kind of a good little side bonus too. I think Costrumbizimo is probably really good for like Bolivia, as it helps them get the mining camps up faster and maneuver the wagons to the mines a bit faster. So yeah, it's just something to consider. Food for thought, as they say. Here comes the covered wagon. What else? So Ron will go into like H3, or is he just taking it out in H2? Yeah, this might be where he falls apart though, because if Ringo can upgrade his stuff and hold the line down, I have a serious problem there. Because here's the problem where the cookie crumbles. The Boneros have 22 damage. These only do like 12 damage. They really rely on their shotgun ability to really find value in this sort of a fight. But yeah, these Boneros with all their upgrades right now are going to be doing some pretty heavy damage to the infantry in particular. Even against the Yuans, like, yeah, the Yuans, it's not a lot of them, so I mean, you can't really use that as a substitute here. Takes out the Yuans, and I mean, Muchateros are also going to be wiped out pretty quickly, I think. Yeah. That should be a pretty easy clean up and sweep, I think. Yep. Pickets are going to be picketing their way through the villager. Yep. So I don't know. I mean, it's looking like Varingo's defending good. I mean, he's an age ahead, and I don't see any substantial base or villager damage just yet. It's got a pretty decent mass of those Boneros still, and it's just going to keep plowing in Pardos to keep the infantry completely dissolved and distracted. Yeah. Just take out those Escopeteros, and I think it should be a pretty easy cleanup, yeah. Yep, just... yeah, now we can just kite them, because he has the extra range and movement speed from the death bonus. And yep, it just takes his defensive position as before, and nothing much changes there. Status quo, as they say. Oh wow, yeah, take out the Escopeteros, yep. Oh wow, look at that. Take out that infantry, yep. That's no comida though, so he's gonna need some food. Maybe he should just use the cherry orchards in his base, perhaps. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Has the infinite 6 cholos shipment though, so he's gonna be able to keep in a steady stream of booming villagers, which is great. Where's his other town center? Is it up here? Alright, so yeah, he's got some pretty substantial map control. Can't complain about that. Also has a few TPs on the trade network, so he's getting some food from that since it's up the stagecoach now. My camp is under attack. I request your aid so I can turn this tide. Here's some mochateros. Yeah, these Pardos are a pretty good defense overall. Because you can just mass them up in huge numbers and then eventually start upgrading them a bit. Wonder how they work with like the military improvement that gives them more multipliers but a slower attack. Wonder if they actually become better or worse when you do that. Like, what would they be at? Like a 5.6 multiplier against Cav? So almost 6. Almost have a Spontooner. Maybe that's something worth experimenting with at some point, honestly. We'll have to see, though. Now, where's Rommel in all this? How's Rommel doing? So Rommel is missing a lot of resources. He's got a bit of food, a little wood, just barely a bit of a scraping by a coin. Gonna get the veteran Escopatero now. Get the buckshot too. The buckshot is gonna be a good technology for you. Goes for the breweries here to get about 3 of the gold works. It's gonna be a really substantial boost, I think. It's gonna give him a lot of benefits overall. We'll see if he can set up some sort of defense there in this setup. So you got Escos with Mushateros, and we'll just follow along and see what he gets. Alright, so this is going to be veteran Mushateros, right? Okay. Veteran on the assault, veteran on the skirmish. What does he get from there now? It's got the free Krupp steel cannon from the Age Up 2. This is like a... It's both like a culverin and it's like a mortar, so it's great at siege and buildings, and it's great against like ships, buildings, that sort of thing, and artillery. Can do a lot of things, really. So what's it gonna do with it though? Is it gonna put it? Where's that thing going exactly? Alright, just gonna fire at that now. Yep. Double Q in the Mushatero. Also making some Jim and Masons. Their gather rate is very bad, but they build things really quickly. So if you have to get up a Quake Barracks or stable, they're going to be your go-to villager for that. Because they can usually build stuff very quickly by themselves without any help, usually. Alright, so the train post is down. That's going to hurt Ringo a bit. Now, Ringo's actually going to industrial age, so it's likely we're going to see guard Boneros and probably even... So he's already got the veteran Pardos, right? Holding the halberds. So yeah, these are going to be guard Pardos very soon. Then once that's the case, I think it's... Oh, they use spears. So they have like the old Pardo model, but they still hold on to spears instead of halbs. That's interesting. Yep, so they're going to start sieging away at this trading post, pretty much. I'm assuming he's going to get... might get Andy in combat for the Boneros very soon, too. Yep. Oh, he's got some Fenians now. Look at this big stack of Fenians. These Irish immigrant maneuver units. They're just going to run rampant around the map. Oh, they're going to shell these Mushateros. You know how much multipliers they have against these things? Like 6x against them. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. I mean, 48 times 6? That's like 300 something damage that they're doing to the assault units. They're a mercenary, so they don't get a like real upgrades unless you have like a card or something. So, yeah, that's still pretty big. It's kind of serious. Kind of serious what you can do with that, really. Yeah, I would love to see what their stats are like for the Uruguayans who have mercenary upgrade cards. You know, probably becomes a real monstrous beast of a unit to field. You know, probably going up to like 60 something range attack, and then the multiplier, so it's like 360 damage or something really big like that. Like Oof, that is pretty big. Definitely don't want to be running tanks against those things. Definitely not. Why is he taking out the cannon, though? He should be taking out the Mosquiteros. That's what they specialize against, really. Focus on the thing you're good at, not the thing you're not good at. And then starting to add in some Lanceros, too, so a bit of anti-skirmish. It's going to come in with the Pardos and the Fenians, it looks like. It's just looking for the proper place to prepare his few shots, I think. So here's the Pardos here with their multipliers. Yep. Oh, he took out the priest, so he made a priest, too. He's going to have to retreat now. These guys have a lot of HP and pierce armor too, so they're actually kind of hard to counter with your skirmish stuff. Yeah, basically. Yep, pretty much. So what's he got here? He's got some Pardos, is that right? Yep. Some Pardos there. Yep, just take off that side, yep.
Señor. Ro. On Federland Cabrula. Dígame.
Oh, he is using one of the trade-offs for the barracks investment one. I can't remember. What does this one do? Is this for the Pardos? Is that for the Berneros? There's a few different ones. I'm going to see if these Pardo stats change at all. Oh, yep. So this is the one that gives Vivanderas and Pardos more multipliers, but makes their attack slightly slower. I think in general this one works pretty good. Because now basically these Pardos are going to be dealing about 5.6x against the shock units once they get all their upgrades. How many improvements did they get? 2 or 3? If they get 4 of them, then it would go up to like 6x against Cav. In which case, yeah, that's pretty substantial actually. Yeah. Probably because he's massing so many of them, he doesn't care about the attack speed. He just wants the more raw damage coming out of them. Yeah. Get some more spearmen there. Yep. Should put a few barracks over here as well. Yeah, because if you're going to play more in this sort of massing of Pardos sort of thing, then they probably want to get a little bit more production here. And just keep the stuff flowing through. I don't know why Rommel is giving him so much time to prepare stuff. No, he's getting his own stuff too. He's getting the Royal Guard Calenda Mosquiteros. These guys are pretty tough. Look at their splash, like 35 hand with 1 splash. And does he have McCandleplot yet? Get McCandleplot like right now. Right now, get McCandleplot. Because what this does, it gives the Musketeros chances of critical strikes, just like the Shaolin Master does. So the slashes actually have a chance of doing substantially more damage. And if you get really good RNG, you can like obliterate entire armies of heavy infantry with them. It's really something big. And if you get a lot of critical strikes, you also have a good chance of even slicing through some cavalry too, like his Lanceros. Got my candle plot and Kako. So the railguard upgrade to the Escobatero. So yep, my candle plot is going to be a really beefy contender here. Yep. So what's going on though? Like, why isn't somebody going to fight here or something? Oh no, he's got like... Look at the score difference though. That is so bad. Let's see what happens. So he's getting attacked by a huge mass of stuff. He's got the critical strikes now active. See what happens. See what he does. Yep. Let's, yeah, go right after the Pardos first. I think he's going to get shredded by the Fenians, though, and he's going to quit. Because those Fenians, no matter what you do with Mechanoplar, are still going to... Oh, here come... Look at the Lancero army. That is pretty huge, actually. So here's the critical strikes. Look at all the critical strikes they're doing already. And the more of the Musketeers you add in, the better it is. It's got the RG on the... Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait a second. Rommel didn't even get buckshot at the arsenal for the Escobateros. It literally gives them another splash area of effect. Rommel, you gotta keep up with those arsenal upgrades, man. Does he even have one? He does not. No arsenal for Juanito Rommel. That's one way to throw a game. Not that I think he just didn't read the signs on the board in regards to how to handle his timing attacks and his macro and stuff. That's what I think went wrong, personally. But, whatever. Going to the next one now. Haha, stupid. Poor Rommel. Rommel sometimes gets some really good attacks in, but sometimes he just misses the mark, as Jordan Pearson says. He misses the mark and he doesn't, get the right stuff, Yeah, that's all I can say about that. So what now? What's the match going to be here? Let me see. Aprendete los tags la concha de tu madre. Learning the tags of your mom? What's wrong with mama's tags? Don't talk about mama like that, yo mama. What's wrong with mommy's tags? Learning mommy's tags. Ugh. So 2 Koreans versus a Chile and a Bolivia. I like that one. That should be a fun one. How many more games we have in general, though? Ooh, look at all these matches we still got. Jeez, we got a lot of them still. I don't know if we'll even get through them all, but we'll try. Well, let's get into this one now. We should have started like an hour or two earlier, instead of sitting in that 3v3 thing and out synced like a million times. Probably would have been, yeah. Because now I don't even know if we're going to have to push some of them into the next Tuesday or something, depending on how much you can publish the games, how fast you can. So, let me see. A is for Plendete. This one. So it's going to be Wololo, Nick, and Sog versus Cappy and Metal. Pretty even team. We are on the high plains once again, where we're still as high as a kite and enjoying the gameplay. Yeah. So, Metal and Cappy's Korea are very strong indeed. Quite strong indeed. But what? Who's running the Bolivia? So is this the one? Oh, Nick's gonna run the Bolivia this time. So let's see what crazy stuff Nick tries to do with Bolivia here. I'm kind of curious how much he's gonna either do well with this or flop it. We'll see. Because he said he was gonna do some weird stuff with it because he just didn't understand the civ involved. So we'll see. Maybe he might do something with the mining camps and overplay it or something. Who knows? We'll see. And then you got Sog with Chile. I mean, the thing I like about this team up is the fact that Chile is obviously going to be an eco powerhouse. And then Bolivia is going to be like a good military spamming civ. So they're kind of going to work together real nicely here against Korea. Your biggest threat is obviously the fact that, at least from the way we did the tier list and everything, we kind of right now have Korea listed as like the highest seeded S tier civ in the mod right now, just because of their wide variety of good outcomes in more competitive games, and even their okayness in the late game too. You know, yeah. So yeah, a lot of things going on with Korea, definitely. So let's see what builds they end up pulling off on this one. Yeah. So how many builds you got on here? You got about 12, 10 plus 2. I played Chile today and actually won the match on Adirondack. It wasn't easy, but because I had a strong ally with Kaiser's Australia, it was doable. The main thing with Chile is just figuring out what units you're going to do early and just focusing hard on those and hoping that's going to be enough, because I noticed that somebody was playing Civ that used a lot of Grenadiers, Peru, Varingo, and I thought maybe he's going to do Legion Peruana again, and I should maybe consider going Sailors, Soldados del Mar card. And I ended up doing Sailors, and actually did come handy a couple of times when Varingo was really popping out those artisanal cans. I was able to just completely melt them. So, you know, did the job in a few ways, you know. So, can't complain too much about that, really. No, not at all. So, what are the decks here? What's the difference between Cappy and Metal Korea? So, this is Cappy. He's using military service examinations. Pretty good card, actually. Basically, what this does is it actually will improve the number of units that come inside of your unit shipments. So, I think for like Imperial Age, or rather Industrial Age cards, the shipments will include like 4 more units, each 2 ones, 2 more units. It's actually related to like the class. I think it gives you a lot if it's infantry, quite a bit if it's cavalry, and then like maybe 1 or 2 additional artillery pieces. So that's what it does basically, yeah. Is he going to end up getting that card? Because if he does, that'd be kind of fun actually. Because we don't see a lot of people go with military examinations. Military service examinations, I should say. Yeah. So what will Nick do as far as age up? He goes with the Croats for 300 wood. Not a bad choice. You know, you can always use the 300 wood for some pretty good stuff. Is he going to do War of the Republic 8 does, or is he going to play more into the like mid or late game native stuff? He does not have War of the Republic 8 does, so he's playing this in a pretty wacky way. Yeah. He's got mostly regular unit shipments and a few support ones in the form of the Dazas and the mounted Buddha riders. Yeah. Got some mining camp shipments in there. I can't really speak too much on these. I think these are probably a waste of your time, just saying. Yeah. These don't give you enough villages to get like a single shipment for them. The infinite one mining camp ship, it maybe, baby, you could maybe, baby, consider that, but nah, because consider this: a mining camp gives you about 4 villagers. That's not a lot. 4 villagers for one. I mean, it's a lot for when you're like building them from 300 wood, but like spending a whole cart on that, I just don't see the value out of it, really. I just think you're gonna be a bit, you're gonna be missing a lot with that one. Yeah, basically. We'll see though. Maybe Nick comes up with something here for us. We'll have to wait and see what he's got here. Should be interesting either way.
¿Qué necesitas?
¿Sí, tata? ¿Sí?
Ajá.
Yep, get that barracks up right now. Oh, so he is doing the mine camp stuff. Oh, okay. This is the way I used to do Oblivion. It's not the best. Mining camps I find are a bit better towards the mid to late game when you're trying to like boom and stuff and you got a lot of wood on your back. But yeah, at the start it's not really that great. It's not that phenomenal, really. No. So I can do a Mushatero, it looks like.
¿Órdenes?
With some Francaturadores. See what happens? Well, you get about 4 of them or whatever, and then the thing deletes. It's deleted. So you're gonna like build another one after he... Can't build too many of the mine camps.
¿Sí?
It's like 2 ways to make them. You can either make wagons at the town center to build them, or you can use the explorer to construct them herself. Chile will be going Battalion Civico. So they're musketeer units. A very different type of musketeer unit, but a musketeer nonetheless. These ones are much more melee oriented with the ability to go into Chablica de Diablo to change from an anti-cav unit to an anti-infantry unit. Yeah, pretty much. Yep, just gonna charge forward with the sabers there. It's gonna take out an archer. Barely anything else, yeah.
La contienda es desigual. ¿Mi taita? ¿Órdenes?
Oh, Cappy's doing Gungo Cavalry. Ooh, that's pretty good. So one's doing archers, the other's doing cavalry archers. That's quite great here, actually, because, the mounted archers are going to be really good against the Musketeros, yeah. Because they're maneuver units and the Musketeros are assault, so this is going to be a really good, yeah, basically. Park Ji Sung. Now he goes into Chablika. Look at that one over there just, like, swatting flies. I don't know. It's like saying, well, not exactly Argentine slang. Offensive, by the way. Oh, okay. So it's basically stuff that Juanitos, Argentos, Enojados says, basically. So if you're an angry Argentine Juanito, you would say something like what's on the recording. Ah, okay. That's fair. All right. It's good to know. 'Cause I don't know all the Juanito slang, so it's probably good that I sort of know what the words mean or the phrases mean, so if I accidentally say it, I don't get a machete swung at me or something from an angry Juanito going, "Oh, you evil gringo, I'm gonna slash your head off with machete." Like, you don't want to run in that situation. That'd be very bad. You see it, like, even these Savicos with their swords, they slash pretty hard. You don't want them to come after you with that sword in Chablica de Diablo mode. It'd be very dangerous. Very, very deadly indeed. Because you said the wrong Argentine words. Looks like they're going to win against Chile here. Mancero? Yeah, I don't get what Nick is doing here. Like, it's like he's on mushrooms or something, trying to figure out this Civ. On eternity mushrooms or something. Very strange indeed. Oh, yep, trying to mass up the Lancers. But now they're going to try to group up with the Gungos and get there. Yeah. Going into the trample. Not bad. Not bad using that now. Yeah. Oh, yeah. trying to do some of the Yongeo Grenadiers there. These ones do quite a bit of damage from what I recall, yeah. No, they throw the grenades more often. That's what I remember about the Yongeos. They have a better they have a smaller cooldown time on their grenade throws, so they can do quite a bit of damage with them. Oh, yeah. Got one of the watches at least. I mean, they're definitely doing good taking out the artillery. Yep, take out that one, yep. Now, the Buddha's riders should be very strong against the cav archers because they have some more damage, right? Than the... Yeah, they do a lot more damage. Look at that trample, actually. Not bad. They're actually holding on pretty well there for a bit. I still don't get what Willow Nick is. He's spamming too many mining camps and it's hurting him badly. That's basically it. That's all I can see from that one. Way too many archers stood. Yeah, they're even gonna blast down the Lanceros with their rate of fire. GG, well played to that one. Yep. Alright, so let's go into the next one now. So which one are we on now? We're on record game 1. No created names I can give this. So, yeah, just record game 1. Very creative name indeed. Must be this one, right? It would have to be, right? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Well, although Nick uses Canadians versus Nicolas, who uses Mapuche. Oh, okay. Should be an even match. I mean, I had to deal with Nicolas's Mapuche multiple times today, so I can tell you 100% that it is a very painful thing to deal with. You want to avoid as much as possible. As for Canada, Canada's always a very good A-tier civ, just like Mapuche is, so I think from like a civ balance standpoint, there shouldn't be too many advantages or disadvantages here, pretty much. Should be a pretty easy start across the board. I remember in the past, though, Mapuche really did well against Canada. I don't know if that's any different now. We'll see. Gonna make some lemonade real quick and I'll be right back. Alright, I'm ready. Did I miss anything? I think a log cabin got built, but did anything else substantial happen? I don't know. Maybe somebody got a treasure. That's about it, I think. Yeah, that's why I knew I had to spring a leak at that time, because I knew I might not get another opportunity for a while. That's good. Yep. This is always a funny thing. Always ask a Mapuche player where their deck is. They don't have a deck. Their explorers are the deck. They're the ones that have the cards, yeah. So, if you want to know what deck Mapuche is playing, just know that every card is totally possible. Just a good rule of thumb. Now, Canada's deck is a whole different story. So, what do we have in this deck? We have Team Exotic Hardwoods, 3 Fur Traders, Spears, Light Cav, Unique Unit, and then the Klamaths. This looks pretty average, I would say, for Age 2. I really can't speak too much on Land Grab, though. I don't think Land Grab is really that useful. Might be, but I just don't think it is. And what else do we have? Pioneers. Do we really use Pioneers a lot with Canada? I don't know. I mean, I'm just asking. I don't use this card like ever with Canada. I'd rather have like two Pioneers or something. Like another Villager shipment or maybe another Wood Chopping team card, something like that. Then Age 3, 3 Croup Steels, not a bad one for Siege, 2 Whitworths, 5 Light Cav and Riflemen. I mean, you could have put some of the unique unit shipments in there too, I think, for good reference, but that's at least just what I would do. You can totally do whatever you want, whatever floats up your boat in your dress. Starting right away with an aggressive War Hut. What will Mapuche be doing for their selection? Are they going to go Trengalev and Wakelith, I'm assuming? Or are they going to be... I'm just trying to figure out if they're going to do any Maladanches with the War Hut units. Because that seems to be like the more basic type of rush you can do with Mapuche. We'll have to see. I mean, the War Hut's like right here, right in the middle of the swamp there. Not too far away from the enemy. So, Trengalev, is he going to ship any more in? Or how's he going to use that shipment? The villagers he put in the fort there are just going to eat that hunt there. Might be able to deny Canada that hunt by eating it. So he's going to ship some Tringalefs while training some Tringalefs. These are assault units, by the way, so kind of classified as heavy cavalry, you know. So that means Dragoons are good at wiping them out. So are bayonets and spears. Yeah. Statistically, they're basically going to be more like Lancers, like Spanish Lancers, because they have like an actual multiplier against infantry. So as you can see there, they're going to beat up the poor dog. It's literally ASPCA commercial grade commercial stuff there. Please send us donation money so evil Mapuche clubmen won't basically attack the dogs anymore. And so forth and so forth, yeah. But from there, what do you do as Canada? Are you going to do Spontuner defense? Probably the best thing you can do. You could try to outnumber them with light cavalry, but I just don't know how that's going to go for you. Or just use the town center. Town center has multipliers against shock units, so I mean that's one way to shred the Trengaleves. So he's got to be really careful about how long he stands under this TC for. I suggest you get some spearmen, and then you go for it, man. Yeah, like look at how much damage that is. That's like 2-shot kills on these things. You gotta watch out for that stuff. Better watch out. You better not cry and you better not pout. I'm telling you why. Because just stay away from the town center. That's it. Basically it. That's all you have to do. It's like your one job. Stay away from that town center. Because if he loses all these under the town center fire, yeah, you're looking at a really hardcore issue. He does go full Spontuner as the response to it, which is the most appropriate one you could do. He wants to engage in his... See what he's doing is... Yeah, look at how he picked that fight there. Quite good, actually. If he can get favorable fights, he will win against them. But if he makes unfavorable fights, then Mapuche will win the fights. But the big difference is these only cost... These are same cost as the pikemen. Whereas these cost some food and coins, so they're considerably pricier. Now, naval skirmishers have a mouse against all shock units, both assault and scout, so that's going to be one thing they're going to have to be aware of here. Yep, it looks like he was able to beat the spearmen, and now he's going to make a break for the naval skirms. Yep, start clubbing. Oh, there you go. Start sieging at that barracks. Is he gonna get that down? Ooh. 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 Just one torch sword. Did you see that? He was so close. Talk about just barely missing the mark. Does he have enough wood to repair that? Yeah, I should probably just repair that now. Yeah. Get that repaired. That's the one thing with Canada, because you got all these log cabins trickling you wood throughout the game. They trickle about 0.2 wood per second, which means you need about 5 of them to get about 1 wood per second. Since you can have 20 houses, that means 4 wood per second maximum. So you have enough wood all the time to like repair a barracks or something like that. So all that hard work by Nicholas is finally gone, and he's gonna have to find out something else to do here. Yeah. There's not going to be any second chances, I guess. Goes for the infinite Mawadanche shipment. What? What are you doing, Juanito Bonito? Get the big bun one from the town, sir. It gives you 3 of them. That's just better. And then he's going to do the Renegade Chilean Civico battalions. I mean, it's not a bad idea. It's certainly a somewhat of a substantial unit you can mix in. I don't know why he just did the 1 Mawadanche. Was he thinking or not? I don't think he was thinking at all when he was doing that. Like, get the 3 one, then you get some more units to throw in. Now you just got like a couple of assault units, a couple of muskets, and like 1 good unit mixed in with them all. I mean, how do you even know you're even gonna? Because look, he's pathing right into the light cabin, not even targeting the spearmen. Which means they're going to get the run up on him. Yeah, I don't know. He's trying at least, trying to push through. I don't really ever see anybody go for the Renegade Chileans ever. Which is a bit strange. Yeah, see, it's 1. It's not going to do anything now. So you're going to have to, like, really retreat it now. Hope that survives. He's going to try to bash him with the Tringolafs. Why did you not just keep running with it? You know, he could have used the Tringolafs to stop him. I don't know. Just got some Tringolovs. Shipping in about 3 fur traders, queuing in some Trupa Diamanines. Getting a outpost up. Oh, he's constructing those with his own wood. Yeah, look at all the wood he's dragging in from all these log cabins. He can afford to like tower up his entire base now. And basically make himself pretty much immune to whatever Mapuche tries to throw at. Now he gets the right Mawadanchi shipment, but way too late to really do anything. If he had that a bit before, yeah, he might have had a bit of a better fight there and could have potentially did something. Now it's kind of like he's on the back pedal, really. Shipping in about 600 coin, is that right? Yep. Probably could start to age up after he gets that coin in. And start getting some fencibles or something. Yeah, maybe he could go Mez Rebels because he's got enough wood for it. Mez Rebel to me is usually the better skirmisher, but if you're looking for longer range, then get the fencibles. Or anti-artillery, which they double as. Grabbing all that coin. Now I can age up to Mademoiselle Liddy, New France. Got women's suffrage. Get some tropas diamelines. Compared to the other New France age up politician, it does age up significantly faster. So now he's already up. He can get like his veteran upgrade on these. He's looking in really good shape now. Get colonial Troupa Diamanines. He's gonna try to perform some sort of timing attack on Canada, but I just don't think it's gonna. It might work. He has the Matreros. That might be enough. We'll see. The Matreros, if they're used properly, will break through his line. Is he targeting? Oh, yep. Now he's targeting good. Okay. All right. Maybe he can do this. I don't know. I got my faith in him. I have faith in Bonito that he'll pull it off. Now he just has to siege the barracks down. If he can take it out before he gets the rifleman, I think that's hats off to him, and it's going to put him in really good shape there. Yep. I think maybe Canada overplayed their hand too much. He could have been fine if he stayed in H2 and just pressed the numbers advantage, but he wanted to risk it and get some like riflemen to deal with the triangle after. He just ended up. Yeah. Sometimes aging up isn't always the best solution. Because he had the advantage, you just needed to push it, you know? In age 2, not in age 3. So now I see him completely collapsing and all that. He spent all... Because here's the problem. Canada ages up with wood instead of food, so all that wood stockpile he earned before is kind of almost... It's not gone, but he definitely has a lot less to work with here. Got a big army of these outlaws and these assault units kind of just riding on them, even these emergency units. Quite a big mass of stuff there. That's a GG and a well played. Yeah, good show of how to do good against Mapuche and then how to throw it as well. Yep, that's good. It's kind of fun when we see games like that where a player has the potential of winning the match and then they kind of just throw it all away at the end. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. So, what are we on now for record games? So, what's the match going to be called at this time? Let me see. It will be Jugando como el Orto 1. And then Nerfian Altupe. Civs Peru versus Tucanes and Dutch versus Canadians. Tucanes? What do you mean Tucanes? What are those? Let me do that one. This one here? Alright, let's try that one. So Rommel is running Argentina, and what's the opponent running? Peru. Because it's Ringo. He only plays Peru, either the new Peru or the old Peru. Old Peru being Inca, new Peru being Peru. Well, yeah, Peru. So yeah, same map as we saw last game, so a bit of consistency there, I guess, just with different Juanitos involved. Look at that Explorer literally fighting a Cobra with a sword, like a superhero. Without getting Venice, you know, if this was the real environment, El Teatro would be dying of snake venom right now, trying to like fight a Cobra with a sword like that. That's not a good idea. Just shoot it with the pistol, man. Just shoot it. Don't go after it with the sword, because if you bite your Juanito knuckle, you're good as dead, man. Especially in those days where they didn't have anti-venom. Yeah, if you get bit by a venomous Cobra, good luck to you. There'll be no Juanito hospitals to basically treat you. Looks like Argentina's doing some gauchos. So I'm wondering what the build's going to be here, because there's a few different ways you could do Argentina. You can go mostly the barracks, you can go Escolta. There are a number of different solutions to it, really, depending on what you're looking for. The game on my stream when I tried to fight for Ringo of Argentina did not go well, because I think I overextended my eco a bit too much, and then he went full Pardo Bernero into me. I don't know if it's better to go either early Escolta or go more the Patricio route. Yeah, that's a good question, actually. I'm not too sure. Ringo's still trying to get another treasure, it looks like. Yeah, I think if Rommel plays it a bit more safely than I did, he should be able to handle this, you know. I mean, from what I recall, we had like Argentina, what is like a lower A tier civ right now. And then Peru is a low C tier civ. Yep, so mathematically, I think Argentina should be able to handle this. Yeah. Because if you recall correctly from like the last game, we did see Senor Ringo actually clap Rommel pretty easily, right? So it's really going to come down to, well, that actually is disturbing, because Haiti is a lower S tier civ, and Ringo was able to handle that. So what does that mean when Rommel lowers the level to like an A tier civ? What happens? Is it like he's going to get clapped even easier? What happens here? Because I think, like, from a purely match point perspective, I think Argentina fundamentally has what they need to destroy Peru. Just a matter of doing it properly. Yeah. Is this the same Faringo deck we saw before? Yes, it is. Got all the same cards there, the Torretas. As for Argentina, he has options. He has the option of going mostly like infantry, or he can go with the team assault cavalry to get early access to assault cavalry, you know. So basically, Cuirassiers, Escoltas, Honor Guards, Hasatrupen, Cuadrincos, Tuzunque Prowlers, Household Blues, Mahouts, and Matsabda, Houts and Iron Flails. Yeah. I don't know how that's going to affect like the Middle East is when they're released sometime in 2025. But yeah, definitely. Kind of would like to know what their roster is, you know, what they're going to be. From what I recall, there's going to be like 2 rosters. There's going to be that is true. I mean, Shaka can take an entire cannonball getting fired at him. It's like, you know, Shaka's like, it's literally Captain America with his shield. You know, instead of that American shield, he literally has a zebra hide shield that's just as strong as Captain America's, and he can literally basically tank. He can tank machine gun fire. He can tank the little on-point shot from a tank or a field gun. Heck, he can even survive a few seconds of mustard gas too, and come out a living man. So, the guy gives Shaka some credit there where credit's due. Realism is not really the goal. Yeah, it never is. That's good though. It's more fun that way, you know. If it was all about realism and like a real historical simulator and stuff like that, yeah, probably it'd take too much time to develop for there to actually be any real content. Yeah. I think the main problem is the old Legacy AoE3 does not have the same animation potential with snakes that you can get in Definitive Edition or Retold, you know. I mean, at least they can get the slithering to work, which is pretty cool, actually, that they can get the snake to slither properly. It'd just be neat if it could show it, like, moving its fangs forward or something into the Explorer or something. Or even, like, a ranged attack like the Meteor Hammer, where it just shows this, like, stringy attack protruding out of its head or something. Yeah, something like that. But I guess because it's a snake model, they can't do much with it. With whatever Age of Mythology carryover code they use for it. Fine. Starting with the Italian immigrants. Pretty good option. Unfortunately, you can't get any units out of them in H2, but they do give you a nice Italian house to give you a bit more pop and some nice free Italian workers, which work great on farms, like either those pastures or those Italian houses there. I just don't know what it looks like. What is he going to do? He's getting the wood right now, and he's probably going to think of something he's going to pull off here. If we remember exactly the games I did against Rommel earlier in the week, he did a pretty interesting sort of semi-FF Scandinavia strat, right? Where he basically tries to get to H3 and get the ski troopers of the Scandinavians and mix them in with Patricios. Whether he does that here or not, we're going to have to see. He does actually have a shipment of Course Grenadiers as well as the way to set them up for training too. So it's got a bit of options here. That's usually a good thing for these types of decks. It's got the main herdable cards that Argentine needs. The Saladeros, the Butchers, and then the Cimberlones. Definitely. That. Get that pasture going, double pasture. Put the cows out the pasture, as they say. 6 Patricios. It says 6, but it's really 5. They gotta fix that card name there. So, yep. I like the Patricios. You know, I used to always think you had to go Cav as Argentina, but when you look at the stats of the Patricio, I mean, they got like a really solid 200 HP. And the range attack is not lacking either. It's like 23, so yeah, not a bad unit at all. You know what I mean? Kind of up there in terms of tankiness with the Jans, really. This unit has evolved a lot over the patches. It started out as like a skirmisher, and then it became like a sort of like a AZAP unit, and then it became more like a ranger without the anti-infantry, and then it became a musketeer. Like, they just didn't know for a long time how to handle this one unit. But even before that, the Patricia was a Irish immigrant unit, right? Yeah, it was like an Irish immigrant skirmisher mercenary back before the Lamb rework. So the Patricio, in one name or another, was basically around for a very long time. Since the very beginning days of War of the Triple Lines. It's the Irish immigrants, and now it became more of an Argentine thing.
Dígame, señor.
It's going to get some silver coin, it looks like. Silver coin crates are worth 110 coin rather than the standard 100 coin of a normal crate. So, yeah, basically Argentine coin shipments are slightly more efficient. Not quite as efficient as the Chilean ones, but pretty up there, I would say. Well, I think the H3 card is equal to that of the Chileans, but some of the R ones, not so much. Actually, no, wait a second. Let me think. I think the Argentine H4 silver coin shipments are actually more efficient than the Chileans. Yeah, that is true, because there's so many silver coin crates that the plus 10 actually equals out over what the Chileans do. So yeah, I think that's about it.
Yo nunca me entregaré a los brazos de la muerte.
Take out the Pardos. Yep, should be an easy fight there. I think Patricios is going to be a lot harder for Rommel to mess up here against Peru. Then he can add some artillery into, like artisanal cannons or even escopeteros to deal with them. Now, if he gets into these isolated fights with them, though, I think, yeah, he's going to have some issues there. Where's this other massive... Why are they all the way down there? Like, I mean, Rommel, are you looking at the Ventas, the Juanitas, Muy Bonitas again? Like, what's going on? Why is your army on the other side of the map when you're getting attacked by Berneros? Still trying to figure that out. Yep, well, we'll see.
Preparado. Dígame, señor.
Aging up with the second Italian wave, yeah, it's probably a good idea not to go with anything else at the moment, just because you never know if Senor Viringo could get a snipe in with his Berneros on your colony wagon. That would be really sad. Very, very sad indeed. Enough to make Rommel cry, actually. So he's got to be careful of that. Here's about 5 horse grenadiers. These are the Argentines only scout cavalry unit. But what makes them better than like a Lancero is the fact that while they don't have any multipliers against skirmish, they do have the ability, the charge ability of throwing grenades, which, you know, when going into a fight means that they can pretty easily dislodge both groups of infantry and also artillery too. Yeah, so a pretty good, well-rounded unit, I would say. I think also the siege is somewhat higher than the hussar because it does have the grenade throws, so it's classified as a siege trooper as well. Yeah. Yeah, it is a siege trooper, so yeah. 24 siege. Not the best, but not more bad either. I remember the old days when the Horse Grenadier icon was really that of a British green jacket. And I thought, oh, that doesn't really... I always thought it was a Horse Grenadier, but it was just the Hattis basically taking a British green jacket and changing the angle to make it look like he was Argentinian. And like, that's going to start like a war. That's literally going to start a war because the British and the Argentines do not get along very good, especially over the Falkland Islands incident. So, yeah, you definitely don't want to be taking Argentine units and using British units as their icon. That's going to get Juanito Fierro very furious with you, probably even metal, for that matter. So, yep, we're going through that, yep. So we got some artisanal cannons, boneros, and puddles. Estancias. Well, again, the veteran upgrade on the Patricios, but is he really gonna? Because sometimes you accidentally get the Escopetero one. Alright, so he paid attention there, good. I've messed that up a few times before and it really made me pay the price. Is getting an estancia now, so you can train even more of the Horse Grenadiers. And probably is going to want to pick up San Lorenzo to get their build limit up by 5. 2. Because right now the build limit is approximately like 15. If you send that card, then their build limit goes up to 20. Estancia should be done very soon, and then you can start queuing in the Horse Grenadiers. Yep, queuing in the Horse Grenadiers on queue. So what's Varingo doing? We haven't checked on Varingo for a while, so he's gonna do our... Alright. So is he gonna do like a bigger ratio of artillery, or what exactly? It's just upgrading the spearmen now. Oh, he's doing some of those Irish immigrant cannons, the San Patricio cannons. Now, these things are pretty strong. I believe they have the same stats as a Falconet, I believe. Is that right? Same as a Falconet. So, yeah, they can do some pretty substantial damage, you know. I think they are the same as a Falconet. I used to think that they were horse artillery, but I think they reworked them into a Falconet.
Mis fuerzas regresaron.
Now, just watch out for those horse grenadiers because they're going to try to get behind you like that and then start ripping through your ranks. I mean, they are able to take out one of the cans, I believe. Well, actually, no, yeah, I think they took out one or two of them. Oh, they came from behind with the Juanito attack. Yeah. Very good indeed. Yep. Very, very good. Looks like Rommel just barely beat that skirmish. Yep. Some Pardos. Juanitos Pardos. He's going full Pardo spam now. And Bringo's going to do the same sort of barracks investment again to get more multipliers on the Pardos at the cost of their rate of attack, it looks like. Yep. Question is, what does Rommel do here? Does Rommel get the proper comp to deal with that, or does he sort of throw it again, I think? I don't know. We'll see. Well, Patricios is definitely a good solution. That combined with artillery can definitely do it, so I think he's got the right idea. He just needs to get his eco a bit better here. Does he have butchers yet? Get butchers right now. Look at all this food he's got. He's got to get butchers to just, like, slurp all that beef and make some good hamburguesas out of it. Get moving, you know? Doesn't have a lot of time here to work with. Because Ringo's going to go to, like, Industrial Age, get, like, Guard Pardos, and then you're going to have some real issues. Once he mixes that in with artillery and stuff. We'll see, though. We'll see what happens. Here's a Japanese house. Basically, it's the same as a Japanese shrine, so they do the same thing. They trickle a resource, and then they lure the animals in, really. So, yep, pretty much. Try to take them out if you see them anywhere. So not only can you grab the hunt for yourself, you can deny, Senor Bringo those extra resources. More horse grenadiers, it looks like. But he's also doing tattered to millions as well. I mean, the horse grenadiers are probably going to fall apart if he thinks he can beat the spearmen with that. He's going to want more of those assault cavalry. I would maybe consider doing a Skolta instead of horse grenadier here. Massive Skolta with some range support could deal with spearmen, A spearman-centered army, that is. Because it looks like Bringo's just planning on going full spearman there, really. Start raiding away at the villagers, the Aldinos. Let's start retreating back, yep.
Dígame, señor. Preparado.
Some more artisanal cannons.
Preparado. A sus órdenes. Preparado. A sus órdenes, patrón.
Yeah, if Ringo did go to age 4, now he's going to start getting those guard pardos exactly like I predicted. I mean, I don't think... Well, if Rommel can get enough mass, he should be able to handle it. But if he doesn't, we'll be looking at some serious issues here. Big ones. Big ones, in fact. Those up the guard now. Oh, he's got the Fenian badge too, yeah. Oh, do not chase those with tattered Dominions. Do not do that. Do not chase those with tattered Dominion. Do not do that. Yeah, retreat them before you mess up. Because those are assault units. And these are maneuver units. And look at the 6x multiplier. You really think you're going to win that battle? I thought so. Do not do that. Do that. Juanita Bonita will be muy triste if you do that. Muy triste. Pretty much, yeah. That's all I can say. Juanita Bonita will be muy triste if you do that. Are the Boneros up to guard yet? No, not quite yet. It's actually, again, the veteran upgrade on the artisanals now. would have thought he would have had that a long time ago because that's only, you know how cheap that tech is for them? It's like only 100 food and 100 wood. That should have already been researched for Veringo a while. Yeah, pretty much. He's messing with them. Yeah, he's messing with them with the Fenians. He's picking off all his horse grenadiers, though. Dang. Actually not that good against Scout, though, because they don't have any multiplier against the Scout units. Ringo's actually messing up pretty hard with that. He should have just kept them back and used them against the Tower Dominions. Did that, I think he'd be looking quite good. Since he's not doing that... Oh, look at Juanito Verlingo muy malo using explosive cards. He's gonna... Where's he gonna snipe with this? Is he gonna get, what is he gonna get? He is going to attack. What is he gonna blow up? Is he gonna get the town center? What does Rommel do, though? Oh, he's gonna get the colony. He's gonna get the colony before he could do anything. He could take that out with... Oh, he got his estancia and his Italian colony. Rommel is muy enojado after that one. Oh, muy enojado. And muy triste, too. Pretty much. Yeah, it happens. It happens to everyone. Especially when you face Ringo, it happens a little bit more often. Exploding carts are brutal because basically all the other sword petard units have like an animation before they blow up, but not them. They just go ram right into the thing and just blow up right then and there. Exactly what they do. The whole maneuver of sometimes being good against scouts, sometimes not, annoys me so much. These Fenians were done dirty. Oh yeah, I know. They could have given them like a 6x against scout and melee or something, and that would have been pretty disturbing actually. Like, yeah, the Fenians are quite a disturbing mercenary to say the least. Thank God they don't have a way of like really hurting Hussars. It'd be really bad. Now, Rommel's going to get the combat card for his Patricios, I guess, it looks like. Yep. Should get the guard upgrade before going in again as well. Ringo's scouring him out with some Solenos. Berneros are up to... He doesn't even have these up to guard yet, which I'm a little bit disturbed by. Definitely should have had them up by guard by now. I would think you should, you know. So you know how bad the skirmish is going to be here. You're going to have to put all your eggs into this basket and hope that you can make it. Here comes the Pardos, though, coming to the side. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Like, some ways I think Pardo should have been in the front to deal with the cav, but maybe flanking the artillery might actually be pretty disturbing, too. Let's see. Let's see what happens here. Well, the Granaderos are being sprayed. Alright, he's not getting any more of them either because he lost the Estancia. And yeah, I mean, Veringo did a solid defense there. He's got more score than him now. Yeah. Quite an impressive defense by Senor Veringo. Yeah. Juanito Veringo. Good Juanito Veringo defense. Yeah. Alright, yeah, that was a good match. I like that. I like the momentum. Yeah, basically. I mean, Rommel, why didn't you build more villagers? Look at this. Look at the Veringo climb there. It's like, I wonder Rommel had issues. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Alright, so now we're going to the next one now. Alright, so let's go to record games. And what's this one going to be called? As per requested by Streletsy on stream, Belgium versus Bolivia. I don't know if we'll do that one tonight or we'll do that one next week. I don't know. Haven't decided yet. Well, at least we got something else we can look at. Either way. That's which one are we doing now? Nerfia and El Trupe. So basically Rommel's crying about Canada now. Let's see. Nerfia and El Trupe. Let's see what happens here. If we have enough time, we'll do it today, but if not, we'll save it for next week.
Ja.
So, who's using, so Rommel's using the Dutch and Veringo is using the Canadians. So, basically, Veringo has went from a Juanita Peruana to Justin Trudeau overnight. Quite a sad transformation, I would say. Either way, we'll see what happens here. It's kind of interesting, actually, because I guess over the past 2 days, yesterday and today, it's sort of been a day of seeing what exactly can you use to stomp out the Dutch effectively. Because we have right now Dutch as a pretty solid S-tier civ right now. You know, as being able to do a lot of different things, basically. And it's good to see if a Civ can actually counter the Dutch or not, because I think if you can beat the Dutch in a 1v1, that actually should bump you up in the tier list. We saw Uruguay do that yesterday when I recorded that match against Kaiser. So I think now it's safe to say Uruguay at the very least is going into the A tier category. It might even go into the S tier category, like the lower end one. Potentially. Could be an interesting jump, actually, you know. Just because Uruguay has a lot of flexibility with its immigrant units, you know, and different builds and setups and stuff. And totally possible, you know, with the Spanish Immigrant Edition, maybe Uruguay's going to be even better, you know. Even more variety that they can use, which would be quite good, actually, yeah. Big time. Alright, so I think what's going to happen here, it's going to turn into a flanker versus Tupa Diad Marine fight where, you know, Rommel's going to get completely clapped by him, and then he's going to, you know, he's not going to like it very much, basically. Just say that. Because they're like, oh, wait a second, Gringo told me the Dutch is S tier. Why am I getting beaten by A tier Canadians? Trusting Judosive, you know? And it happens, you know. Trupa Diamanines, if you're not careful, can really mess you up, yeah. Now, the interesting thing is both units have the skirmish tag, and both units have a range of about 16. And both units lack, I believe both units lack pierce armor, right? One's got hack armor, one has crush armor, so it's kind of a tit-for-tat fight between the two, really. You know, I think the difference is that the flanker has a bit more HP, and then the Trupa de Marine has substantially more damage, right? And very different multipliers. You know, flankers are good against dragoons at range and good against all types of cavalry except for mounted skirms and melee. and then the basically the troop at is going to have range multipliers against artillery and siege troopers. So kind of an interesting difference between the two, really. But we'll see how it turns out in the end here. Yeah. This is the Tibet map, so you got a lot of trade sockets on here. You know, I mean, I think you have like up to what, like 6 of them? Or more? Yeah, you have up to 6 trade sockets here, and you got natives. You got the Shaolin natives here, and then you got the Udasi ones here. This is like the map they use every time for a King of the Hill mode, you know, but we have been seeing a lot of 1v1s on this map too, so I mean, you can't count those out exactly. Definitely not. Team Exotic Hardwoods. Should be a good wood income for Senior Verlingo. As for Rommel, what is Rommel running in his Canada deck? He's running Advanced TP. Okay. Not gonna complain about it. He's going for a Pake Tavart Matsajupshij Pij or something deck. I don't even know why I say what that Dutch word means. Basically, trade routes deliver more resources. Oh, okay. That's a very different build than what I've seen usually, economically. What I've been doing more lately is running early eco cards with Dutch on more resource-heavy maps, so I can get a lot of gather rate out on the berries, on the mines, and on the trees. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I think because of how well they actually buffed the slave, Japanese labor, and settler gather rates, you ought to try going more the natural resource route, similar to Central America, and really racking up a lot of stuff. Because, you know, before those villages gathered from them 10% more efficiently, now it's 30%. So, I mean, yeah, your villagers should have a pretty easy time eating off berry bushes, grabbing that silver or gold, or cutting that wood, really. As long as you're putting them in the right roles, of course, right? You shouldn't have your slaves getting berries, you shouldn't have your Japanese laborers mining, and you shouldn't have your settlers chopping wood. You gotta put them in the jobs that they're best at, really. Like right now, Rommel, why don't you have the settlers working on these berries? You know how good they gather from them, right? It's like a 30% buff on them, you know, when it's in a more defendable position. Yeah. I just wish there was a way that you could get like berry bushes or mines built as Dutch, similar to how you could do it with Central America. You know, like sort of a Carretero type functionality. I know they have the card where the explorer constructs the mills and plantations at like half the price, but yeah, it would be good to have the natural resource option too. So if I didn't want to pay for a whole mill or plantation, I could get the little gathering source, really. So I'm getting a barracks up there, yep. So is he going to start with flanker, I'm assuming? Now he's going to go for the stagecoach upgrade. Or rather, the rickshaw. No, it's not the rickshaw. It is the trade card. Okay, the trade card. Yeah. Also get up a stable. It's going to ship the flankers for now. It's going to have a stable and barracks, so he's probably might go hussar or flanker. Can work pretty well together. You know, they're just really weak against what are they weak against? Not a lot, actually. Not a lot. If you get the right numbers of them, that is. Some flankers. How many TPs is Romp? He's got like 3 of them, and he's already getting the trade route improvement thingy. But what it doesn't say here is it also improves your crates as well. So basically, you know, the 600 and 700 crates here are also going to be improved by that card, because essentially what happens is the inventory you get from trade routes is the same as the crates you get at your base. So kind of a cool thing you probably didn't know, actually. Probably should consider running that card a bit more. Probably looking for an opportunity to go kiting on the villagers. The 16 range.
Commando.
Oh, it looks like Ringo will also make sieges on his trade route too, so it's going to make it a little bit more complex than he probably wanted. Rommel was assuming that he was going to have that whole trade route uncontested now, and it looks like, nah, that's not the case at all. So what is he going to do? Is he going to start sieging his TP here now, and it's going to turn into a trade war for a good number of minutes? Hey, it could. It could turn into a trade war. Who knows? Could very well be going down that path. He does pick up the Schutzerige Mobile card to essentially get his flankers to get a movement speed of 5 now, and they're really going to start running fast and doing maneuvers now.
Ik ben gewond. Ik kan me niet bewegen.
Klaar. Verzamelaar.
Dalam Gusti, mitut nekaruit.
Klaar. Commando? Ja. Klaar. Aanvallen!
Why has he got all the settlers and like laborers on the wrong resource here? How many slaves has he got? He's got 3. Put them here. Put this here.
Nekaruit.
And put this here.
Verzamelaar.
Like, what did you just do to that cow? Why did you kick the cow's ribs like that, man? That's not ethical. When surviving a Jewish community, they have all the laws about cutting the meat in a kosher way that's ethical for the animal and stuff. You don't involve it by kicking his rib cage like that.
Ja.
I don't know. It's one way to get your meat, I guess. Getting chased out of there now, looks like.
Ja. Klaar. Commando? Ja. Ja.
How good is Varango aging? Yeah, he can age up like right now. Yeah, it's gonna go up with to Mississippi. Why does nobody go with the Austin Canadian, the French Canadian Austin guy that gives you the bank? I always go for the bank one myself because it's a more greedy option. march now. We pick up with Senor Ringo, aging up with Mama Lily. Villagers dying. I didn't quite expect that. Actually, everybody's alive. Perfect fire drill. Nope, not a perfect fire drill. Why are they going this way? The exit's this way, right? No, that's not good. One casualty. So what's gonna happen here pretty much? I guess they're gonna just try to defend and make sure the Husaris don't come in. For now. So many flankers, we got about 9 of them. Is that right? What about Rommel? Is he going to age 3 too, or what? Because, as Rommel, I would probably want to, at this point, try to get, skirmishers, maybe, something, or artillery. Maybe skirmishers, because the skirmishers have about 20 range, and they can actually outrange these guys pretty well. Because now what Ringo can do is he can keep going with the Tupa Diamarines and upgrade them, or he can get Metis Rebels and really cause some issues. We'll see, though. We'll see how it turns out. Yep, these Hussars are basically done for, but Rommel is continuing to train him from his stable there. How did he all the way end? Why is he up there? Is that a sign that he literally went to heaven when he died? This is him going up towards the heavens like that. Must be. They should have like a shining light there. Show it. And like levitating above the Tibetan plateau. Yeah. So now what we got here? Got about 10 Spluntuner shipment. I honestly think that's a horrible shipment, personally. Like, 5 light cav, good. This is good. Take this out and put riflemen in, because riflemen is a much more substantial, valuable unit. Because I feel like you can most certainly always spam Spluntuners over barracks, because you have like an endless supply of what is this civ. Now the riflemen, it's dependent on food and coin, so you can't always guarantee that you're going to have those. So I think the rifleman is just going to be a better choice for you. Also because the riflemen are better against assault units than the spearman is, because the rifleman can dispatch an assault cavalry from range using its ranged anti-assault multiplier, whereas the spearman cannot do that. Spearmen will rely entirely on their maneuverability and their numbers to take out assault units, whereas riflemen, it's a lot less of a struggle. Just with a bit of kiting, they can perform a lot better in those circumstances. Is there a point where assault units will overwhelm the riflemen? Absolutely, but it's a pretty high ladder for them to climb, I think, for them to pull it off. Colonial Troopers Diamanines. Get the stats up on these. Rommel's still in H2. Is that right? He's going up now. He's going up with the Cornet to get some Husares. He's been doing Husares for a while, so I'm not too surprised there. I kind of predicted at the start that this was going to be sort of a flank or Hussar type game for Rommel. Age up is about halfway through there. Yep. And what else is he going to do? He's going to get those 4 Husares. I'm assuming he's going to try to get those veteran upgrades done right away, particularly for the Hussars. It's going to be your best tool against the Tupa Diamanines, I think. Flank wars are not really that important right now, since there's not a lot of maneuver units coming out of Canada anytime soon. You don't get a Dragoon until like age 4, and that's if you go with the British faction, So the only threat would be like light cavalry? Yeah, basically. So at this point, Rommel could probably just go skirmisher, veteran Hussar, I think. And he would do some pretty good trades, I think. Until he gets to like age 4 and he can do some of his better ultimate units, I think. Yeah. Rommel should try to go up towards those, I think, instead of lollygagging around at age 3 and getting cooked. Because it seems like Ringo is really outplaying Rommel really well here, Ringo is not that skilled of a player, so if you're getting like outmaneuvered by him, you gotta get good, son. Especially with these very strong civs. You know, Dutch is like an S tier Civ, so if you're getting humbled by Varingo with that, you need to go back to Escuela. Go back to the Escuela with the other Juanitos Bonitos and learn some new tactics or something, you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Like, look, he's even kind of Cesar's now. It's like, look at all this mass he let him build up over this time. He's getting so desperate, he's literally trying to punch him with the priest, with the Huguenot priest. Like, yeah, that's quite a desperate turn of events, I think. And you need to punch him with the priest. Basically, yeah. I'm insane how this is turning out. Now he's doing the skirmishes, like I said. That's good. He's doing that right. Just need to oh, he's going to add in the Rattan Shield natives. Good choice. That's a fairly good choice of native, considering your macro right now. That'll be a good addition. You could also add the Udasi Grenadiers there, I think. Even though they are technically beaten out by these naval skirms, in the right maneuvers, you might be able to take out a good number of them. Mainly because the chakrams use pierce damage, and the troop Diamonines have crush armor. So, even though chakrams are countered by the naval infantry, they can usually fight them pretty evenly just because of their differences in damage types to their armors. Yeah. Shipping about 4 Hussars in. Canada's also doing light cavalry now, so it's going to be a cavalry war with some skirmish units on both sides, it looks like. I don't think you can really go much better for both sides until they go to like age 4, I think, you know. Once again, age 4 on either side, some real big, heavy contenders are going to be available to both sides, I think, you know. Dutch will have like 3 different ultimate units, and Canada can either choose a really strong Dragoon or a really nasty food and wood costing hand cavalry, you know, that has substantially, at least I think, substantially more damage than light cavalry does, really. Basically trying to flag him down with those Rattans and Hussars, but it's not going too well. Let's see if this guy can snare him. Now he's snared. Now you got some issues there. Alright, he still gets away. Alright. Was a tricky one. I didn't know if he was going to get out of there or not. That was a toughie. Real toughie. So what else we got here? We got, Troop by Diamonines. Yep. Take those light cavalry and try to swing around here for those villagers, if you can. Saldinos. Rommel, watch out, Rommel. Do you know what's coming for you, Bonito? Yeah, he responded, but a little bit too late. Alright, well, you responded at least. That's good. How many vills is he? He's gonna lose all these. Is he gonna lose them all? Why is he standing here and fighting them? Like, do something with the units, you know? That was a good raid for Varingo. We got a lot done with that. He got a lot done with that. Way more much than he should have. Like, wow. Should not have come to that. Could have possibly saved like 4 or 5 bills in that whole entire situation, yeah. So now, Rommel's going to age 4. Arguably the best stage to be the Dutch. You know, you gain access to 3 very critical ultimate units, each one costing a different resource. For wood, you can make the Marchazi, which is a Mushatero that has 2 splash instead of the normal 1, making it a substantially more deadly unit. You could make, with food, the Washmeister, which is basically a food-only version of the Argentine Infernale, only it has a lot better stats, and it has additional multipliers against mercenaries as well, so a bit more flexible. And then In terms of your gold, you can make the Zwart Hollanders, which are a musketeer unit that has about, I believe, about 40% melee armor. And some pretty good stats as well. So, yeah, you got a lot. You get a lot, basically, with the Dutch in Age 4. And, of course, you can still get the factories with the steel cans as well. That option's always there, so yeah. Dutch are looking a bit better now. They went up with the engineer, so now they got about 2 mortars to try to shell away at that tower now, looks like. Tower's gone. Now they can push right in. Shipping in about 10 Machazis. How many wood upgrades does Rommel have? I haven't been paying attention if he has circular Sayad. He probably should at this point so he can keep training his own Machazis as well. Without a hitch. That's probably why he's got a whole queue there of the Javanese laborers. He definitely wants to get that going so he can just spam out a huge number of, yeah. That's why I think. Anyways. Yep. Does he have any other shipments? He's got the steel cans. He might want that here. Don't give Veringo enough time to, like, counter you out. Because he's, like, aging up right now. You got a good timing attack, Rommel. Don't lose it. You lose it, you lose it, you lose it. You know, I mean, if you lose the timing attack, you might lose the match. Especially with all the stuff that Veringo's massing up now. He's, like, getting his Whitworths ready. He could get his Parrots ready. You don't know what he's planning. You gotta be ahead of the curve, as they say. If you're not, that could be very bad, yeah. Ooh, cavalry leaders. Basically, this is an arsenal tech for Anglophonies and improves the melee attack of cavalry units. And they even get an arsenal tech that improves the damage from trample attacks, too. In the old days, they considered it a kind of a waste because they considered trample attacks to be too risky with the self-damaging aspect. But nowadays, because that's gone now, that whole risk part of it, I think that's actually a pretty fairly good technology now, especially for the United States, who can get 2 of those trample improvements. So we'll have to see how effective it really is. So 2 more Whitworths. I'm assuming he went French. I think he went French Canadians to get that. And now he can. Don't make light cav. Make the Mississauga horses. The Mississauga horses gonna be a lot better here. Yeah. Mississauga horses are gonna give him a lot better odds, I think. So you should probably just move over to that, like, right now. Just saying. Yep. Yeah, see, he's got the Quebecois flag now, so he should probably move over to that. Yep, get the spearmen out. Yeah, right there. Sweet spot. Get that. Alright. That. Get the rattan shield. There you go. Wonderful. Start blasting the skirmies. Yeah, but watch out for the Machazis. The Machazis, these things were an absolute beast of wrecking ball to deal with. Hussars are going to make it a bit hard. Oh, he's got Washbeasters as well. But he's not watching his flank there, and the light cavalry are going to come in and sweep the mortars out and the skirms. I think Rommel messed it up again. Rommel, what do you keep doing, Juanito Bonito? You keep messing up your attacks. He just did it again. Now he's going to get 2 Parrot kids, and then he's going to start sieging him now. Rommel, he's got the best civs and the best units, and he still gets completely outplayed by this crafty Juanita Peruana here. Every time. Every time.
Wait.
Comes the Parag cannons.
Oui. Contrôle.
Start getting those, yep. Start sieging with those houses. Well, I don't even think Ringo has to do anything else. He's already got the siege momentum here to get that TC out. Just has to roll the cans in a little bit further and then start blasting that TC. Rommel should stop doing the Washmeisters and probably... Does he have any res? Why don't you do some Zwart Hollanders or something too with the Machazis? I mean, also he could potentially do some Falcons in the back of his base too, like get a batch of Falcons going. That would help out here. There's a lot he could be doing. He's just sort of just throwing things to the front. And again, I'm completely cooked. Ooh, Sakapalai. Ooh, that's a good unit. It's actually a good mercenary. Yeah, it's one of the only scout units in the game that has a splash attack. Because you would think at first glance that it's a Kudaser, but it's actually a scout unit with pierce armor, and it just makes it a really nice, solid unit. It's bad he couldn't get them out in time, because I think he might have been able to turn around with those if he made those a bit sooner. Definitely would have been able to wipe out this, maybe this, and then go after that. Yeah. Good match, though. Good matches for Varingo tonight. Varingo's really been proving himself against this Juanito Rommel. Again and again and again. And again. Now, I don't know if the next game I'm seeing here is a duplicate or not. I'm going to have to check it. Might be the same one we just saw. If it is, we'll just go on to the next one. So, what's this one going to be called? It is going to be called, Peru El Teata versus Argentina Rommel. So, I just don't know if this is the same match we saw before or not, so we're going to have to check it out. If it's a new one, awesome. Then we get to see this matchup again in a different form. If it is the same match, yeah. Yeah, this is the same match. I mean, we could fast forward it just, let's see, is this the same match? I'll just fast forward it for like a minute or two. If it looks exactly the same, yeah. If it gets Italian wave, yep, we know that. Yeah, this is the same match. Sorry about that. Faringo, why you inserting duplicate games into the channel, Juanito Malo? You gotta put new games in there, not old ones. Not ones we just watched. Alright, well, let's go into the next one then. I think the next one will be new from what it says here. It will be Rommel. That might be a duplicate as well. I gotta watch that one. He might have had another duplicate in there too. We got a weird night tonight. We got duplicate games, we got hour syncs, we got files that don't work. But we're holding on. We're getting some good games though, so it's gonna take a lot to knock this stream out, I think. This one. If it's on on the high plains, we know it's a duplicate. If it's not on the high plains, we know it's a different match. Where are we? High plains. Let's fast forward it. If it looks the same, You know what's going on. If I see German immigrants go in the same spot we saw it before, I know exactly where we are, and we're gonna have to go in the next one again, and the next one. No, the third one is a new game because it says it's gonna be Varingo versus Hishe. So that one is absolutely new, guaranteed. Shipping Meshito. Pickets. Yep. This is a duplicate one. Somebody's got to tell Varingo not to upload duplicate games because there's a lot of Juanitos Bonitos here that want to eat some tacos and have fun with Juanitas Muy Bonitas that are being held up because, we're going through duplicate recordings. Yeah, basically. So, third time's the charm. So we're going to the next one. I think I already know what it's called. It's called Peru versus Italia, right? Peru versus Italia. Here we go. And then he's going to do Rommel Italia too. So these ones are new. These ones are confirmed to be new. So we don't have to worry about these ones. These ones are alright. These ones are okay. Oh, we're playing on Black Forest. Now, this is a cool map. So this is basically a copy of the Age of Empires 2 map of Black Forest with the same sort of texture and layout with all the trees grouped together. So what makes it similar to Black Forest in AoE 2? Well, you got like the little group of herdables there. You got the patch of berries. You got the mine. You got the hunt near you. So it's basically supposed to resemble the AoE 2 map. You got some silver mines, and then you got some gold mines, too. I guess maybe the silver is sort of the stone, and this is the gold, perhaps. And if you look around, there are actually little relics hidden around the map. But there are no treasures on the map, though. So that's the one sad part about this map, is there's no treasures at all. So if you're like a good treasure hunter civ, like a nation state one, or maybe the British, this is a horrible map for you, and you should probably go somewhere else. But if you if you don't like collecting treasures and you'd rather just do nasty stuff with your heroes instead, like sieging a house or something, yeah, you're probably gonna love this map. Yeah. Now, as far as I'm concerned, this is like whoa. Varingo, why are you making Selenos? What is up with the Selenos, Juanito Bonito? Why are you making these? Oh, is he gonna scout with those? Never seen anyone do that before. It's really weird. And then he's gonna get house. Like, what is the point of that? Like, you go from clapping Rommel multiple times to this. Like, maybe he's doing so well he's turning dumb now. I don't know. Better figure it out fast because. Oh, he's going after the herdables. That's so high, 200 IQ. Spread out a bunch of emergency units so you can collect all the cows before Hishe finds them. Oh, that's actually, I did not see that coming. That's a big one. That's a big move right there. I like that. That's like a 200 IQ move right there. I like that, definitely. Definitely like that one. That was a good tactic right there. Yeah. Now, he's got to remember to bring him back to his base, because if he doesn't, yeah, he's going to have some problems. So how many did Hishe get? He got about 5 fuckers. How much can Ringo get? He needs to get these ones now. If he can get those ones, it's safe to say he's got, I think he got most of them, right? Good lion's share of them, I think. Yeah, he got most of them. So, Ringo was doing things I didn't even think of, you know. Now he's gonna have to chop a bit for a livestock pen to put them in and get some hamburguesas out of them, but yeah, that's like a substantial boost to his overall situation here. Yeah. Now I don't know how this gameplay is gonna go, because Varingo and Hishe are good turtles, so they might out turtle each other and then go for a super late game. We're gonna have to pay attention to this one, I think, because I don't know exactly how this one's gonna turn out. I really don't know how this one's going to turn out. It's going to be a really interesting one to analyze, I think, to say the very least. Yeah. But what I do know, though, is that there's a very potentially high likelihood that we see a Great War Age here. because I know both of these players. I know Hishe in particular. Like, if you leave him alone for too long, he's gonna go to Great Warriors no matter what you do. And I think if Ringo plays this in more of the turtley way he usually does, yeah, he's gonna give him a pathway to Great Warriors, and it's gonna turn into that sort of World War I type fight, which I want to see. I want this to be a Great Warriors fight because we don't see a lot of those. You know, we do not see a lot of Great Warriors fights in these streams. If we can get one here, I will be happy. I'll be very happy to see this match. It'll be really awesome to watch if we see it, you know? Yeah. Ringo's just going to eat up all these cows now. Get some big hamburguesas muy grandes now. Which is great. Yep. Alright. Nice. Okay. So what immigrant is Ringo going to get? Is he going to get Italians or is he... No, not Italians. Peru used to get Italian immigrants before the Lamb rework. He is going to get the Chinese wave, it looks like. Oh, that's a good one. You know why he's getting the Chinese wave? Because they synergize well with herdables. Because the Chinese immigrant houses are actually little mini livestock pens that you can fatten animals at. So, Ringo's probably thinking about his current herdable situation and how he can, you know, get the most out of them. So that's why he's going with China. So he can basically get good herdables out of China. In addition to the cows he already has, going with the first Chinese immigrant wave will give you some goats as well. Some goats, whatever the way a goat sounds. That sounds more like a sheep. Like, that sounds more like a goat. Honestly. Yeah. Furrier, probably for all those berries that he has. And probably, yeah, I mean, it'll help with the hunts. It'll also help with the berries, too, which you get a lot of on this map, since it's basically a replica of Black Forest in AoE 2. As for Hishe, he's run that same Italian deck he always runs, basically. No crates, just a few villager shipments and stuff. Yeah. Alright. So what's he aging up with for fun? The Artisan for 400 wood. Again, his tower wagon there. Yep. Now, my question is, if it's going to be like late game Peru versus Italy, who is going to be the grand contender here, I think, for the late game? I think if Hishe gets to Imperial Age and then Great War Age, Hishe wins automatically, just because he's Europe, he's got the Flamin morphers, he can get the bicycle technology to make the Basilicarians even faster in Great War Age, the folding bicycles tech that is, and then, yeah, it's just going to be a really interesting setup, to say the very least, yeah. I guess back in the old days, what they wanted to do was they wanted to have the folding bicycle tech for Italy, put all the infantry on bicycles, turn them into cavalry, but I guess the developers decided, you know what, that's going to be a really painful thing to code, disabling all those units and then re-enabling a bunch of bicycle units. So, yeah, let's do something better than that. No, I think it was just soldiers on bicycles, but still, you know. Probably would have been a whole pain sticking a soldier on a bicycle and creating a new pro unit, when you could simply just have the Basilicarians move a bit faster, since they're supposed to be like the speedy unit, you know, running around and stuff. No, that's not good. Somebody just told me, one of my Juanito amigos, Unstoppable Gavas, told me that his account was lost because he only had his account connected to one device and he lost that device. That's pretty sad. You know? Yeah. That's why it's good to have that multi-factor stuff on with your cell phone and everything. So if you do you know, lose access to a thing, that you have multiple ways of getting in and stuff. Yeah, definitely. I'd probably say if you could get like 2 or 3 mobile devices to connect something to, that's probably the best thing you could do to keep that account secured and everything. Yeah, definitely. Because I have like multiple phones and I can connect mine to. I have like landline ones. I have cells. I came prepared. I have like 3 different multi-factor setups for my YouTube account. So, yeah, basically.
Sí.
City wagon over there, Santa Croce in Jerusalem. Some Italian lingo about churches
¿Cuándo?
and Catholic priests and so forth. Start mining away at that silver. Yeah, these Juanitos and Gringos are gonna get a lot of food off of those cows, you know. Looks like they're already fattened for most of them, right? Well, these ones are still fattening. I think Hishe got the upgrade for him, but yeah, it looks like Faringo did not. His cows should be fattening up pretty soon, right? And then he can move on. Some of these goats, these bears, yeah. No, it's like, I think that's more like a goat, yeah. Goat Simulator 3? Ah, okay. I guess the Juanito said if he can keep Wars of Liberty on his new channel, he's probably going to do Goat Simulator. That could be pretty interesting, I think. I mean, who doesn't like goats, you know? They eat everything. They're generally pretty good pets to have in your farm and stuff. You can get milk from them, too. You can get milk from them. I've milked a goat before. Their udders are pretty weird, though. I mean, with the cow, you know, it's like the normal udder. It's like big and pink, and you got like multiple things or whatever. But the goat, it's like like a big giant thumb. It sticks out of his stomach. Sticks out of the goat's stomach. It's like his big giant thumb, and then you have to squeeze on the thumb, and then all the milk comes out into the pan. It's kind of interesting. I think it freaked out some people, but I was fine with it, you know. And you kind of just learn. It's a good practice, I think, before you start milking cows, that you milk a goat first, because it's a lot smaller. It's less likely to kick you in the skull and stuff. It's a much friendlier start, I think. Usually, if you can get a goat going, usually. And it's a little bit easier to focus on because it's only one udder you have to deal with, rather than have like 10 of them and stuff. And goat milk certainly is pretty good. It's got a more sour taste to it than you know, the cow stuff. The cow stuff is good if you want like more of a sort of a savory taste to your food or whatever, more of like that old school cheese type flavor. But if you want something a little bit more sour, going with the goat milk is probably going to be your preferred choice, really. Rise of the Scrap is a mod that added Persia, right? I don't think they added Persia. They added Thailand. They added Polish, Swedish, Italians, and I think maybe the Americans or something. I don't think they add Persia. The only ones that add Persia, I believe, are the King's Return and Wars of Liberty next year will be adding Persians. Yeah, the Middle East patch, you know, Persians, Afghans, Saudis, and Uzbeks. Yeah, that's what I think the 4 they said they wanted to do were. Yeah, it should be a colorful bunch, I think. Definitely.
Señor. Dígame, ¿mis órdenes?
So Veringo's gonna age up with the first Irish wave. Veringo really likes the Irish quite a bit. And I don't blame him, you know, the Irish immigrants are pretty solid all around. Yeah, definitely. As for Hishe, he's just massing up line infantry. This is usually the Hishe type of play. You just spam a bunch of line infantry, and then either go Alpini skirmishers or Killises and H3 to supplement them. Yeah. I don't know if he'll plan on attacking at all, or he's just going to stay back and go all the way to Great Wards. But I can tell you, if it's already like 12 minutes in the game and they're already going to H3, there's a good chance we're looking at a Great Wards in this match. I think if there is, that's going to be pretty fun, actually. So I'm looking forward to it. You don't see enough Great Warriors action, so when you get it, you got to be pretty thankful for it, usually. At least the way I see it. Yeah. So what has he got there? He's got Frontier Wagon. Yep. Basically, the way Italy works is instead of constructing buildings with villagers, they have this guy called the architect. And basically what he does is he can train wagons, and then the wagons will construct the buildings for you. And there's different types of wagons with different types of costs. Like there's an agricultural wagon for mills and plantations. There's a military one for barracks, stable, and safe house. An engineering one for an arsenal or artillery foundry. A city one for a capital or a basilica, and then the town one for a house, livestock pen, dock, marble statue, or market, mercado, yeah. And then the frontier one, of course, is the same as the Belgians, you know, towers, trading posts, and the saloon, yeah. Yep, so he's going Alpini. He's going to add some Alpini in with the veteran line infantry, I think. Should be a pretty interesting mix-up there. Yeah.
Ordini? Obbediamo.
Here comes the Alpini. What makes the Alpini different than other skirmishers is the fact that they have 24 range instead of 20, so they're really good for sniping units from long range, you know. I think for their base stats are pretty okay. I mean, I think they're a little bit below the average skirm, but what makes them great is their extra range. If you're looking for tougher stats, you should have the Skiambuski card in Age 1 to basically be able to train Ascaris from your Explorer, and they will be significantly stronger, you know. But they'll actually have about 21 range if you fully upgrade them with the Royal Decree and stuff, so that's pretty good, you know. I've never seen Hishe use them before, though, so maybe something you ought to try sometime, you know. Ascaris are a pretty heavy-hitting unit, and the fact that they still are going to have more range than the average skirmisher because of the added guard African technologies that gets added to them should give you a suggestion to maybe go with them, perhaps, you know. He's going to want to make sure that he uses these Alpinis and keeps them out of trouble since they have a bit less HP than the average skirm. Kind of just stick the line infantry in the front and let them do their job. And the Alpini should have a pretty easy time sniping the Berneros in the back there, yep. Because all Hishe really needs to do is protect his base. He doesn't have to go out too far, you know. I mean, Vringo's going to just keep spamming Berneros with Pardos, I think. So we'll see if Hishe can not take the bait and lose his army, you know. I honestly think Hishe's going to handle this better than Rommel has. Rommel's been getting himself into some pretty bad timing attacks, where he tries to do a timing attack, but he completely messes up the timing and loses everything. Hishe is a lot more reserved, I think, and he's going to plan his stuff out a lot more carefully and especially pay much more attention to his economy. You know, he's going to make sure he has multiple town centers if he can. He's going to make sure that he has enough villagers, and he's going to make sure he has enough eco upgrades too, basically. Yeah. One thing I say that's a joke about this deck is the fact that he picks Textile Mill over Royal Mint, because Royal Mint does everything Textile Mill can do and more, including helping you with mines, coffee plants, any number of corn-related resources, depending on what map you're on. And what else? What is his next shipment going to be? Is he going to upgrade perhaps the counter cavalry combat for the line infantry, or is he going to go for the counter infantry combat for the skirmish? We'll see what he's going with there. Right now he has a pretty substantial army. He's got about 26 line infantry, about 18 Alpini, whereas Signor Ringo is going to be adding in the Scotas. Probably is pretty aware of the mass of musketeers, and he's going to play it a bit differently than he did against Rommel. Rommel was doing a lot of horse grenadiers, doing a lot of assault cavalry, so Ringo did not feel the need to add Escoltas into that fight, but against somebody like Hishe that loves to do very large infantry armies, now going with Escoltas seems to be a pretty appropriate option, I think, at least for the line infantry, you know. But even then, they can chase down the Alpini as well. Be it they're going to have to do it from a bit of a longer range. They're going to have to close the gap from, but still, you know, Sculpta's very solid cavalry all around, you know. About 90 damage per hit against muskets. Pretty good, actually. Pretty good. Because it only takes like 2 thrusts of the lance to basically kill 1 veteran line infantry, so that should give you some perspective of how strong Escoltas truly are there. Still trying to find a way to keep poking and prodding them, I guess. But the Alpini will, for now, be a good way to push back on these infantry until the Escoltas get involved. Once the Escoltas are added in, I think Hishe is going to probably have to add Basiglietis in, which he usually does. Hishe loves making Basiglietis, and those will be really good here against the Escoltas, I think. So I think Faringo's finally met his match in terms of a 1v1 opponent, you know. Basiglietis with Alpini and line infantry will definitely give Hishe a huge advantage here compared to, yeah. Like, how many villas is Hishe on right now? He's on 2 town centers. He's already got, like, looking towards 46 villagers. Yeah, I mean, Varingo's also on 2 town centers, though. So they're both playing very effectively with their macro. And both making sure they don't run out of stuff there, which is really important. The Acquiry will give him some Hussars, I believe, if I recall correctly, so that'll be a good addition. As for Varingo, he should be aging up now any moment, I believe, probably with the 2nd Irish wave, if I know Varingo well at this point.
Listo. Órdenes. Listo.
Again, his line infantry up is not a bad move at all. Again, Bastion for the walls, so they'll be a bit tankier. This is one thing Rommel doesn't do, actually walls his base. So if Ringo decides to use exploding carts at all, he'll actually be able to save himself a bit of damage in his base by using these walls, you know. Yeah. Yeah, Hishe really cares about his defenses a lot in his economy, you know. Everybody's sort of like, oh yeah, he only plays on big maps where he can't be rushed, but hey, he knows how to capitalize on those maps. It's not like a noob like you know, Lars or someone that just eats a special brownie and falls asleep in the middle of the match. No, he's a fierce opponent. If you give him the resources and time, he'll really fight really well and be able to fight in Great War Age, Imperial Age, whatever age he's in, and hold on pretty well. You know, to beat Hishe, you typically have to outage him and outboom him, typically. If you can do that, then he can you can stomp them out, but if you can't do that, you're in for a real fight against them. So he got some cuirasses from that age up instead of hussars, yeah. Oh, now, these are some pretty good units, you know. Look, some splash there. They deal less splash than they do in Definitive Edition, but still a pretty scary unit to come across. If you didn't know already, cuirasses are now a common unit instead of just a unique French thing. Italy can make them, France can make them, Spain can, Germany can, Austria-Hungary can, the Danish can, and then there's some other slight tweak variants that other cities can get, like the Swedes, the Hussartruppe, and then the British Household Blues that don't have any splash. Yeah. Belgium doesn't get any because they instead literally get war elephants, and then the Russians are the Russians, so they wouldn't really fit in their they do get some cuirasses through the royal decree though, so you can't train them. You can only get them like once with the guard upgrade applied to them. Both sides are in age 4 now. Not even halfway through the match, and they're going to begin the close to Imperial Age very soon. So I do think we're going to see a Great War Age here today. It's pretty obvious. Did History finish his wall piece here? He should probably try to... Oh, he had the architect right there, but he stopped him with the Fenians, it looks like. Unfortunately, you can't build anything with merchants. It can only gather resources, so he would have to get like another architect and move it up there to try to set that pretty much, yeah.
Radunatevi! Tenete duro! Senza indugio! Radunarsi!
That's a lot of escoltas. I don't know if Hishay necessarily knows about him yet either. Like, nah, he hasn't seen him yet. Once he sees him, he's probably going to go into... Oh, he's already getting Basigliaries though, so... Now, this is an interesting idea. He's actually going to chase him down with Basigliaries. Not a bad idea. I mean, at the guard upgrade, they're actually pretty statistically similar. I will say, yeah, this could be a real interesting matchup. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Big time. I don't know if Ringo technically outplayed his hand by getting that much assault units now, because Hishay actually loves making maneuver units with his barracks. Yeah. Even if he doesn't see assault units, I think Hishay just likes using Basigliaries because of their movement speed and stuff. So, yeah, it's generally not a good idea to open up with assault units against them unless you really know what you're doing and you have some sort of like support unit like skirmishers for them, Yeah, it's typically a good way to deal with that particular opponent, yeah. Yep, rating at the villagers, pretty good. Yeah, see, now that he's using similar unit to these, he's gonna be able to pretty much fight evenly against those, pretty much. Yeah. I currently have Italy as like a lower B tier civ and Peru as a lower C tier civ, so kind of interesting to see how they truly match up against each other, really, yeah. I don't personally use Italy a lot. I used to use it a lot back in the day when they had halberdiers, but Yeah, I guess for some people they like the Civ quite a bit because of their Basigliati and Alpini gameplay. They can also make Swiss pikemen from their church as well with the royal decree, which is quite nice. And they also get rear guard pikemen and grenadiers, so if you like those units, you'll probably like the Italians quite a bit. Going up here with the Escoltas, it looks like. Yep. See, the Basigliaries, because of the wall, even though they're lesser number, will actually take out a good number of those Escoltas before they get in. Should have had a little bit more, but I think it's alright for now. Just gonna add some more Basigliaries in. Good idea. Try to kite away these Escoltas if you can. Took it. Wow, one Basigliari left and he's still taking out stuff. Yeah. He can go on the other side of his gate there to save the skirms and wait till the maneuver units come in and finish up the rest of them. Yeah. Yep, now he's got some more, so he can start making moves on those now. He's gotta watch out for the Boneros though, because they have multipliers against maneuver. He's gotta like readjust everything and move around. He's making more military wagons and he's gonna start popping those up. That's what makes the architects better, is they can like train 5 wagons at a time and set up multiple buildings without risking a villagers getting killed in the process and keep them all safe. So there is an advantage to Italy's building system. It's just not directly obvious until you need like a bunch of buildings like that to stay safe, really.
Ordini.
What's Verningo doing in his base? He better get out before the Alpini get him. Oh, he's gonna chase away the Fenians too. So Veringo's going to keep up with the Escoltas, but I think, yeah, he's definitely adding more skirmish this time. Because he knows the Basigliaries are going to be awaiting him in there. Also doing exploding carts this time. The fact that Hishe is using improved buildings is going to make him microscopically less effective here. So we'll see how this turns out. That's a lot of Basiglianes you got there. Quite a bit of them. He's gotta make sure that the Berneros don't hit him though. So he's gotta play very carefully with them. Gotta let the Alpini deal with the... He's doing steel guns though from the factories. That's gonna be a really nice help, I think, yeah. Question is, can he hold off long enough to protect the factory? Oh no, he's using the exploding carts. He's using the exploding. Ah, no, that's bad. Does he have enough to take out another factory? No, he does not. This factory will keep pumping out artillery. Alright. Okay. Yeah. Now he's gonna have to start garrisoning now. I think Ferengo's doing it again now. I think Ferengo's performing quite well here.
Guardia del generale a rapporto.
I think Ringo did enough damage to actually win this now. He's got to secure it, though. He's got to secure his victory in here and has to keep adding in stuff. He's got to keep enough arrows going in. He's got to keep enough Escoltas going in. Yeah. Might want to switch to Lancero, though. Yeah, Lancero might be a bit better because they'll be more immune to the Basiglianes stats. Yeah. I mean, Escolta's not bad because it's going to be better against muskets, but if you know he's going Alpini Basigliere, I would switch to the Lancero myself, personally. He's going to get that weird card now, the Fiebre de Arroyo. Dead units damage nearby enemies over a short period of time. How does that card actually work exactly? So how does it damage nearby units? I've never seen it exactly work before. Like, I don't know if it's ever working or not. Is it like only for like melee units that it works or what? I don't know actually. It's a good question. I was throwing the Basiglianes in there too, yeah.
Signore! Ordini! Signore! Disastro!
He's got a fort inside of his base where the town center was. That's pretty whack, actually. Wow. Pretty whack, actually, yeah. Yep. Wow. Wasn't expecting that one. Definitely not. Infinite Bronero shipments. I didn't expect him to... Oh, not bad. Not bad because he got like a huge stack of them. And he's going to need him to deal with the Basilicades too. Yeah. History is still going on strong though. Look at his ability to migrate so easily into like the southern part of the map and stuff. Yeah.
Signore,
This might be hard for Varingo if he's not careful. He is amassing steel cans too, so I mean he's gonna have to watch out for that. History could definitely still turn this around and force him out too, because he's got so much heavy artillery like lined up and stuff over there.
Sì.
He's gonna start like putting down houses and stuff. Move that one over there. He's got like a lot of houses now. Try to get that house out soon so you can get that free cannon. Yep, perfect. Another free cannon, yep. And now I can start training more units in there too, yeah. Still unbelievable that's not even won yet. Like, he could definitely turn back at any time. Turn this around. Just has to keep all those steel guns in that factory alive, I think, and they might be able to do this. Ooh, he's got Padreros, though. He's gonna need Volante. He's gonna need white cans to deal with these steel guns, though. That's one thing he'll need. And then adds in more Basilicades too to protect against the assault. Steel gun and Basilicades could actually do a very good job here. That would basically force Varingo onto Lanceros, though. If he did that, he'd have to like switch his entire game up just to deal with the maneuver units. So yeah, does he have enough maneuver to... No, he does not. He probably should have just waited a little bit longer there for that. Oh boy, what did you do? Should have just waited a little bit longer and I think you would have been alright. So now, you're going to lose your cannons, I think. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to lose your base just yet, but probably could have handled that a little bit nicer, I think. Yeah. Is that right? Yeah. So now you're going to have to go back over here and wait again and hope that you can, yeah, basically.
Ciao.
How many bills is he on? So he's on 61 bills. Alright, well that's interesting. Customize. So he's got another steel can now. Looks like the textures are starting to break down though. Now it looks like a pod cannon now. Yeah, and they turned into the Native Americans. It's a Native American with the German uniform on. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think he's attacking way too frequently here. He's gotta mass up a bit better if he wants to hold on to this position. Yeah. Alpino, yeah, not a bad idea. Get some of those going. Landmines. Oh, he's gonna do landmines too. No, that's a marble statue. I always go to a marble statue so we can't build any further. Yeah, basically these marble statue buildings will prevent an enemy building within the mortar's area of them. So yeah, basically it's a way to deny enemies a forward base. You can set them up usually.
Commando.
Now he's doing real landmines, alright. History is one of the few people that actually uses spies effectively with their landmines and puts them into stealth and stuff, yeah. Nobody else uses landmines enough, I think, you know. It's one of those espionage features in Wars of Liberty that's severely underused, because landmines in the right circumstances can be a great way to sabotage your opponents, yeah, basically. Yeah, he's gonna start shoveling in the landmines right now. As you can see, they do about... That's a lot of damage. Like, look at all that damage it does. Like, 1600 with 2 splash, and then over here it's like another, yeah. It's like a lot of damage it does. Because Varingo's gonna go in too far with these mortars, and he's gonna completely have them completely, yeah. Varingo sometimes uses landmines as well as Peru, using that card that lets the Explorer use them. Look at, oh, look, oh, wow, oh, no, he's gonna, is he gonna, oh, he activated that one too. Then he has to go back in before he gets discovered, yep. Juanito, oh, look at all the Juanitos flying. Oh, he's gonna hit with his Escoltas too now. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, I saw it, Cappy. I saw it. I saw the message. I saw it, Bonito. I saw it. I think that was a game that I was in, so I was just gonna do the matches that the other Juanitos did, because I usually don't like to repeat stuff that I already played in. Typically, I'd rather just look at new stuff, and if you or Jeff wants to cast that one, you're more than happy to. Yeah. If I am going to do any matches that are happy in it, I'm always going to save them for, like, last, or whatever. Or just skip over them, because I'd rather just do the matches that either Rommel or Cappy or Varingo or someone does, you know. Because it can't just be me doing all my matches and talking about myself the whole time, because I upload so many matches onto the channel all the time. You probably want to see what other Juanitos are up to usually when I'm, you know, working or, you know, recording something else or something else is going on. Yeah. Here comes another wave of Escoltas. All the landmines are gone, right? Yeah, I've kind of walked over all of them at this point. Still, oh, look at all the explosions these cause. We need more people to use these landmines, you know. I've known about them since the beginning of WoW, but not a lot of people use these things, you know. we should be seeing a lot more use of these because they can really disrupt opponents, you know? Yeah. The only civs that can't use them are the Latin American ones except for Peru. Peru can do it with their Explorer, but yeah. Every civ that has access to a safe house and spies can make those landmines, you know. The Anglophones can do it, the Asians can do it, the Native Americans can do it, the Africans can do it, the Maori can do it. Just about everybody can use landmines except for like the Latin civs that use the Caudillos instead. With of course Peru being the exception, yeah. Such a substantial unit, you know. Quite a fun unit too. And if you're ever fighting a game and there are multiple people using spies, you can actually counter enemy spies by throwing knives at them and instantly killing them with a with the special ability. He's just running in there with Musketeros trying to be like the tripwire on all the... Yeah. It's one way to draw out a game, I guess. Yeah. Oh, my bad. No, it's a different... Oh, I thought it was some other people. Okay. You know what? After this one, we'll go back and do that one. My bad. I did not know that. I did not know that because I thought we did a similar game with those same exact civs. Yeah. Because those civs almost looked too familiar to me. It was like Colombia something over, and yeah. So I was like, wait a second. I thought I did that one. Alright, so yeah, we'll go back and do that one immediately then. Yeah. Thanks for pointing that out to me because I would never know otherwise. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we'll go do that one right now then, after this match. I'll make it a big priority. A big priority, yeah. Look at them trying to him and stuff. What's wrong with you, Juanito? What are you doing with your arms? It's like having a seizure or something. Like he's convulsing. He's got epilepsy. Look at him moving his arms around. Like he has motion sickness or something. What is that Juanito doing with his legs? He's trying to act Asian or something. He's like trying to do some Muay Thai Kung Fu thing or something. I don't know. Ugh. What is he doing though? I mean, his body is convulsing. The other one's got destroyed by the landmine. And then he's just going to put down more landmines now. He's barred him up enough for the villagers to handle. If he puts that under the Padreros, he's like a mad... Oh, he's attacking him with the spies and melee, so he's going to take out those mortars now using the spies. Can't believe he's still making wagons. Still making wagons. And still massing up his Sigurdiades and engaging with them. Yeah. Unbelievable. I mean, really, like, look at this stuff.
Signore!
Is Ringo an Imperial Age? Nah, not even. He's been spending so much coin trying to dig into this piece that he can't even get to Imperial. He's got all the food for it, though. If he was like an Imperial now, he'd already be looking at Great Warriors, but spend up so much coin for his sculptors that he's... Oh, boy. Yeah, I would just go to Lanceros, like... Unless he starts doing line infantry again, there's no reason not to just switch over the Lanceros. You save so much coin and food on that. Yeah, still digging up the landmines now. Up, look at that. Yeah, you can do that with spies, you know. You can go right underneath their feet, put a landmine down, and it'll literally explode like 5 units. It's a good way if you use espionage to do some decent micro, typically. Like that one. See that? He's able to constantly lay down these landmines and attack high-value units with them. He can put down another landmine right where those skulls are and get another... Oh, wow, look at that one. That one just blew up in a Scolta and multiple Berneros. That was a huge one right there. And he could do this for a good amount of time, I think, and basically get as much explosions in as he possibly can here. Another batch of Scoltas are coming out, and he's going to be coming in after him, it looks like. Yep. Now he's going to try to retreat. Probably let the Moors do some shelling here. Try to reduce some of the space that Hishe has to just run around with these spies. Because how much coin does he still have? He still has coin because he's got this whole section here of villagers still working diligently. Undeterred. You know. He's got to like show his way through like this gate here and then he can skip all the land. But then he's going to run out this way and I don't know. He's drawn this thing out so much. It's kind of unbelievable how much he's drawn this thing out. Oh boy. It's quite insane actually. Quite insane. Yep. Look at what are the Lancers doing? What are they... The Lancers are shivering. It's like they're having hypothermia or something. Why are they doing that? It's not normal. They sculpt. It's like the sculptors are having seizures on top of a horse now. It's like, you know, that's not safe. I mean, if they have a seizure on top of a horse, they're probably gonna fall off and crack their head. Like, oh wow, well, yeah. Look at those landmines just sending the riders flying into the air. That's a tough horsey there. He did not send the rider flying. It just magically, you know, got knocked out by the explosion. Yep, that one went flying though. That one went flying high in the air. Like, do you realize that these spies are literally using like satanic magic to do this? Like, really, like these spies should not be up. Oh, he just put the explorer there to find them. Now the spies are good. That's how you deal with the spies. You need a unit that can. You see this descriptor here? You need to find a string that says "see stealth," and you'll be able to find the spies with it. There's only a few things that can see stealth. You can see stealth with explorers. You can see stealth with town centers. You can see stealth with other spies. You can see stealth actually with the marble statues of Italy. And there's a number of other special unit cases like the, I think there's a special consulate samurai that the Japanese get that can see stealth, as well as the, I'm trying to remember what it is. It's basically this, let me think. Oh yeah, the Pickets of Haiti. That's right. We mentioned them earlier today, didn't we? They can see stealth too. So if you're playing Haiti and you're like sieging an opponent against Hishe, yeah, you're going to have a pretty easy time snuffing out the spies with them. Which is really cool, you know, because most of the time, if your explorer's like down somewhere or doing something else, Hisei's just gonna like stab all your infantry with the spies with their little knives and be putting the landmines under their feet and stuff. But if you're playing as Haiti, you got like a whole wall of like pikemen to basically deal with that here. He's got to basically now try to get these mortars and try to shell his way into the base here. And now the village is going in this way like I expected, but are they going to try to run into... Oh, he's got another town center up here with the Explorer. He's already trying to move into another section of the map because he's... That's a munch of spaghetti and meatballs there. That's a lot of food. You know, that's a lot of tomato sauce and a lot of spaghetti and a lot of sausages. So he's going to be surviving for a while. At least unless he gets intercepted by the Escoltas in time, which he is starting to move him in that direction. Like, he does not want to have to go through this all again, you know. He's trying to stick things into this little wall segment that he didn't finish. Yeah, he's going to start sending the Escoltas up in his direction right now, basically. Start sending the Clisses in, and yeah, basically. Oh, take that out. Simeonettes now. We haven't seen Killis really all game except for the ones that he got from the age up, so now he actually has to do some maneuver to deal with them. Yeah, pretty much. I think he's going to resign though because he's just run too low on the resources there.
Órdenes.
Add some more Bernos in. Yep.
Señor, dígame.
GG, well played. Very good match indeed. Yep, definitely. Alright, so now we're going to go back and do the one that Cappy said that I missed. I thought that was one that I was in and I didn't want to waste my time with it, but according to Cappy, I'm not in that one, so figured we should go get that one to look right now. Go back and do that one. Let's do that right now. Restart the game, I'll figure out what it's called, and then we'll boot that one right up. "3v3 Insane in the Brain." 3v3 Insane in the Brain. I never heard of that one before. Oh, okay, let's try it. See it. 3v3 Insane in the Brain. I think I have to download that one right now. Let me do that one. It's 3v3 Insane in the Brain. Let's give that one a go. See what it is. Copy that one in, copy paste, and we should be able to do that one, be able to find it here. Let me look now. 3v3 Insane in the Brain. There we go. So, who do we have in this game? It's going to be on Pampas Sierras again. I don't think we've seen Pampas Sierras, so who's on these teams? So we got Multigo, Chapo, and Eternity versus Jeff, Jesus Cristo, and Cappy. This is a really good match. These are some all high-end players here, so definitely going to be a very impressive battle across the board. We got Multigo doing Russia. We got Eternity playing as the Ethiopians here. And then we got Chapo playing Canada. And then on the other side, we got Cappy playing China. We got Jeff doing Gran Colombia. And we got Jesus Cristo doing Canada. Yeah, so we got two Canadas. We got Canada down here, and we got Canada up here. Justin Trudeau up here, and we got Justin Trudeau over here. All right. Now, this is going to be a pretty brutal one when you think about it, because Chapo's Canada is one of the best ones that's ever existed. He's like the original competitive Canada in Wars of Liberty. He's like the first one in the original Kikambadimitos tournament, the Liga. He was like Canada against all these Juanito Civs, and he did really well. And then Eternity, Ethiopia, he's like probably the best Ethiopia there is on the field right now. He just knows how to play them so well with their deck and everything. I mean, at very least, he goes tit for tat with Alucard, I think, in terms of Ethiopia knowledge. So, I mean, he's going to be a tough one. And then the Multigo, pretty solid Russia. Yeah. On the other side, you got Cappy playing as China. I mean, he learned from a master, Metal 6'9", in his China, so he really knows how to play him well. Jesus Cristo's a pretty solid Canada himself. And then Jeff, Gran Colombia, he's going to be running the Horapo build, I believe. I'm actually curious, does he run the Horapo build? I'll have to see, actually. Yeah, he's run the Horapo build. So you use Horapo to allow your cavalry to trickle food, right? And then he's going to add Hippie Hippa to get the HP up on his units, and also give them the ability to regenerate when idle. Yeah. So, yeah, basically, he's got a lot of interesting stuff he's running here. Yeah. Now, something Jeff does that I don't do, and I don't think many of the other one he does is he actually runs priests in his deck, and he actually plants healers in his deck, and actually intends on using them, you know. Something I don't usually think about doing, you know, actually using healers in your deck. But I guess he makes it work sometimes, so we'll have to see if it potentially works, yeah. Now, this is going to be a pretty big fight, to say the least. I don't know how it's going to go, but I do have a few predictions. I think if potentially, let me think. How about say this? If Eternity gets too deep into Imperial Age, I think we're looking at a Great War fight of some kind. But if Cappy, Jeff, and Jesus Cristo can keep the pressure on him and keep him out of the Great War Age, you might be able to stand a shot at him in the Imperial Age, you know. Because the way Eternity's going to play this out is he's going to get to Age 2 fast, and then he's going to send the Degradados right away, which are these 6, about, how many pistoleros? Like 6 pistoleros, and their stats are improved by 35% in HP and attack, and he's just going to run those at the enemy and try to take out as many vills as he can. That's really what he's going to do here. Also, Eternity's going to, he's going to try to train up as much villages, get as much queued in as he can, and now here comes those pistoleros right now. He's just going to run around like a cowboy marauder, going through the map and seeing how many of these villagers he can actually snipe with them. Because you'll see when they come out that they're a very ferocious bunch, you know. So, yep, they'll be coming out in a second, and then we're probably going to have to follow these pistoleros around the map and seeing what they might actually potentially do damage-wise to the enemy. Because if they do a lot of damage to Cappy, Jeff, Jesus Cristo, or all the above, we could look at a very late game Eternity and potentially Great War Age Eternity, you know. There's only a few players that have mastered the craft of Great War Age again there. Hirshe's one, Jeff, Eternity's another, and then there's a few others too. Kind of me, I sort of in that category, yeah. So if you look right here, these Pistoleros deal about 41 range damage with their stats improvements. That is pretty big. You know, that's a big, hefty unit that's dealing with the whole Congo line, like almost like 250 damage as a group against villagers. So they can one-shot villagers no problem. You know, unless your villager's like a god tank unit like the Koigwa with potentially Pioneers research, they're going to be taking them out in one shot. No questions asked, really. And of course, if you try to defend your villages with like hussars, they're going to laugh at them. They're like just going to pull out their little cowboy pocket knives and just slice the horse into like a nice steak that they can have with their beans, basically. It's not even going to be that great. So they're joining up the Russians here, which already have a blockhouse on the front now. And this is going to be a multifaceted threat. You got a Russia massing out blockhouse units and potentially shipping in Cossacks. And you got these really beefed up pistoleros. They're going to be sniping either villagers or potentially even military units to help out the Russians. All the while, they're going to be mostly emphasizing on blue and yellow library text back in the base. Did the line work? And now he's going to get 2 Huamaka warriors, 2 native warriors. They're not going to count any population, and they're going to be a good source of siege. 48 siege! That's a lot of siege, actually. That's a lot of siege. You know how much siege that is? That's big. He could actually use those to harass like one of the Colombian houses or tents with that, yeah. I don't know how that's going to turn out, actually. You have to pay attention to that one. Because we see some Cantonists coming out right now, and they're going to try to maybe make a move on the Chinese, it looks like. They could take out the Summer Palace, that'd be a pretty big move, but I don't think they can do that just yet. Cappy's going... Does he have a war cami yet? He's going up to 3, it looks like. He's going for some sort of naked FF. He loses one of the Pioneer villages that they got from one of the team cards. Yep, and now they're going to regroup, and they're probably going to go after Canada next. Yeah, these Huamakas could do a lot of damage here. It's very lucky he actually got that treasure. Because, see, Jeff's going to try to put up tents now. But, let me see. Yeah, Eternity's going to deny him. Like, look at this right here. This is so bad. Like, he knows about the tent now. He can literally see it in front of him. He's going to blast this Explorer. Literally needs to get out of Dodge now. Get out of there. But now he knows that he's out onto the field building tents. And he's going to be able to let the other Juanitos know and say, hey, this Juanito Argento is building tents on the map. Can you make sure to basically make sure he doesn't sneak up on you? Because the problem with Pampa Sierras is there's this whole cliffside section here where you can hide tents and stuff and attack people. And then there's the secluded sort of behind the river section here too where you can do the same thing. Yeah. Yeah, Eternity's just going to try to be as obnoxious as possible. Multico's doing a great job at pressuring Cappy as well. He's going to get some Vil kills here, guaranteed. Vil kills are on the way, folks. Vil kills are on the way. Or are they? Well, if he can take a village out, that's probably just as scary, actually. Yeah, he's going to get the village down. He's going to be able to take the pikes and go right after the Chukanu's with that. Oh, yeah, this village is going down. This village is getting wiped out right now. Yep, do that. Oh, yeah, big time. Absolutely. Yeah, that thing is going down, like, right now. Downtown. Downtown. Yeah. Without a doubt, actually. Chupa de Amelines, though, we're going to try to save it. It's got a couple of pikemen left working on the village, so the village is going to get sieged down unless he gets like an emergency batch or something to deal with that. Yeah, that thing is going down though. Yeah, that village is toast. Yep, village is down. That's actually a big way to hurt China, you know, is like take out their villages. Can really damage them pretty bad. Yeah, it really can. Ethiopia's still patrolling the map, looking for probably the Colombian explorer. Yeah, Russia not doing so good now that Canada's dropped in and might have to retreat out here now and regroup. China now has the Ngu skirmishers, so these are going to also be a serious threat. Let's see if Chapo can do anything, though. Because Chapo is simply just trying to wall up these sections here, I think, and help out the team. He has gone to H3 and has went with the French-Canadian politician, I think it's Sharon Austin or something. And that grants him about 8 of the Spontoon experiment, so he's going to be using that as a scouting force as well to maybe take out whatever Jeff tries to move forward with. Yeah. Wonder if he can find these tents and maybe take them out. Yep, yep, he's got Horopo research, so now these units are going to start to trickle food. It's actually pretty substantial. A substantial amount of food, because look at this. It's about 0.25 food per second times 14. That is a lot of food, you know. That's like almost like 4.5 foods a second, yeah. Cantonists are going to... Cantonists again outnumbered a bit there. So everybody's going to have to group up, I think, and get some sort of defensive line going there if they want to survive. What is Chapo up to? So he's just going... Well, Chapo did find the tents, and he's going to start, like... Well, he found that tent, at least. He's going to start sieging that one. Now they're working as a group to try to take out these invaders. I think the Spontoon will get that house down. And might get the thrust into some of the units. Nope, should be able to kite his way out of damage. Took a little damage, but no losses. Yeah. That's going to be the thing we're going to see here that's going to develop. Seeing if Jizu, Cappy, and Jeff can basically group up together and attack the same player at the same time and try to really pressure them hard. Because right now we sort of have Russia being aggressive with Eternity providing some unit support, and then we have just Chapo sitting in the back basically booming up like crazy. Well, I think he's ready for Industrial Age. He's going to Industrial Age, so he's going for an FI with Lord Molson. He's probably going to do Mounties, I'm assuming. And possibly even get some Black Watch. He's either going to go Black Watch or he's going to go Ville de Gloire du Quebec. Does he have like those late game? Yeah, he has the card for, again, the Fast Imperial, the team timber trade. Because you try to get like a lot of wood, and then you turn it all into coin. And that's like a real easy way for Canada to get into like Imperial Age very fast. Because they already have a good wood line, and then all this coin, and then Imperial Age is like right around the corner. I mean, all Jeff can really do is try to make use of these units and try to kite as many of these vills off as possible. He's going to try to take out some of the Eternity ones, because that's going to be a substantial threat there. Does Eternity have Go and Migrate? He's getting it right now. And what this will do is this will give him free villagers from his town centers, almost like an Ottoman town center. But he'll still be able to train villagers for food at the same time as well. Just that all the queues will be, the time it'll take for villagers to train will be doubled. So, you know, it's going to be 50% slower to make villagers. But now you can have 2 queues running at the same time with one of them being free. So yeah, it's a really good way to get booming, you know. good way to manage your eco. Using the town center there to protect from units. It's going to take one of them out. It's going to have to get as much defense there as possible. Postal Service. This will grant some more food crates to Eternity so he can keep up with his progression to age 4. I think he might actually be ready for age 4 now. Well, maybe the next one will be in age 4. He's already got some cantonments on the front lines near Chapo's stable there. China is in age 4, so they might be able to do some hand mortars with this army here at Zangus, working with Jesus Cristo to do a frontal push. There's a lot going on here. Hope you know that. There's a lot going on here. So yeah, Chapo is going to start doing the Mounties now. And does he have... You should research team mounted police combats now, so we can basically get these Mounties enough statistical, give them enough statistical advantages to basically take on the Inettes easily. Because right now they're doing pretty well, but if you get that card going, then yeah, they'll definitely be beating them pretty hard there with like 50 range damage and stuff. So yeah, that'll be a good addition. Chase those down with the Mounties. And then what Ethiopia does is going to be a big tell marker of how this match goes as well.
Yes. Commandment. Ready.
Take out this 10 now.
Commandment.
So is Eternity in age 4 yet? Yep. So what is he going to be doing? I think probably once he gets the coin going, he's probably going to start doing T-grade lances with Ascaris or something like that. Or he might just do Ascari and Miho Safari, depending on what sort of comp he wants to go with there. He's trying to have the War Academy. They're going to want a castle here for hand mortars too. I think then they'll be able to get a pretty substantial siege going. Yep. So it's a mixture of infantries on these and some units. How much Shaco does Multico have? He's got refridge and he's got railment. So, not completely dry. Yeah, not completely dry there. I think it's going to come down to what Eternity and Chapo can do for this team. That's the way I think it's going to run, honestly, from the way it looks, yeah. So these Ascaris are just baseline Ascaris right now, right? Does not have any of the guard upgrades on them yet. Yeah. Alright. Ascaris are very strong units. Namely because they have stronger multipliers against heavy infantry than average skirms. They have about 2.5x against heavy infantry. And their damage against light cavalry is pretty solid as well. Of course, for other civs like the Egyptians and the Zulu, they actually get cards that improve their multipliers to the same rate as heavy counter infantry rifling. So Scars end up having like 3.5x against heavy infantry, which, you know, quite big actually, quite big. Same thing with the Italians with the Schiambuschi functionality. They have, of course, counter infantry rifling, so they can get up to a 3.5x against heavy infantry too. So, yeah. And of course, the Scaris, with each of their gun-related upgrades, will gain more range as well. So they'll actually end up outranging all the European skirms, except for the Alpinis, I think. So, quite a good unit, quite a good generic unit, that is. Mounties, look at all this micro from the Mounties, though, just trying to get in there and reach that, yep. He really knows how to micro these Mounties really well, and then what's he doing? He's going to try to melee down the Chukunus, is that right? Alright, yeah, not bad at all. Those riflemen, so those are enemy riflemen, alright. That Falconet is still alive. That Falconet should have been dead like a long time ago. It's still like popping infantry on the Cappy side. Quite shocked that thing is still running. Yeah, that thing is still running. Still taking out infantry. I mean, that's quite a lucky can. Until the Unets literally had to run right into it just to take it out. Yeah, that was pretty big actually. Quite big. Quite big. Skirms. Should be able to beat these Chukanu, right? Wait a minute. Does Cappy have, He did get the Red Bear reforms, though, yeah. But the thing is, Red Bear reforms in, Wars of Liberty is actually nerfed down compared to what it is in Definitive Edition. It's only about half as effective, so, yeah. It's not quite the big stats jump that you'd think it would be there, but it's still pretty substantial. Instead of like 50% improvement, it's more like 25% improvement, I believe. Yeah, actually it's 30% stats, so yeah, 30% instead of what it was before. So yeah, it's like a guard upgrade, but not as big actually. Here comes the Tigres though. The Tigres now, these are going to be a problem. Like, look at what they're going to do to the Maoris if they're not careful. Like the Mounties on the orange side, that is. I mean, the teal ones there are basically going to be protecting them a bit, but yeah. Tigres are going to be a great siege. Like, they're already doing about 48 siege right now, and that's going to get a lot better from there. Probably going to be able to take out a town center. Yeah, town center's going down, and Canada, how much res are they at? So they're kind of struggling a bit. You got to look at these resources, too. Like, yeah, these guys are really struggling for their stuff. Russia, same. Cappy, he's got resources. Jizu, he's got resources. Jeff is struggling a bit though. So you got to look at these reserve of resources to see how long they can sustain these battles for. Because if either side really takes big losses and they don't have those backup resources, you're gonna notice, you know, sort of a really big, like, strong pushback on either side. Right now, tide seems to be moving in the direction of Cappy, Jeff, and Jesus Cristo. Just from at least from what I see in reserve resources. In terms of map control, the direction is moving in the direction of Eternity. But I feel like, honestly, it's moving more in the direction of Cappy, because as soon as you see Cappy, Jeff, and Jesus Cristo start really managing artillery well, start targeting these big groups of infantry and these clusters, yeah, it's going to start moving in the other direction. Because notice here how there's no real production buildings being put on the front lines. Like, the nearest cantonment is way back there. Like, they're not really holding this ground. They're simply just pushing out their buildings. And yeah, it just sometimes takes stuff like this, like the Yaneros with the charged melee attack, to thrust their way through large batches of these infantry here. And yeah, just look at what these charged Yaneros are doing. Like, and then Jeff is even sticking them into the trample attack as well, which is even more substantial. It's going to drive in even more damage, especially to the skirmish units like the Ascaris here. I mean, Chapo can try to defend as much as he can with the Mounties, but I just don't think it's going to be as efficient overall here, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, now you're starting to see what I'm saying, right? Like, they don't have a lot of reserve resources. And yeah, they're going to start getting forced back now. Or at least they're going to have to go back to their forward base, you know. I mean, they can obviously get a breather back there, but like, this palace is way too forward. Get that cannon out of there. Like, you're going to have to replace that cannon somewhere over there. Yeah, he's got to put the palace right here. I think that's a real risky palace, though. Like, he's got to get away from that cannon. Alright, there you go. Like, if China gets any hand mortars, that thing is going down like any moment. They better be able to hold that thing, that position. So he's got a palace over there, he's got a palace over there. Alright, so got about 2 palaces here, just about. And basically what these palaces are is these are African forts that can train heavy artillery, and they can train their ultimate unit, which for the Ethiopians is the Behel Safari. It is a anti-skirmisher, so not a regular skirmisher, an anti-skirmisher. So it has multipliers against other skirmishers instead of heavy infantry, but it still retains the anti-dragoon multiplier. It also has multiplier against artillery, so really good at countering a lot of different types of range units. Typically, mostly the units you associate with range, the Mehel Safari will be good against. So will be a really good unit here if you can maintain the export costs necessary to sustain them. Yeah. I do like though that he has like he has like 3 palaces right here, and Russia's putting up a blockhouse as well. We are starting to see some reserve resources from Eternity though. Like he is starting to move the tide on that side, but looks like Russia's getting attacked a bit there by China. China's gonna, yeah. Eternity will try to put down some production buildings there, though, to try to preserve his front there. Yeah. Try to protect his front as much as possible. What does he construct? Towers. Pretty good move, I think. So, palaces. The palaces are up. This is going to be a nice wall of defense here against any sort of incursion. Because these things are firing full-on cannonballs. Yeah, not fireballs. Cannonballs, yeah. Poor doggo didn't even make it out alive, yeah. Rest in peace, little dog. Yep, so like I said, Mihal Safari will be the unit of choice here. And they will be particularly good against whatever sort of skirmish units like the Chukanus that they're making. Will also take out Mounties. Will trade pretty fairly with the Tigerman. I mean, it doesn't have any multipliers against them, but being a skirmish unit, you can see with the range and sort of support aspect of it how they'll really contribute well to that sort of a battle. Combined with Tigray Lancers, you're looking at a pretty solid, group there. Tigrays fight off the Llaneros, the Mihal Safari deal with the rest. Cappy trying to get around the palaces and go right for their base, just completely ignoring the main. Yeah, they're trying to like force their way in here while they're trying to go down this way. Trying to get in there before Eternity gets enough towers to keep them out and start pelting their stuff with arrows. What is Chapo doing exactly? So Chapo's gonna come to the rescue there with some Mounties. Did he get his I didn't watch that. Did he get his? I think he did. I think he did get the Mountie combat. There are some line infantry here to defend against the Llaneros, but of course no upgrades, so yeah, they're not going to survive the charge attacks of the Llaneros, but they will do a bit of damage to them, since the Llaneros, HP-wise, are somewhat weaker than Lanceros are, on account of their larger damage. Yeah, Mounties can just try to kite away these Tigermen and try to stall out as much as possible here. Yeah, definitely, and looks like these Llaneros are going to try to swoop in from the side there and attack these villagers now. Looks like these going into the trample mode again. We're probably going to see a lot more trample mode now that they removed the self-damage property of trample mode from this game now. So I mean, yeah, we're definitely going to see a lot more uses of trample mode in raiding and anti-infantry situations. You're going to see a lot more trample mode now, I think. Now, what's going on here? I think the Mihal Safari, trying to come back and save the base, got completely blindsided by the Llaneros, and now they're going to just get completely fronted by their lances. That's a totally painful situation to find yourself in. It really is. Yeah. Totally painful situation there, just about. Yeah. That's all I can say. That's all I can say with that one. Oh, starting to add some of the Mapuche natives too. Yeah, the Mapuche natives in the Legacy game are actually really bad. At least from when I played Arena, I was told like never make the Mapuche natives unless you're trying to mass huge numbers to protect artillery or something. You know. Now the Mapuche natives in Definitive Edition, they're pretty good. You know, they got not only have like a ranged cavalry, but they also have the their iron clubs actually have the splash attack, which they don't have in the Legacy game. So maybe they should actually restat the Mapuche natives in Wars of Liberty to have a area of effect attack. You know, that would actually be pretty cool. You know, like give the Wake Laughs like 1 splash, and then give the ones at the native site like 2 splash or something. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that at all. It could be a pretty substantial gain for them. Yeah. Where do you play Wolves since ESO has been blocked? You can play Wars of Liberty using Game Ranger, Radman VPN, or Hamachi VPN, or any other software that lets you play multiplayer games on a server. So, if you can host a gaming server that you can play any game on and do it using LAN, then you will be able to play Wars of Liberty on it. The ones I mentioned, Game Ranger, Radman VPN, are going to be the most popular ones. But if you can, host your own game server, depending on what you do, you might be able to use that too, And obviously, good old school LAN, being at somebody's house and playing on LAN will always work as well. So, there's multiple ways of doing it. So I wouldn't, yeah. I recommend Radman. That's what all these players here are using that I'm casting the games for. They're all using Radman VPN. So I suggest you get Radman VPN. There's a lot of videos out there, particularly by Jeff, who you see here, who actually demonstrates how to install Radman VPN and how to set up his server so that you can join, I think we're going to be doing some sort of process in the next few months and maybe cleaning up the Radman server and taking out some of the older accounts that haven't been used for like 6 months or something, because Cappy told me, I think he told us all actually, he said, we got these sort of like these stowaways who've been in our server for like a year and we haven't seen them for like a year, so we could get some more active players in here and perhaps get like double the multiplayer matches done just by cleaning it out a bit, because you can only have so much of a capacity of a Radman server that you own for free, and then you have to start paying a fee for it. And since, Jeff, his subscription rate on his YouTube is like 600 and something, he's not monetized, and so he might not necessarily have the money to do that. Maybe me, maybe I could host a Radman server and use my profits from the YouTube channel to keep the extra slots available for people, but that's not right now, I mean, look, we're getting pretty close to, maybe we are at 930 subscriptions, another 70 to go before I actually start earning, real cash from views, from these streams. And that'll obviously be a challenge figuring out how I want the ads to work here and getting all that situated and all the tax stuff, but assuming all that goes good, nothing goes wrong, yeah, we will basically be able to, start earning money from this channel, from this Wars of Liberty content, which is pretty big, Considering this mod is about 10 years old, the game it belongs to is already considered outdated, obsolete. The fact that you can still somewhat earn any sort of cash from this game, pretty substantial actually, People really like this mod. Even those that don't do just Definitive Edition like watching these streams from time to time. I think they wish that it was moved over to DE, but, that's going to take a bit of work, I think the only way we're going to get that ever be done is me keep doing the content that I do, and maybe somebody that has the time and money. Probably not the Wars of Liberty team, because they already used up a lot of their time and money working on the mod as it is. Somebody that has the time to pour it over can do that. So the only way we find that person is basically just keeping the content alive, keep posting these streams, Try to do many streams if possible, every day of the week, and just make it happen, you know? Yeah, I mean, Cappy's has a channel, Gafas, you know, he's gonna have to make a new one because of his predicament. Jeff has his, Alucard has one. Everybody does, you know. It's just that they don't upload very often. I upload every day. That's the difference, you know. You gotta upload Warriors of Liberty every day or pretty close to that, you know, to keep the mod alive and keep the community growing. Because right now, obviously, people can't even buy the old game anymore from Steam or any of the normal retail options. So it's like, yeah, like the only way we're gonna see more like new purchases of the old game is like literally from like Amazon or eBay or something. Somebody selling their old discs. That's about it. You know, you're not gonna see the sale of complete collection, the like electronic copy anymore. So we gotta find a way, obviously, to keep the community growing, expanding. It looks like it still is, you know, because every day I go to the Wars of Liberty official server, I see new faces in there all the time that always ask questions. And so it's almost as if, you know, everything's the way it's always been, at least for these months, you know. No, it hasn't been long since they terminated all those sales of the electronic game and everything, but yeah, at least for now it seems like things are going pretty well and we'll be able to keep getting new people involved. I think when eventually Middle East civs are getting close to completion and I start previewing those civs on the channel and stuff, you're going to see another jump in people that play this mod. Yeah, it's going to be a pretty big jump, actually. Quite a big one, yeah. Because, you know, as I said, they plan on putting in like 4 civs and that, like Afghans, Persians, Saudi Arabians, and Uzbeks. Civs you've never really seen in any official Age of Empire canon, you know? Except for maybe the Persians, and I guess maybe the Uzbeks if you consider them Tatars, but that's besides the point. You get the idea, though. Like, really, definitely in these renditions, you've never seen any of these civs except the Persians, you know? Saudi Arabia, like, when did you ever expect that to be in AoE 3? Like, never, right? You thought that, hey, that's something that, you know, AoE has never really touched on before, because that's more in the, would be more of an AoE 4 type of thing. But Wars of Liberty, through its timeline, has managed to fit them in. So, there you go. Yeah, but anyways, how are we doing on this battle? Eternity is queuing up a lot of mountain guns here. A lot of mountain guns. Yeah. That's a lot of artillery pieces there. What time is it now? It's like, yeah, alright. Oh, look at all these mortars here. Like, nobody who actually was thinking of going after that. Oh. Wow. Yeah, this is a good push by Jeff and Cappy and Jesus Cristo. This is a really good push, actually. I don't think I'd be able to push like that. Definitely not. It's very lucky he was able to keep all those mortars working over there. Yeah. GG well played, I think, on that one. Definitely. Yeah, once you start hitting at Ethiopia, it's pretty much GG. Ethiopia's like the bread and butter of their entire team, I think. Though it looked like... Oh, no, that's not Chapo. Chapo's still in H4. Jesus Cristo has the Volt de Guerre du Quebec. These things are absolutely insane. These skirms, like... 2x against infantry, 2x against cavalry. That's definitely not a skirmish unit you're normally used to, really. GG, well played. Definitely. Good game. Good game overall, yeah. Definitely. Chinese Eco is brutal, bro. Yes, it is. That's why I like that Civ so much. Such a wonderful Civ. Yeah, absolutely. Can't make that one up at all. Yeah. Well, anyways, I'm kind of hungry right now because I haven't eaten anything since, like noontime, so I'm probably going to go eat some food right now and prepare for the next stream. Hopefully we can do tomorrow, if not, probably Saturday or Sunday. Depends on what's going on, but yeah. See you next time. I'm signing off now from this one. Go have some Juanito tacos or something. Yeah.